use the north or south doors to exit the building. Let's go ahead and do a roll call. We will begin with Member Bogus is on her way. Member Bollinger is on her way. Member Booth is here. Thank you. Member Brenton? Haven't heard from Member Brenton. We'll keep an eye out. Member Davis? Not yet. Member Earl? Cindy's in the hall. Member Earl's in the hall. Member Green? In the hall. What's happening in the hall? We need to get in the hallway. Do we have 8 here? Yeah, we still have a quorum. Okay, hopefully they join us. Member Hall? Thank you for responding. Okay. Member Kelly? Here. Member Carey? Here. Member Lear? Here. Member Longacre? Here. Member Reel is on her way, and Vice Chair Wood is here. Okay. Let's go ahead and begin with a Pledge of Allegiance, and we've asked Member Hall to lead us in that. Thank you. Let's move next to our board member message, and we've got Member Longacre.
Yes, thank you. Just want to say, first of all, it's so exciting to see so many people here. Thank you for being here. Just real quick, it's going to be short. I'd like to share something that changed my thinking during our Law and Licensing Committee last month. A superintendent was requesting a waiver to move to a 4-day school week. I asked how they plan to cover the same curriculum in 4 days that other districts cover in 5. His answer was simple but profound. We are going to be intentional. Since then, intentional has become one of my favorite words. It is a principle I want to apply more in my life, and especially during my time on the board. I've heard many people, both inside and outside the walls of the USBE, say that we have an exceptional board right now, and I know that to be true. In the six-ish months that we have together, it is very important for us to be intentional. As a board of 15, we have only 11 meetings each year to come together, deliberate, vote, pass policy, and advance the work of Education Utah. Every meeting matters, every decision matters, and we need to be intentional. We have a significant amount of work before us today, tomorrow, and the months ahead. Utah is counting on us, everyone in this room. So let's be intentional with our time, our discussions, and our work. With that, let's get to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Longacre. That was intentionally efficient. Thank you. Appreciate that message. Board members, as you know, we have quite the audience today. We're excited to have them, and I know that they're here for this next portion. This is 1.3, our employee recognition. So thank you for the gathering. With that, let's move to that employee recognition. We are going to turn it over to Deputy Superintendent Leah Voorhees.
I'm very pleased to be able to share the Employee of the Month. Susie, if you would come up to the podium, please. And to get to do it 2 months in a row. This is an unusual, special nomination because instead of being nominated by a person, Susie was nominated by a couple teams of people, and 12 people actually contributed. 12 people sent in nominations for Susie. So she is our Apple SPED, the alternate personnel preparation for educator licensing in special education program manager. She joined our agency as an education specialist in the fall of 2023 after having been a very successful charter director for many years, and was promoted to be USBE's inaugural Apple SPED program manager in the summer of 2025, less than 2 years after she was hired. Even prior to her promotion, she was already a leader on the Apple SPED team, and her impact has grown exponentially since her promotion. She has unmatched ability to innovate and support innovation while understanding the rules, policies, and laws that support and guide the work. She's taken the Apple SPED program to new levels with a long-term, multi-step plan to refine and improve complex aspects of the program, its technology, and the staff who support it. Her list of impactful projects and initiatives is very vast. Indeed, those drafting this nomination had several pages of notes that would not be possible to capture here without needing a bookmark. As such, the team would like to offer one example that provides insight into her work. All of you board members are familiar with the special education competencies that came before you several months ago, and she skillfully coordinated the feedback, ensured accuracy and alignment, and helped present the materials that ultimately were approved. So we are very fortunate at the State Board of Education to have Susie join our team, and we're very grateful. And I am particularly grateful because the Apple SPED program I think of as my education legacy. I am so head over heels in love with it. We're the only state in the world, not just the nation, we're the only place in the world that has this program. And we'll be sharing some really wonderful, exciting data with you about it, and probably next month in the superintendent's report, so you can look forward to that. And right now, you can recognize Susie and that team for all of the work that she and they have done. So thank you so much. And just to remind Susie, so she gets the parking space up at the front for the month, and a water bottle, and a little gift in her paycheck as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let's move to 1.4, acknowledgement of student artwork.
Good morning, board and superintendency. My name is Shanda Stenger, Arts and Wellness Coordinator, and I'm excited to talk about, I've been in the position about a year, and I've got to know a lot of states and their arts education program and what that looks like. And it's been really cool to see the wonderful impact Utah has on arts education and the support from the state legislature funding programs such as the BTS Arts and Pops program, the Utah State Board of Education, and that support for arts education, where there's many comments. I've been watching old board meetings and things like that around arts, and just the enormous support there is to make sure there's high quality arts education happening across the state. And we also have a really unique thing that a lot of states wish they had, and it's the private-public partnership with the Sorensen family. And part of this is with the Sorensen Legacy Awards, and also just supporting the arts education and what that looks like. And so it's a really cool entity and piece that we have. And so this is part of the acknowledgement is a Sorensen Legacy Arts Education or Excellence in Arts Education Awards that happen every year. That comes from a grant that's paid fully from the Sorensen Legacy Foundation. And we have 13 winners this year. And we also had 3 times more nominations this year than previous years. So we saw a great increase. We changed the process a little bit for the nominators to have it be a little bit more accessible, and the range from across the state, rural, charter applications was really phenomenal. So I'm going to start sharing and just do a quick summary of our winners. So Melissa Holm is our elementary dance instruction in Park City School District. And she is one where the students are wildly creative while also engaging in arts integration strategies. So they get to create and express. And when we went to the classroom, the kids were so happy to be there and so responsive to her as the dance instructor. Our elementary drama instruction is Jody Howell, and she is phenomenal. Her principal was so excited and so supportive of her winning this award. She also won their school award that year for the support that she gives across the whole school. Our elementary music instruction is Janice Barlow. When we went up, it was the end of day, last day of school, and it was the best time to be in a school, to see the kids' excitement, and they were so supportive. And one thing the student commented on from Janice Barlow is that she is all good things, and I loved that, hearing and seeing that for a teacher. We also have elementary visual arts instruction. And that's Lisa Saunderson. She's at the Edith Bowen Laboratory School, one of the charter schools. And she really feels that creativity is so important for our students to experience. We also had an excellence in elementary arts integration at Kaysville Elementary with Mindy Moulton. And it was a pageant. They had a pageant beauty winner at that event. The kids sang a song to her, and it was just really cool to see how arts integration in the elementary classroom has a great impact on their learning experience. We're going to move to secondary, where we have Jenny Grimes, who is from Iron County, and she does a really great job with dance education. So it's secondary dance education. And it was something that was really highlighted, and they were really excited to present that award with her classroom students. We have secondary music instruction is Michelle Kirby from the Weber School District, and we were able to present that during one of her concerts. So it was her final concert. She's retiring this year. So she had students from the last 30 years with stickers present to honor her, and it was really exciting to present that recognition and to see the impact that she had on students' learning. We also have Elizabeth Ludwig, who's in the Alpine School District, and she's secondary theater instruction. And her goal is to provide high quality theater instruction to every student to make it accessible so that they can all engage in that learning. We also have Sherry Pitcher, who's a secondary visual arts, and she really connects well with professional artists, and that she wants to make sure students observe other artists in their practice. And that's one thing that she engages and supports her students on. Moving on, we have Exemplary Arts Program, and that is the Provo School District Elementary Music Program. And they have done a phenomenal job making sure that they have music education in their schools, and that they have a coach for that, and just this really robust structure around elementary music. So they won the Exemplary Arts Program and received funding to help support that. Then we had 2 Phenomenal Arts Education Administration Awards, one at a school and one at a district level, and we were able to meet both of those and to highlight that. So one is Kenneth Lim at Newman Elementary School. He is his own artist in his own right. And also, when he first started as a principal, he talked about his growth in having the arts in his schools and how important and valuable that was, and how that creates a social impact for the educational and stakeholders in his area, so that parents come and the students experience in the arts. We also have Dr. Valen Thomas from Alpine School District, where he won that award for his district support. He was key in bringing BTS Arts program into Alpine School District, where they had a lot of growth, and they made significant growth, and they had some growing pains, and his exceptional leadership helped them navigate through that. And then we have a Lifetime Achievement in Arts Education, and Dr. Molly Hart was there to present this award to Senator Jerry Stevenson, who has done a lot to support arts education. His own children have become arts educators, and he has been one that wants to make sure that there's high quality arts education that happens across the state of Utah, and has shown support in that. And so those are the Sorensen Legacy Awards. And again, we are just so lucky to have this opportunity to highlight arts educators, and to also recognize that all of the educators have made such an impact in students' lives. And what's unique about the arts educators is they often get students for 3 to 4 years. And if they teach middle school to high school in some of those rural areas, they'll be with those students for 7 years. So they really are influential. And I know that my arts educators helped. And it's great to be able to highlight the work that they've done across the state of Utah, and be in the schools and talk to the kids and parents and administration about their work. And the other piece of art we're going to share in the next board agenda, we wanted to make sure that that was up on the walls. And so I'll let that piece get shared next. Thank you.
Thank you. Randy, what do you want to say about what we just heard? Okay, I know. It's fantastic. We are so grateful for this, these educators and what they do for our students and throughout the state. And thank you. Okay. Let's move on to agenda item 1.5. We're in that time of the meeting where we get to recognize, we are pushing aside the adults. We're done with you. We get to recognize the students. We're excited for the work. We've seen the artwork here, the essays on the walls. I haven't got to read them yet. I'm in transparency. But Board Member Carey over here says, read those essays. They're fantastic. And so I'll make sure I do that before I leave today. But we've had some other board members deep in this work, and we are excited to have them help us recognize some of these students today. So with that, let's move to agenda item 1.5. Oh, and one more thing. So we're going to recognize America 250 winners and Do the Right Thing winners. And board members love to get pictures with your families. And so after we recognize, please stick around. We're going to push public comment back a little bit. We'll take like a 5 or 10 minute break so that you can get pictures. I know some of you have already taken some pictures. We'll get some pictures with your entire family near your essays and artwork. And with hopefully, I'm assuming that board members will want to get in there with you. So if you're willing. So again, with that, let's move to 1.5, America's 250 Essay and Art Contest winners. We'll invite Davina Suthoff and Julie Clark to kick us off.
My name is Julie Clark. I'm the P through 12 English Language Arts Coordinator with the Utah State Board of Education. And we have Davina here with us also, who is our Library Media Specialist. And although we are on the agenda, we are actually going to turn the time over to Board Member Davis and Board Member Green to kind of lead out with this and explain what their passion was to see this through. And we are so excited to be able to honor these students today. So we'll turn it over to you guys.
Thank you. And it's south off. Is that right, Davina? Thank you.
Board Member Green is going to say the important stuff, but I just would like to point out this staff. This was not planned. If any of you talk to each other, yes, and we did not talk to each other. So we have this all worked out so nicely, so aesthetically pleasing. We're glad you're all here. Welcome, and Board Member Green will give a little background to this.
All right, and I appreciate that introduction too. So back in December, we came together, I believe it was December, we came together and voted to move forward kind of an initiative that came from USBE. We wanted to take part of the America 250 celebration, and so we came up with a way to apply those items academically, and we put out an essay contest, and also we expanded it into art. So what you're seeing on the walls today are the finalists that were selected for the grand prize. We also had 102 contestants that earned the $250 award, and then our finalists are displayed, and they got the amount of $1,000, I believe. So we had a total of 269 entries statewide. What our amazing committee went through is they went through and they read those and presented us with the finalists. And I would like to give them a round of applause if we could, please. I also appreciate the advertising that was given out online. I also appreciate the teachers that made an effort in their classrooms and all the other community members that saw this to help these amazing students be able to put their best foot forward and showcase the celebration of America 250. So students in the audience today, rock on, good job. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and award. We have winners in the 5th grade, 8th grade, and high school categories. And then we also want to highlight the parents that are here and some of the school teachers that are here to support their students and principals. All right. Okay, Cindy, do you want to start?
Sure. Okay. So these are our grand prize winners. The first one we have is Advik Debran. Okay. Our students have been told they each have 1 minute to talk about their art or essay if they would like to. So if you'd like to tell the folks your grade and if you did art or an essay and just a little bit for 1 minute.
So, when I was writing my America 250 essay, I was inspired by one main idea of that the government gets its power from the people. That idea comes from the Declaration of Independence, which states that governments only exist because the people allow them to. So then I also like freedom of religion because it matters to me, because I can believe anything that I want because without the government forcing anything on me. So that's what inspired me to write my essay. And that's why America is meaningful to me, because I can do whatever I want and choose my own path.
Okay, our next. Yes. So we are handing out the grand prize of $1,000. And we'd like to bring up Lucy Meekum.
There's just been a lot of history in our country for 250 years and a lot of important events, and we've made a lot of progress in our country, and I just wanted to show that. So I just wanted to show all our progress and all the amazing things we've accomplished and how we're allowed to have all of our freedom in our country. Thank you.
Next we have Tellen Hembury.
What inspired me to write my essay was both my language arts teacher, my history teacher, because we were learning so much about the Declaration and just all the amazing things in our country's history and all of the amazing people that helped make our country what it is today. South Sevier Middle School.
All right, we're getting better as we go. If you'll announce what school you're from as well. And can we have Leah Williams? Lalia Williams, I'm sorry.
I'm from Skyview High School, and originally I painted this to put in a really small art show that my town did for the America 250. Then I entered it into this later, and I wanted to do something with the flag, and so I put irises into it because irises used to be called flags.
Next we have Grady Mitchell.
My name is Grady Mitchell, and I attend South Sevier High School in Monroe. And what inspired me to write this essay is just loving where I come from and just knowing what people had to sacrifice just so I get to enjoy these freedoms today. And also that I get to leave my impact on America so that future generations can also enjoy these same freedoms. Thank you.
Okay, Kyra Flanagan.
Okay, wonderful.
So quilting has been a hobby of mine for a while, and I was inspired to make this quilt when in a concurrent enrollment history class we had to make like a capstone project, and so quilting came to mind because I've been like making quilts for such a long time, and so I made this quilt to like represent American freedom and how it's changed over time. So that's why there's the three flags, and then um, on the border is all of the state names in my handwriting in the order that they were admitted to the Union.
I before I say this last one, I want everybody to know that when we looked at these final $1,000 winners, we didn't know their schools or names, or we just had numbers on entries. So just so everybody knows that nobody said, "Oh, I went to that school," and I nothing like that. It was just your art and your wonderful words and your essays. Next, we have James Jensen.
So I go to North Park Elementary, and what inspired me is how America brought light to those who needed it. Like the American colonies, they were in control of Britain and didn't have certain rights that they needed, and America gave the chance that they needed to them. So America continues to bring light to all those who live in it, and I hope it does continue.
Yeah, not gonna lie, the tears are coming. Guys, this is wonderful. Okay, Noelle McConnell.
Good morning. My name is Noelle McConnell. I'm a recent graduate from Carl G. Mazer Preparatory Academy, and my art piece is titled "The Fabrics of Freedom Stitched as One." My inspiration came very quickly and very clearly. I had never had a vision for an art piece come so easily. I wanted it to represent not only what America was and how it was created, but what it is now. I wanted it to show how we are a country made from so many different people, so many different experiences. It wasn't just one person who woke up and chose to make a country. It took all of us to make it what it is today. And I'm so grateful for that country, and I'm so grateful for this opportunity and this award. Thank you.
And we all, as board members, are so grateful for you and all of you. And I echo Member Green. You know, I'm feeling that, and we have been inspired by all of you today. Our final award winner, and please let us know if we missed anybody. Hopefully we haven't. Our final award winner is Zakia Mohammadi.
Okay. Hello, my name is Zakia Mohammadi. I'm in 10th grade. I come from Utah International Charter School. One thing that inspired my essay was just one night I was at home and then I heard about the essay. I thought it would be a good idea to write about my history, and America did a great job. That's it, yes. Thank you.
Okay, I think that Chair Hymas had mentioned he would like an opportunity for pictures to be taken. Is there a way that we would like to organize that? You mentioned you wanted pictures with our winners with all of the board members. Is that correct, or do you want to divide out into the spaces of where they're? art and essays are presented.
Yes, if it's first off, if it's okay, we still have more students to recognize, not in this agenda item, but in the next one. 1.6 is our Do the Right Thing contestants we want to recognize as well. And then after that, if we could, that's why I'm asking everybody to kind of stick around. After that, if we could get some pictures, and we would love to know which board member represents which student. I'm not sure. I mean, you may have heard your school. We'd love to get board members pictures with them, and then step outside and get all of our 250 winners together at the same time with their families, and then just their students. I'm sure I'm just going off of past things. I'm looking at Kelsey and Sybil like they are going to direct me. And then same thing with the Do the Right Thing challenge and get those students together as well. Is that what, does that fit in what we're hoping? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, members Green and Davis. That was wonderful. Next, we will then move to our agenda item 1.6. As mentioned, this is the Do the Right Thing. Yes. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Member Carey.
Thank you. Traditionally, we've had the opportunity as a board to comment on that presentation. Are we not doing that this time?
No, we are. I just jumped the gun. So please, we are. Comments on the America 250 winners. Go ahead, Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say yesterday I was in the KSL building and they were doing an interview on is the America 250 celebration making a difference in the lives of students and families and communities. And as I came in this morning and I read the essays and I looked at the art, and even more powerfully, as I've heard you present today, I only wish that this happened before I gave the interview, because what a powerful experience, one of the most powerful that I've experienced since being on the board, to hear that gratitude and appreciation for a more perfect union was just powerful. So I thank the students for that inspiration, and the parents for instilling that in your children. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Kelly.
Yeah, I just wanted to once again recognize the board members that led out on this, Board Member Green and Board Member Davis, and the work that you guys have done on this. And so thank you. I think this is what we do is this is what it's about. And so those students that were recognized today, congratulations to you. And just the variety and the diversity of what we saw today is just outstanding. So thank you for your submissions and your great work. So thank you.
Member Brenton.
Thank you, Chair. This is, I think, my favorite presentation since my time on the board. So thank you to members Davis and Green. And thank you to all of you who participated in this. I'm a former history teacher, and I know you are our next leaders. You're the next generation who will take the helm of our country, and seeing you inspires me to know that we're in good hands. If we can pass on the love of our country and patriotism, and realizing the Declaration of Independence is what started it all, and I'm so inspired by your work, your essays and quilt, and the bear, and the care and the time that you put in to recognizing the sacrifices of our country, the rights that we have that are so important. And in our Declaration, it says our rights come from God. That's what sets America apart. And then the people bestow that on the government. We elect our leaders. And so it takes all of us working together and being involved. And so please keep going and keep inspiring and shining a light. You all have done wonderful work here. Thank you.
Member Earl.
Yes, thank you. I think maybe all of us around our kitchen tables, I'm not sure, it's happening at mine. Just continual discussions about rights and the responsibilities that we have in this nation. I love the patchwork quilt idea and the bear idea, and a number of the essays, I haven't read all of them, have kind of pulled out that idea that we are unique each of us is different, and that we come together and we support each other, and that we sustain ourselves in a more perfect union. Does not mean perfect people. It means that we can come together and find solutions, and that we can celebrate families and communities. And thank you so much for being willing to participate and for sharing your beliefs and your ideas in such a powerful way. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And with that, let's move on to agenda item 1.6. This is the Do the Right Thing recognition, and we've got Kuhn Nguyen with us today, I believe, ducked behind a computer. Would it be helpful, Kuhn, if we did break for a few minutes? Or are you ready? It just pulled up as I asked if you were ready. Okay.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Kuhn Nguyen. I'm a prevention specialist and also a coordinator for the Do the Right Thing Challenge. I just want to update you. This is the 6th year that's being brought, the challenge being brought to the Utah State Board of Education, but in Utah for a quarter of a century now. So we're celebrating 25 years of this challenge in Utah, and I'm involved most of the. Just to let you know, sponsor here at the Utah State Board of Education, and the prevention team is the one that managing this challenge. Just for 2026, we have over 2,000 students participate in classroom discussion about youth violence and how to prevent that. 1,200 students did the writing, and then 261 decided to submit for evaluation, and we honored 24 of the students on May 1st at the event at the University of Utah Alumni House. The program elements of that is all the student answer is very three question. How has youth violence affected their life? What are the causes of youth violence, and what can the student, the community do to reduce violence at their school, in their communities? The question is, so this is initiative across the state for 7th and 8th grade students. Encourage them to commit to taking a positive step to change the problem and break the cycle of violence in their home, school, and their neighborhood. For this award on May 1st, I mentioned we honored 20 students, and we award a $300 scholarship put into My 529 for each of the students. We have 3 runner-up receive $400, and then we have and name a national finalist receiving $500, and then have a trip to Washington, D.C. later on in July. Part of that, we want to thank you, Board Member Printon and Board Member Earl for being VIP judge for the first year, and then Board Member Real for coming back and supporting the program. And Chair Hermes was there to award the student as well, so thank you for your support. With that, I just want to recognize the national runner-up, Amanda Mariano, and her family, so we want to invite the student here. And you can introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm in attendance with my mom and dad, Vanessa Mariano and Jaime Mariano. Through this challenge, I was able to feel that my words were heard, my concerns were heard as well, and that my solutions to youth violence were considered. And I think that as teens, we want nothing more to feel heard by others, especially as adults. Well, sorry, for adults. And I feel like this challenge does a really good job at helping students to feel that their words were understood and they were considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. And we want to recognize Malachi Murrow. And then.
All right, so I'm from Roy Junior High School, and this essay was incredibly important to me because I think everyone should have the opportunity to voice their opinion about youth violence and how they can stop it. Me personally, I just think that youth violence is mainly caused socially. It's something that can't fully be stopped, in my opinion, but it's something that we need to work on. the inspiration for my essay came one night when I was thinking of what to write, and I looked in the mirror and I saw the scars on my forehead that I earned when I was little from being stupid. But they taught me that you shouldn't have to hate yourself or be angry for something you've done, and others should learn to accept you for who you are. Thank you.
Adele Nora could not be here. She's with the family's vacation, but for family vacation right now. But we do want to recognize her for being a national runner-up as well. And finally is Andrew Ramos, who is a national ambassador for peace. Like I say, we're representing Utah later on in July and meeting with other national ambassador, meeting with the Utah congressional delegation to talk about youth violence and how to stop that. We have a tour at this U.S. Capitol. His writing will be put in the Library of Congress, as well as visiting the residency of ambassador from the state of Kuwait. So the ambassador will host Andres, his parent, one parent, and the teacher at the event later in July. So with that, introduce Andres.
Hello, I'm Andre Ramos, and I come from the school of Roy Junior High. My older brother, John, and my lovely mother are over there in the little corner. You may not be able to see them on the cameras, but they're here. My older brother was my biggest inspiration for this, as he experienced a lot of violence to him as a child and growing teen. And I wanted to be able to voice how we could possibly slow this matter down, this horrible thing for teenagers and the youth, because there's no way we're going to be able to completely stop this, but we will try our best to come together and to slow it down as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, board member. On your desk, there's a book containing all this writing plus the 20 students that don't have the time to recognize it, but their writing is in here, so I encourage you to read that. The 2027 challenge will be available sometime mid-September, and I encourage you to share the information in your district, encourage 7th and 8th grade students to participate. With that, thank you for your time.
Thank you. And again, I'll open it up. Do we have any board member, any comments? Member Earl?
Yeah, I do appreciate being able to read through portion of the essays that got distributed among many individuals. Perhaps my favorite part was not necessarily hearing some of the sad things that took place in people's lives, but actually their thoughts about how to engage with others in a way that they could create solutions, and how they personally thought about and made deliberate choices to not be part of that negative environment that's been heaped upon them. I'm grateful for those that won, and for their voices and for their ability to rise above the concerns they're seeing. So thank you.
Member Brenton?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just congratulations to those that win or that won and that are going on. Andre, I'm excited for you to get to go have that experience in DC, and it was really impactful for me to be a part of this. And I thought about, you have a dark room. Like I look at violence like the darkness around. Yes, we're never going to be able to get rid of it all, but one person shining a light in a dark room lights things up and makes a huge difference. And I think that's the message I hope you all carry through your lives. One person makes a difference, standing up to do what's right. So thank you all for participating. It was inspiring as well.
Thank you. With that, board members, family members, let's take 10 minutes. Apologies to those who are here for public comment. You got to wait a little bit longer. But let's take 10 minutes. Board members, help each other. Find some students. Say, where are you from? Oh, okay, that's Randy's area. Let's grab him. Or, you know what I mean? Let's get some mingling happening. But let's take 10 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, America 250 winners, find your or come stand by your artwork. If you don't have a poster up here, find us. Let's connect. And
Excuse me, attention, if there are any remaining student America 250 grand prize winners, could you please meet in the hallway? Just the students, if you don't mind, so we can get a picture of the whole group. That would be amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah. I believe we are still missing one student from the America 250 winners. So if you can hear me or if you know where that student may be, if you could please direct them to the hallway so we could take a group picture. Thank you so much. Okay. Cindy just asked me to do it again.
I appreciate that the allowance of a Jim Moss 10 minutes. I don't know if that's a thing. All right. Let's move forward. Make sure we have a quorum here. We do. Okay. And we've got others trickling in, but let's go ahead and move forward. This is agenda item 2. This is our public comment. And before we begin, let me just read the disclaimer. The public may sign up to share public comments at publiccomment@schools.utah.gov. The public may send written public comments to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes per person. A comment can express support or dissent for regulatory action. Individuals should not use public comment to complain about personnel issues or attack or defame an individual. Speakers making a highly detailed or complex comment should also consider providing a written outline of their words to the board. Please remember that children may hear your comments. Be thoughtful and professional. Keep your comments appropriate for a general audience. If you have material with explicit language or content, submit such material in writing to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. With that, let's go ahead and begin. We will first invite up Julie Clough, and after Julie, we'll invite Ashley. I'm going to let Ashley give their last name when they're at the microphone. So Julie, please.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. On behalf of Utah PTA, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to celebrate the conclusion of another remarkable school year across Utah. The 2025-26 year has been especially meaningful as Utah PTA has celebrated 100 years of serving children, families, and schools. For a century, parents, educators, and community members have come together through PTA to share with a shared purpose, making every child's potential a reality. This year has been one of growth and impact. We are excited to have welcomed new PTA units this year, bringing family engagement opportunities to even more communities throughout Utah. Every new PTA represents parents and educators who have chosen to work together to strengthen school communities and create environments where students can thrive. As you know, research consistently shows that when families are engaged in their children's education, students achieve more, attendance improves, and school communities become stronger. Through Utah, thousands of PTA volunteers have dedicated countless hours to supporting literacy programs, family engagement events, advocacy efforts, teacher appreciation activities, and student success initiatives. Their work creates meaningful connections between home and school that benefit all children. As we reflect on our centennial year, we are grateful for the partnership that this work makes possible. Thank you to Utah educators, administrators, school leaders, and policymakers who play a critical role in fostering collaboration with families. We did something special this year at our convention. We created leadership exchange tokens. And so we have one of those for each of you today. We want to thank you for your leadership, excellence, and support and partnership in what you do for our communities. The goal of this is to not keep it, but to share it as you see leadership excellence in our communities. So we hope that you will scan the QR code, share your experience in leadership, and then find a leader in your community and share it with them and pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Ashley, and then following Ashley we'll hear from Cooper. I'm going to say his last name wrong as well. Ashley, share your name with us, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ashley Chor. Okay. Chairman and members of the Utah State Board of Education, good morning and thank you for your time. I, Ashley Chor, am from South Jordan, Utah, representing Bingham High School's bands as the band president. Today, I want to make you all aware of the Bingham Marching Band's invitation to represent and honor the USS Utah in Oahu, Hawaii. The importance of representing Utah and connecting its local history with a moment of national remembrance in Pearl Harbor is more than just an honor to our band program. It is a once-in-a-lifetime experience for students to represent something they thought they would only hear about in history books. Being the only school invited to represent Utah at the 85th Pearl Harbor commemoration, our students will represent our state with the pride and gratitude of our Utah community behind us. The Bingham High School Band Program understands the long-standing tradition and pride of the marching band and is dedicated to honoring the lives of 2,400 Americans that were lost on December 7th, 1941. Among those 2,400 lives include 58 crew members aboard the USS Utah, our state's namesake ship, that still rests in Pearl Harbor as a solemn war grave. At Pearl Harbor, our marching band will have the extraordinary honor of performing alongside ensembles from across the nation at the historic Pearl Harbor Memorial and participating in a commemorative service ceremony aboard the USS Missouri. This once-in-a-lifetime experience will allow our students to connect with history, represent our community on a national stage, and create memories that will inspire them for years to come. We are deeply grateful for your time and consideration as we share this incredible opportunity and help bring awareness to its lasting impact on our young musicians. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Cooper.
Hello, board. My name is Cooper McCullough. I'm a sophomore in the 2026 junior drum major for the Bingham High School Marching Band. I'll also be speaking on the Bingham High School Marching Band going to Pearl Harbor. Bingham High School has been officially invited to travel to Hawaii to perform in the 85th anniversary of Pearl Harbor Parade. We are selected to not only represent Utah as a state, but the USS Utah, which was sunk during the attack. This year is actually the 85th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, which was one of the biggest and most tragic events in American history, and is what officially brought the United States into World War II. Because it's such a major anniversary, the parade organizers reached out trying to find one band from every single state to come perform. Bingham High School was selected to represent Utah. This is such an amazing opportunity for students, not only to go perform, represent Utah, but also educationally, as we will take time to visit multiple monuments and other stuff in Hawaii to give us a more in-person educational experience instead of just reading through textbooks. Our main goal here is to reach out to you guys and people in Utah to gain support on this and possibly just outreach. Yeah, I appreciate you guys' time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And just a quick point of personal privilege. I know this doesn't happen during public comment, but I want to express my appreciation to Bingham High School for representing Utah. And I know we have their band, is that band director as well? Thank you. Thank you for all that you guys do. The parade is going to be wonderful because of you and others, of course, but we're putting you guys at the top. So we appreciate your willingness to represent and the recognition of what our country has experienced and our state. So thank you. Okay, with that, let's move to our next public commenter. We've got James Martin, and then on deck we have Guillermo Rodriguez.
Good morning. My name is James Martin. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. Today I'm speaking about fidelity. I am familiar with this word. You see, I've been a principal and we talked a lot about fidelity. Fidelity was written into school improvement plans. It was used to remind teachers to stay true to the standards and to their programs. Fidelity is a word educators in Utah have used quite a bit in recent years. After a while of talking about fidelity, I began to realize that our focus was misguided. Our fidelity shouldn't be to curriculum or programs. Our fidelity should be to our students, the students we teach, our why, the reason we went into education. I enjoy June 1st and beyond because there is a wave of affirmations directed toward the LGBTQIA+ community, deserved affirmation and recognition. On social media, I saw recognitions from UEA and NEA. I kept looking to see if the Utah State Board of Education, our educational leaders, would step up and recognize the importance of pride. Surely USBE recognizes that we have a great many LGBTQIA+ students in our schools, and as a state organization, we ought to acknowledge their existence. But it goes beyond simple tolerance. To adapt Governor Cox's words, it should go to student fidelity. It should be about putting student needs, including their identities, first. USBE, in my opinion, has lost their way. Many of you have embraced an erasure of equity and justice, and in the process, erased students. That has nothing to do with fidelity. As trivial as it may sound, issuing a statement of support for pride would make such a difference to the communities you serve. Fidelity to every student. That's what you were elected to do. I am faithful to Utah students. I'm faithful to the gay, lesbian, bisexual, and trans students in our schools. I want them to know that we care about them. I want them to feel seen and heard. I want them to see LGBTQIA plus culture represented in the curriculum and the books available to them. Leaving these students out of the conversation has absolutely nothing to do with fidelity. Thank you.
Next, we have Guillermo Rodriguez, and on deck, we have Betty Jimenez.
Good morning, members of the Utah State Board of Education and anybody here. My name is Guillermo Rodriguez, and I am a pastor here in Utah and also serve as president of the United Ministers Association in Utah, and we represent different communities here. I am here today to express my support for this proposal because we believe education should not only teach academic subjects, but also help create environments where students are treated with dignity, respect, and fairness. Religious liberty, freedom of expression, and freedom of conscience are not simply legal concepts. They are foundational values that have helped shape the identity of the United States. These freedoms were protected by our nation founders because they understood that a free people must be able to think, believe, speak, and live according with their convictions without fear and discrimination or coercion. As a pastor, I also recognize the importance of the biblical principles that influence the nation foundings in this nation. Principles such as the inherent value of every human being, for others, freedom, responsibility, and also conscience to believe in God. I am from El Salvador, and our nation is being blessed so much as another countries in the world by the United States. And I think what we really value for this nation is the principles that has been created this great nation. And this is what we are supporting here today. I think providing educators with professional trainings in this topic is not to promote one religion over another. Instead, it helps teachers understand the right protected by our constitutions, and it keeps them to create learning environments where all students are treated fairly and respectfully. I believe that preserving these freedoms is essential for the future of our children and for the continued strength of our nations. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your leadership and your service to our children.
Thank you, Guillermo. Let's move next to Betty Jimenez.
Good morning. Members of the board, my name is Betty Jimenez. I am here today because I believe what happened to me in Salt Lake City School District deserves serious review. In 2024, while my husband was terminally ill with ALS, I was given a reduction in force notice. I was not terminated for misconduct. I was not told I had done something that justified losing my career, but I still lost my position. And after 15 years of service, I was not offered another position in the district. This was not a job. This was my career that I spend my life building. That alone was devastating for my family. But what made it worse is that I believe the RIF was not legitimate. I believe it was being used in lieu of termination and as a form of retaliation. Before my RIF appeal hearing, while I was still employed, I met directly with the superintendent. I told her that I believed that the head of human resources was retaliating against me and that the RIF was being used as a pretext to remove me. I raised those concerns before my hearing. My understanding the superintendent would investigate such concerns. To my knowledge, no meaningful investigation ever happened. Instead, the district moved forward as if the RIF process itself was not the problem. Later, the focus shifted onto the director and others, accusing them of dishonesty related to my RIF. But the underlying issue of whether my RIF was retaliatory, pretextual, and properly approved was never fully investigated. And this matters.
When an employee tells the superintendent that the head of HR is retaliating against her, that should trigger an independent review. It should not be ignored. And if a RIF is being used to remove someone without calling it termination, that should be a concern for this board. I'm asking the board to take this seriously. This is not just about me. It's about whether district employees can trust the retaliation complaints will be investigated. This RIF that RIFs will not be misused, that educators will not be disciplined through a process that ignores the facts, that FMLA time will not be misconstrued or used against them. My husband, daughter, and I lost the sense of security and peace we had worked so hard to create during an already difficult time. Instead of spending those precious moments focused on my family, I found myself fighting to protect my career. My husband passed away in December 2025, and I will never get that time back. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment. Board members, we are moving into agenda item 3. I know we just had a break. I need 5 minutes. I'm sorry. And I will put a timer on. Just give me 5 minutes, please. Or remember, Vice Chair Bollinger can start chairing and I'll take 5 minutes anyway. So if we all want 5 minutes, let's do it. If not, then 5 minutes. Thank you. Set a timer. I will be true to that timer. Put some chimes on it. That's how I react. Thank you. Board members, members of the public, thank you. I apologize for that, but appreciative of the accommodation. Let's go ahead. If we are ready, we are on agenda item 3. This is our Finance Committee report, and we need Chair Davis. Vice Chair Kelly, do you want to start? No worries. Oh, maybe I'll take that one. Okay. Vice Chair Kelly, if you're willing to chair for a minute, we'll turn time over to you.
All right, we're agenda item 3.3, R277726 statewide online education program. This was in our
Chair Kelly.
Yeah.
I believe we want to do 3.2.
Let me see.
We need to get to R277-477.
Oh, okay. And the motion was there.
Is that
got it?
That what you have?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
let's do that.
All right, my bad. It was 3.2, not 3.3. So 3.2 R277477 distribution of funds from the trust land distribution account and administration of school land trust program. And the motion for the board was that the board continue and approve R277477 distribution of funds from the trust distribution account and administration of the school land trust program draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. So the motion that came out of committee and to the board is that the board continue and approve R277-477 distribution of funds from the trust distribution account and administration of the school land trust program draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's go ahead and vote.
I need to be able to talk
That passes unanimously with Member Bogus still absent, so we'll continue from here. It looks like there's an arm wrestle between chair and vice chair.
Chair Davis is in charge.
Chair Davis wins the arm wrestle, so over to you, Chair Davis.
I was saying Vice Chair Kelly was doing a fabulous job, and I'd love to see that continue, but well, maybe another day, he said. Okay, I'm trying to make sure I know where we are. So
Yeah,
we are.
apologies. We just did 3.2.
Okay, so all of the items that are moved to May, I'm just going to say move to May, and then we will discuss them for the May 22nd report out, which will be following this. So 3.3 is moved to May 22nd. Item 3.4, request for the use of Utah State Board of Education discretionary funds for development of playground equipment. The motion for the board is that the board approves the use of $120,000 of federal mineral lease funding for this project, contingent upon presentation of a formal legal opinion at the June board meeting. And so I think we are ready for that opinion.
I'm not sure. We're putting Laura on the spot here, and I'm not sure if what the communication has been here. Laura, let's get you on a microphone.
Quite frankly,
I'm here for you.
well, then I'll let you. No, the conclusion that I reached in reviewing that is that the proposal is something that could be done, but it's going to require a robust research proposal to go with it, because you're at significant risk of those funds being clawed back if they would audit and determine that it was not sufficient or it was pretextual. For example, calling something research doesn't make it research, so it has to be a legitimate research project involving the purchase of that equipment, regardless of any benefit that the school may actually incur from it because of the way that it's structured.
Member Hall.
After talking to Laura, we just was hoping that we can move to pass this through today on a contingency that we would make sure that before a check was written that we would have a robust plan put together, working with some folks hopefully within the agency too as well to be able to accomplish that. So we have those things in place, but to be able to present a more robust plan, that's something that we would need to do. So still move forward in this direction and talk about this a little bit, but hopefully to be able to pass it with, contingent upon a robust research plan put together before we actually cut the check.
Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. And I do appreciate the work that's been done on this. All of you know, special ed is my thing, and I have a real passion for students and the needs that they have. My concern with this proposal is that, and the money, like we've talked about, is specifically for research. I've done a lot of looking, and there is so much research already done on the benefits of all ability playground equipment. And so for me, I'm going to have to be a no on this, because I don't believe that this is our lane. Yes, we could, create a research project, go through IRB and go through the whole process just to make sure that we can support this. But local districts have funds and should be paying for this. Local districts often will go through and look at what the needs are at their local schools. And I know it is expensive. I know local districts and schools have raised money. Even when I was a principal myself, I worked with my PTA to raise money for the same thing. So I do think it's important to have all ability playground equipment, but I do not think it's the role of our board. And what we do for one, we need to be able to do for all. And I'm really worried about the precedents that we're trying to set where this really is not our lane or our role to do that. So just wanted to say that, yes, I support the use of all ability playground equipment, but I do not think that that's our role as a state board to use these funds for that reason. Thanks.
Member Lear.
Thank you. And somewhat similar to Vice Chair Bollinger, I absolutely support children. I have three little grandchildren who love these playgrounds. I am concerned. I'm of the mind of President Reagan, trust but verify. So if I see that there is a robust plan for this, then I might be supportive, but I'm not inclined to say, let's approve it and then look at the research. I'd like to see the information up front before I could vote for this. Not inclined to say, we'll wait for that because it sometimes doesn't prove as strong as we want it to be. Thanks.
Member Earl?
Thank you. So over the past month, I've taken a little bit of time to call districts and call their special ed, the individual over special education or over facilities, because I wanted to find out this. We're hearing anybody could do it. It's, this idea that they've got the money, let them put this forward. That's just not what's happening. That may be the truth. Yeah, they could prioritize this, but that's not what's happening. And I would say a number of districts do have on their schedules to take, as they're upgrading their playground equipment, they're incorporating pieces in. I do feel like this is the exact thing that we would use this money for. We're ending the year in July with significant funding in this particular the federal mineral lease area. We've gone a whole year. And I think we've had maybe one project. It's meant to be innovative. It's meant to be something that benefits the students across the state. Yeah, we're not going to be able to provide it for all students, but we will be able to provide. The research is out there, but it's still not happening. This could lead into asking for, especially as we're doing special education. I think there's other asks for special education. This would, I see this as a piece or a part of that. To help with our students. And, you never know when a student's going to come that's going to need specialized equipment or a way to access the playground without all the structure. And we shouldn't wait till they come and then say, well, let's earn money, because that takes 2-3 years down the road, and that student often has moved on to the next school. So I do think I would encourage us to take advantage of ULEAD, who is our education research arm within the education realm, and have them assist with this and to move this forward. So thank you.
Member Hall?
Oh, sorry. I just want to say I think this is a great opportunity for us to be able to use this FML funds. Some of the research has already been done at the school. She increased recess by 15 minutes. This last year and tracked all the data for that, and it's pretty phenomenal, the results that came out. The two things that stand out to me the most is that she had over 100 less behavioral incidents over the year, and they went from being 36th in the district in reading to 6th. Now, I don't know if you can, attribute all of it to that, but I think it definitely played a major role in those stats and in those things that happened in that school. So this is homegrown research. Which I think is awesome. Like, it meant so much more for me to hear that from a homegrown school than it did to read a big research paper on seeing, the increase in the effects and the impact on recess. So now we have an opportunity to be able to come along with this and see how all abilities playgrounds can impact the school too as well, locally, right? Homegrown research. And so I think having the opportunity to be able to do that, we talk about inclusion. There's no better place than on the playground to be able to see inclusion with all students of every color, of every health background, all those different things coming together, play together, see what that research looks like in increasing student outcomes. So I think we have a tremendous opportunity because it'll be homegrown data that we gather here, and it will allow us as a state board to be able to give guidance to the state as they get ready to build new buildings or maybe upgrade their playground. Maybe this is the direction that they want to go to as well. So I hope that as a board we can see the value in that, the value add, as Scott would say, along the way, and maybe take advantage of this opportunity. I wanted to give Scott an opportunity to be able to speak to it as well, if you would, Scott. Just kind of maybe share your thoughts and opinions on what you think about this FML grant.
Scott, go ahead.
Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Scott Jones. So I appreciate the opportunity to do this. My first question, though, or concern is if whoever's driving could pull up the actual research doc or the actual proposal. This process is a good learning experience for staff because should there ever be, proposals for research, development, or experimentation, this did appear to us to be maybe not as robust as it should be. I don't disagree with the attorney's opinion of it, that there is risk there. I don't think, she can speak for herself, but she's not saying don't do it. But there's risk here. I see that as well. But the other piece to this too is that as you look through this, they do reference the other research that has been done, and I think we would be remiss if we didn't also consider, because as staff, we're not here to unduly influence you or take sides or anything like that, but to duly inform you that if your concern is with research too, then please consider experimentation. That this would allow the opportunity for. And yes, it's isolated to one particular school, but to experience and experiment on that to support or substantiate that prior research was accurate or done, or that by way of experimentation that, we found some other benefits, but there also could be some drawbacks or considerations that could be that could be shared from your level in a general sense, not to specify or to say you shall do this or you shall use this or this is the jungle gym that you shall build going forward. That is really from the training that we received on federal mineral lease, is that you as the board have $1 million in that fund to experiment with, to try to do those types of things too. And I do understand the concern about precedents and those things too. I see that as well, but we can put notice on, hey, we're not going to buy playground equipment for you unless it's in the interest of researching and developing something, and it could be jointly done with ULEAD, because that was also going back to my experience when we were first standing up ULEAD. There was a lot of discussion about ULEAD using FML money to do research and development, to see best practices and those types of things too. So I think this might go into there. If it helps, I would recommend taking the risk, right? And then you can blame me if an audit comes out, okay? So it's $120,000. I don't want to spend money just to spend money, but it is there for you as the board at your discretion to provide to that. So if not this, then what, right? Then do it. Just please consider that. Not, obviously staff would always support what the direction of the board is. We value your opinions. You're our elected officials. You're our leaders. And, we're here to try to help you to make an informed decision on what you want to do and the way ahead, how you want to go. So.
Okay. I've got Member Davis.
Yeah, I also weighed quite heavily the risks, because we don't want our money to be clawed back once we've spent it. That's concerning. The piece that has pushed me a step into this direction is that as a parent, we as just parents, led by one amazing parent with a child in a wheelchair, did this work to try to get this playground equipment on our playground, and it was really hard. And I'm hoping, based on the research plans that we've seen so far, and I think it would be wise for ULEAD to help, and I don't know if that requires another motion or what, to help with some of these research procedures, but I'm hoping that the difference with this research will be sort of a step-by-step. Here's where we started. Here's how we went through the process. Here are some things that worked and didn't work. And that could be ultimately, at the minimum, the process shared with other schools who are building new schools, or maybe even used someday as a policy lever or a funding lever, so that some funding is provided when a new school is built to automatically include some of this playground equipment for all abilities playgrounds to exist in our new schools. That's kind of what pushed me into that space. I'm assuming that the Attorney General's, this is based on the opinion, the motion's based on the opinion, we have the opinion now, so we need to decide. I'm assuming that the research proposal was read and our assistant attorney generals felt it may not be robust enough and will need some additional work. And I am assuming that is going to happen, that maybe we need to add that into this motion and amend it to say contingent upon, instead of a formal legal opinion at the June board meeting, contingent upon a formal legal opinion on the robustness of the plan. And if the plan is there, we move forward. I don't think it needs to come back to the board, but I feel like if there's an okay nod from our legal opinion, then it should move forward. So I'm going to amend this to say contingent upon contingent upon the legal opinion of our assistant attorney generals approving the robustness of the research. So it would take out presentation of a formal legal opinion at the June board meeting and replace it with maybe contingent upon a formal legal opinion of our assistant attorney generals approval of the robustness of the plan. Is that an appropriate piece to add to the motion or no? I see some shaking head by Deputy Jones, so maybe I cannot add that as an amendment.
Let's
Chair?
get Laura on here. She's got to go ahead.
I was going to say, I can certainly tell you whether or not I believe that it's sufficiently robust, but I don't have the special credentials it would take to tell you whether or not it's legitimate. I can certainly get with whoever I need to and explain the areas that I saw that were weak, but I don't think that I can say with any legal certainty that, yes, the people that are going to review this will absolutely accept it or not. So that's a little outside of our
Might
brief
I
here.
ask a question directly through the chair?
Yeah, we have a weird motion thing happen. Not the motion is weird,
Yeah,
but we're kind of.
I may need to withdraw, and I don't think that had a second. So my question is, who would be the appropriate specialized body? Would that be ULEAD because they're hired directly for data and research? Or would that be the superintendent? Chair, might we get someone to answer that question? Do we have an expert of that nature that we could replace instead of the assistant attorney general? What's that?
We're getting some wheels
I
turning.
don't know. I think maybe, well, ULEAD's hired specifically to do research and assessment.
I heard an acronym LRGC. Is that a thing? Molly?
I guess I'm going to weigh in. I think we're talking about what's in code, correct? An interpretation of what's in code?
No, we're asking who on our staff can give an expert opinion on the robustness of a research plan. Any research plan. Who could give an opinion on the robustness of any research plan?
I think the question is more, would our research plan, no matter how robust it is, pass the muster of LRGC? Because, I mean, we can put together a research plan and say it's a robust research plan. We can meet, I mean, that we clearly have on staff. Whether or not the next level determined that they're as good as it's going to get. I think you'll be, I think as long as we have, I mean, yes, I see what your question is. We can make sure on staff, you lead, Director Bruff, our data and statistics team can make sure that we have a robust project plan. However, any project. I mean, at the end of the day, it's whether or not that research is seen as research when it hits whoever determines whether it meets the definition of code. And while the AAGs can give their opinion, there can be other interpreters of code that could say, well, we read the code differently. So yes, we can make sure that there's a robust research plan that meets the criteria of research plan. But at the end of the day, somebody else decides whether or not code is interpreted correctly. Does that make sense?
Chair, may I? So I'll ask Member Hall to decide what, I'm speaking for him too much, but so what I'm hearing is the amendment needs to not be what I made. It needs to be, the motion instead would read that the board approves the use of $120,000 of federal mineral lease funding for this project and work cooperatively with the superintendent on a robust research plan.
Absolutely. It's somewhat of an existential question, right? How do we interpret code?
Sure.
At the end of the day, there's no guarantees when you're talking
Understood,
about
there's
code.
no guarantees, but this would direct staff to help work on a robust, according to our definition, research plan.
We will ensure that the research plan that is put forth is something that we would put all of our names on as people that earned doctorates.
May I make that amendment, Chair?
Yep.
So it actually would be a substitute motion. That the board approves the use of $120,000 of federal mineral lease money, FML, funding for this project. What did I just say? With the understanding that the superintendent will work cooperatively on a robust research plan. And I'll speak momentarily to it.
Let's make sure we have it clear on the board before we open it up.
Okay. And Cole was the second, right? Yeah. Chair Kelly.
The screens in front of you are struggling. Jerry is working on it still, but for now we'll have to use the others.
Research plan instead of project. Might I speak briefly?
Yep, let me make sure. Let's put this on the floor here. The motion is that the board approve the use of $120,000 of federal mineral lease, FML, funding for this project with the understanding that the superintendent will work cooperatively on a robust research plan. That's the motion, Member Davis. And you second that, Member Kelly? Okay, Member Davis.
I'll just speak briefly to say it is understood that the term robust is subjective. And while we as our staff may think it's robust, others legally may not. And that's the risk that we would need to take in this. I'm willing to move forward for the reasons that I stated prior. Thank you.
Okay. I've got a long list of individuals who want to comment. I want to remind the board that our adjournment time is 7 p.m. We are 1 hour behind schedule. So keep that in mind as you're making your comments. I know. So we've got Member Kelly, Member Green, Member Wood, Member Carey, Member Lear. Good on you, Member Earl. Okay, Member Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to recognize the concern of Vice Chair Bollinger, and I shared many of those sentiments in terms of, is this the role of the board? But I also, look at what our role is as board members, and I think that this is a good example of Board Member Hall listening to his constituents, meeting with his schools, reaching out to the members of his community, listening to their needs, and finding a way to represent his constituents, and I think it's appropriate use of this money, and I would say that I'm not seeing other proposals from other board members concerning FML money and research and development. And so I think that Board Member Hall's initiative in this and his legwork on this project, I think, is the reason why I will be voting yes on this motion, because I think that as a board member Hall has represented his constituents well.
Member Green?
Just a couple things. The main thing that I would like to understand is actually where Member Davis was coming from as well. I'm just wondering, is the goal of doing this to understand how to make an all abilities playground kind of blueprint moving forward for new builds or new installs statewide? That's the goal here. And so the next thing, having just worked kind of on the outskirts of installing a playground, there are insane regulations that exist already. Obviously, we want to be logical and reasonable and also safe as we develop this. I do. No, we're good. I do appreciate, the All Abilities playgrounds. We had an update to one of our local parks where they had that as part of there. And I will say, having a sister that is handicapped and 30 years old, and I had my little baby kids running around, we were all happy. So I definitely see the benefit of utilizing that. I just want to make sure, though, that I don't know whoever we've tried to understand this. I need to understand who tracks this and how we track, and that our goals of what we're tracking are very clear, and that can translate into what an all abilities playground looks for. The only other concern I have, which makes me hesitant, is new products are invented daily. It's called the free market. So anybody can move forward with the latest and greatest new project and come back for monies like this. So, I wouldn't want to see a trend in schools asking for this and through this vein, because I don't know that we could sustain that. So I don't know if we've talked about that, and yeah, so those would just be my concerns. And do we have a timeline on when we think that this would be coming back to us?
Are these questions to Member Hall? Member Hall, you want to answer the questions there?
I do. Thank you so much. And as far as the preparation goes for the playground, all that stuff's already been in the works. I think you probably saw in the proposal that $30,000 has been raised locally by the district already, so they do have some skin in the game on this too as well. But as far as the plans go to develop, it'll take 4 weeks to build. It'll all be contingent on really what happens here. I would love to see it up in the fall if we can get everything approved with the research plan. I would like to see it up and ready to go for the fall so we can track that whole year, continuing to track the information too that she's putting together on the extended time for recess as well. So having those things combined together to see how it strengthens student outcomes. But if in the backup, there's a lot of behavioral referral tracking, attendance monitoring, recess participation observation, cadence reading, growth, and data. They're going to track some of the same things they've done with the 15-minute increase in Davis right now. So right now they have the director of the Davis Education Foundation helping to participate in this, special education facilitator for Davis District participating and tracking the data, and also the Davis School District Elementary Director participating and tracking the data too as well.
Follow up, go ahead.
Who oversees the playground regulations? Like we're talking about, like you have to be a certain amount of feet from each toy, and
right. I
depending.
think probably the principal, Megan Fairborn, I would guess, and then whoever else they have working on. Oh, you mean the regulations when they put it together?
Yeah, like the actual install of
It
the.
has to go through Davis District. This doesn't go directly to the school. This all flows through Davis District. So everything for the proposal for the play set has all been done through Davis District. I have an entire plan if you want to see that, from deconstruction to digging up the ground to putting doing all the different things they need to do to install. So all those regulations are met. All the ADA regulations are met too as well.
And they're using a construction company.
Using a construction company, yeah. It's a Davis-approved construction company that they use, yeah.
Okay, next I've got Member Wood.
Thank you, Chair. Just through you to Member Hall, what role is the Davis School Board taken in this? As they will be having to maintenance further.
No direct role. I've been working with the superintendent, assistant superintendent, and the staff there at Davis to continue to move this forward. So no specific role, the board, but yeah.
I've got Member Earl.
Yeah, and I just as I'm listening, once again, as I reached out to some schools, and maybe this is the way I envision it, is that as we get this information back, kind of like the rural schools, sports facilities, I can see a grant type of a situation there where people can apply for this. I just know as I called schools, every one of them, there was one that said we're trying to lean into this already with all of our playgrounds, which is great, or that type of thing. But every one of them said, we would love this. They said, when you get to the end of the money stretch, at the end of the, budget building, this isn't the first thing on their list. And it may be there, but it's not something that they're like, well, that's a wish list. But yet we know that students being able to engage and that inclusion piece, whether it's a structured inclusion on the playground or they just go out and play. And that's the ideal thing, right? Students engaging with students, but being able to do that is where I see this happening. Anyways, like I said, when I called schools, and districts, they said we would love something like this where there is a grant program. And like I said, going into next year, if we've got some solid information coming from Utah, and we can say, please, this is a good way to go, and helping with that. It's just hard to do it outside of it. And another thing, one of the schools said they looked for grants and to help them with this, and it just was hard to come by. So,
Member Lear.
One of my questions was answered about a match, and I really appreciate hearing that the school is invested in it personally. We keep seeing emails about additional legal issues. I wonder if we've heard all of the legal issues or if these are newer ones that AAG Cooper didn't get to yet. Is that an appropriate question to ask you or her?
You're welcome to ask AG Cooper. Thank you.
Sorry, the additional legal issue is actually the other formal legal issue that you asked for an opinion on, so it's not related to the playground equipment.
Okay, thanks. I didn't know. I couldn't listen and read the memo at the same time, so thanks.
I'm having the same problem.
Thank you very much. I also, my concern is, and this motion moves me 20%, maybe more in the direction of thinking this is a good idea. But I'm concerned also hearing that we're going to get more research, and we're going to hear it from our specialists at the USBE, but we're going to move ahead anyway. And I feel like if this is more than window dressing, if the additional research that shores up this project is legitimate, then we wait till we get it and not tell Davis School District, yes, the board voted yes, so that it's our expectations are not, their expectations are appropriate. So I also would feel better that we don't rush to get this. And I hear what you're saying about bureaucracy, and yes, it would be wonderful for the new school year. But if this research means anything, then it shouldn't be final until we see the new research. So that is an additional concern of mine. Thanks.
Member Bollinger, Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. And maybe I can direct this question to Member Hall. I know he's been leading out on this, but districts typically have a process for doing any kind of research within the district. They typically have, and I'm looking at Davis School District, and they have an application process for any outside groups to come and do research proposals or research projects within the district. It goes through their research and accountability department, because they have a process typically where they look at what data is collected, who's involved, is it protecting student privacy data, all those types of things. I'm curious, has this proposal already gone through Davis School District's process through their research and department, and do we have an official approval to do research within Davis School District?
Member Hall.
To the assistant superintendent, we definitely do have permission to do research, but I don't know if it went through their complete process, but this is a great opportunity for us to weigh in on that. I mean, we've already come to the conclusion that we're not going, there needs to be a robust research plan. So if we need to work with Davis, you lead, and our agency, then we can do those things together to create that robust plan before any checks are cut.
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think Member Hall should be commended for taking the steps that he did. As a board, we always talk about inclusion and how important that is. And now we have an opportunity to demonstrate inclusion. We have an opportunity to take a stand and let the state know where we stand on that. And it's disappointing that some of the biggest advocates sometimes for maybe political or cultural inclusion aren't stepping up to the plate on inclusion when it comes to the most vulnerable students at our public schools. So I commend Board Member Hall for taking this position. As it's been expressed, these are discretionary funds that we can spend at the discretion of the board. And I think that we need more innovation, not less. And in terms of risk, if you're looking for a risk-free program, there's no such thing. There'll always be legal risk associated with any program. This apparently is de minimis, and I support the application. Thank you, Chair.
Member Green.
This is to the motion. Does this, the way it's written, I'm not saying that it comes back to us. At what point do or if we see that research plan? Is this ever coming back to us again after this motion?
To the maker of that motion. I don't know if you, Cindy. Let's hold on a second. Let's get a microphone on you so you can.
Sorry, I was addressing the non-microphone comment with a non-microphone comment back. Sorry, Chair.
Member Green asked a question. Yeah. So, well, did you get your answer? I don't know what's happening here. I'm going to be honest with you.
Really
Hold on.
understand what's happening here either, I guess, with the motion. It seems that we're hesitant to move it forward, and we're trying to build a level of accountability and understanding with what we're doing. But as it's written, it seems that if we were to vote this forward, there's not anything that's built in that would report back to us on if a robust research plan was created, approved, and then continued. So I think maybe, I don't know if I could amend it to have it come back in our next board meeting in August. Go ahead, yeah.
Is that an amendment? Are you putting an amendment forth? I don't
Well,
want
I
to.
don't want to, and I don't understand what happens after this if we move it forward. Yes, Member Hall would like to make a suggestion through the chair.
Okay, you're jumping over Member Carey.
Sorry, am I jumping over you? Okay. I was just going to make the suggestion that if we wanted to, we could either have a report monthly in Finance Committee or quarterly in Finance Committee on the research that's being done on this plan. So And that would give us an opportunity to be able to see it, right? It'd probably be in backup, the research plan, and then you just get a quarterly. Right now, she's got it listed as at the 6-month mark and at the 1-year mark. But we can, if we did that, it would allow us to be able to see the plan, right, and backup that's there, and then be updated on a monthly or quarterly basis on what's happening with the research.
Member Green.
Amend this to say we'll work cooperatively on a robust research plan and make an initial report to the board in the August board meeting. Or, yes. Is that fair? Is that legal?
So the amendment, let's keep an eye on it. The amendment, where does that, you're just tagging it onto the end of the motion? So the amendment would add to the end of the motion and make an initial report to the board in the August board meeting. Is that correct? Do we have a second? There's a second to that. Okay, speak to that, Member Green, or?
I just think that we need to, if this is a research program and we are looking to create, say, a blueprint for, you know, some standards for all abilities, because this isn't something that necessarily exists statewide, then I think we probably should be a little bit more involved than just passing this off and saying bye. So I think this might help.
Member Carey to this motion? Go ahead.
I can make it now, but
Go ahead. If it's information, let's just take it.
thank you. So, Chair, at 11:03, about 12 minutes ago, we received an email marked attorney-client privilege, and I just have questions about that. It indicates that this information is being provided due to a request made by the board. I don't remember making that request as a board member. And so one of my questions is, if this was a request made by the board, when did that vote take place? And if not, how was the request formulated and submitted? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Is it regarding this topic, or there's a lot of topics that this could
It
refer
says
to?
question presented regarding the board use of USBE FML discretionary funds for development of playground equipment.
Member Davis or Chair Davis?
Yes, thank you. We had a kind of a split opinion in our committee, and so the committee, moving forward, voted to request that the AAG provide an opinion to the board for use in the full board discussion, and that's where that came from.
So, Chair, I guess a second point of
Follow up.
information.
Go ahead.
Thank you. It says to board members, I would just request that in the future, if it comes from a specific committee, and it's my understanding committees can request and direct the AAG, that instead of addressing it as though the full board made the request, perhaps at least indicate where the request originated from.
I mean, I think that's a fine request. The request was made to send to the full board. I think that's why you're getting it here. But for clarity of where it came from, I don't have a problem with that. AAGs, is there a problem saying, hey, this was moved in committee? Here's the response. Laura?
No, if we're aware of that, quite frankly, I wasn't aware that that's how it came. It showed up on my email and I answered it. So I will make sure that we're much more clear on how the questions originate from here on out so that we don't have that question in the future.
Thank you, Chair.
Appreciate it. Thank you. That brings us back to the motion, which is an amendment by Member Green. We did have a second. She spoke to that. So the amendment is to add to the substitute motion of Member Davis and make an initial report to the board in the August board meeting. Seeing no additional lights, let's go ahead and vote. So that passes unanimously. So the motion before us is now, it will now read that the board approve the use of the $120,000 of federal mineral lease FML funding for this project, with the understanding that the superintendent will work cooperatively on a robust research plan and make an initial report to the board in the August board meeting. Seeing no additional lights, Member Lear, go ahead.
So does this mean that the project proceeds before that August meeting or not?
If I'm understanding correctly, I believe it proceeds and we'll have a follow-up in August.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. With that, let's go ahead and vote. This motion passes 9 in favor, 5 opposed. Those opposed are Member Hymas, Member Lear, Member Wood, Member Reel, and Member Bollinger. Back to you, Chair Davis.
Okay. 3.5, the request has been withdrawn from the sponsoring board member. On item 3.6, there is a motion. I'll read the motion that came out of committee, but then I have a substitute motion. There's a motion that came out of committee that the board seeks a legislative change to create an additional special education formula to add 1.5 WPUs per SPED admin per SPED ADM for LEAs with schools with more than 70% special education ADM, which means average daily membership. I just lost my okay.
Let's put that on the floor, then we'll get to a substitute.
Okay.
So the motion that came out of committee is that the board seeks a legislative change to create an additional SPED formula to add 1.5 WPUs per SPED ADM for LEAs for schools with more than 70% SPED ADM. Chair Davis, you have a substitute?
Yes, thank you. The substitute is that the board work with the legislature to address the issues related to special education funding raised by LEAs and schools with unusually high rates of special education students, parenthin, e.g. greater than 70%. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me restate the motion. It has been seconded, but the motion is that the board seeks a legislative change to address the special education funding issue raised by LEAs and schools with unusually high rates of special education students, e.g. greater than 70%. Chair Davis.
Yes, just briefly by way of background, you all are already aware through the chair that we've had a funding issue with Spectrum Academy that we've been trying to work on for quite some time now. Then also other LEAs have said they have concerns about special education funding as well. We have been, or at least I have been working with our finance department, and Chair Hymas joined the last meeting with the Legislative Fiscal Analyst's office and meeting with them as well and a variety of stakeholders to try to get to what right looks like for funding for schools of this nature that have a high preponderance of students on an IEP in the school. And then also the conversation has looked more broadly as well. So that's the history of where this is right now.
Okay. Vice Chair Ballinger.
Thank you, Chair. I do appreciate the motion. I just have a clarifying question through you, Chair, to the maker of the motion, if I may. Just wondering, as a board last legislative session, we made a request to address this, and I know that Representative Miller had been working on something to look at the funding and specifically maybe looking at like the self-contained funding. This example you have of the greater than 70% is a population of students, but would this also include that self-contained funding for those schools that have students with those high needs and making sure that we're addressing those special education funding issues?
Chair Davis, hit your button again.
May I just clarify, when you said we voted for this last year, it wasn't specific to the schools that had 70% or greater. What we voted for last year to seek was self-contained, a look at self-contained funding. So I would say in this motion, the word "and" makes this not only specific to schools with a high preponderance of students with IEPs, but subject to all of special education funding and looking at how that's done and certainly the concerns that have been brought forward, many have been about self-contained funding. So we could pass this as it is now and really focus in on these schools with a preponderance of 70%, and then as a next step or as part of the conversation or longer term rollout, look at the self-contained funding. Or we can also make another policy request during the policy request time to specifically hit self-contained funding. So but I do think the word "and" is inclusive of that. But it's how the board wants to proceed.
Okay, I will restate the motion and we will vote. So the motion before us is that the board seeks a legislative change to address the special education funding issue raised by LEAs and schools with unusually high rates of special education students, e.g. greater than 70%. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously. Back to you, Chair Davis.
Thank you. Item 3.7 is because the legislature addressed most of this last session. So the motion for the board is that the board suspend the property tax working group created by board motion on November 6, 2025.
Thank you. So the motion before the board is that the board suspend the property tax working group created by board motion November 6th, 2025. It's been seconded, which is not necessary, but just tells you, remember, the passion behind that. Yeah. Seeing no additional vote or lights, let's go ahead and vote.
That we're not going to do the property tax working group.
That passes unanimously, or I'm sorry, one abstention. It has 13 yes votes, one abstention from Member Green. Back to you, Chair Davis.
Thank you. Item 3.8, mental health screeners amendment. The motion is that the board approves R277-625 mental health screeners draft 2 on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board approve R277-625 mental health screeners draft 2 on second and final reading. Member Earl?
Can we really kind of look at this and just, this is one of those programs where I'm like, is this benefiting all students? I'm just, as we're doing that deeper dive, what is this money doing? When you actually look at the screeners that you can go to our site and look at the questionnaires. Are they mass giving this out to students? I guess every district's a little different. I really wonder about this program. So I'm just saying that in general as we're adding things to the list to do a deeper dive on. This would be one of those, just really what are the benefits to it? And maybe there are. But that's my question. And the last item, at the end of this thing, can I share just something? I forgot to add it to the last item when we had it on. I wasn't on there. No, at the end of finance. So
At the end of the finance report?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just to make sure you throw your light on, we'll call on you. Let me ask this, was that your previous question, is that directed towards somebody or is that just thrown out there for people
I'm
to
just
hear?
throwing it out.
Okay. Well, with that, then I'm going to restate the motion. Oh, Member Green?
I think my concern, maybe to Member Earl's concerns, and I don't know if it's the same area, is to section lines 140 through 152. I'm wondering what it means that, or how the dynamics shift. And I don't know if staff can help me with this question. Member Earl, I don't know if this is something that you were concerned about as well, but where the superintendent shall determine a participating LEA's needs by considering the LEA's ability to support and provide mental health services for students, including, and then it has a long list there. Does that imply that if they don't have mental health services, does that include counseling of all different types and natures? I know that we have something coming forward with a federal grant receiving monies for the health and well-being of students. I'm just wondering how that all kind of ties together again, but it implies to me that if they don't have, robust mental health services within the LEA, that will be required. Am I understanding that correctly? I don't know if somebody on the committee could answer that.
Did you want to, you have a response, Chair Davis?
I might need to phone a friend, but I think this is just about the screeners from Representative Elison's code. Yes, I'm seeing lots of yes nods. So I think I'm remembering that correctly. And I don't think they're mandatory either. I think they're optional for the LEA. They're optional.
Member Green, follow up.
Yeah, could you share the code with me? Do you have that by chance? It's probably in the notes.
Here. Let me see. It is 53E-3-401, parenthesis 4, and 53F-2-522.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's see here. Seeing no additional lights, let's go ahead and restate the motion before us, and that is that the board approve R277-625 Mental Health Screeners Draft 2 on second and final reading. Let's go ahead and vote. So I need one more vote. Okay, that fails. 7 in favor, 7 opposed. Those opposed being Member Carey, Member Longacre, Member Kelly, Member Hall, Member Brenton, Member Green, and Member Earl. Staff, I'm not sure what to do with that. If I get called up into admin rules, do I get to take all these names and say, hey, these are the people who don't want your rules, right? I mean, this is law, and we've had debates on here many times about law, and this is one of those interesting times where we're just saying no. So I'm not sure what that does for staff or LEAs, what that looks like, but again, that motion fails. So back to you, Chair Davis. Oh, Member Carey.
Point of information, who is the prevailing party when there's a tie vote? So the prevailing party would be those who voted yes or no in that last vote?
No.
Those who voted no. Thank you,
Yeah.
Chair.
Thank you. Chair Davis, go ahead.
Can we hear from staff what the impact is of not passing this motion? What's going to happen with the boots on the ground? Does it just default to the code, or does the code? Well, it defaults to the code, right?
No, the rule's already in place.
The
So
old
whatever
rule.
the old rule is what's still.
So it's not updated to current law then? That's the impact.
Staff, I'm not sure if you guys want to answer that. Yeah, I mean, essentially, yes, we have a rule that's outdated. We're saying, no, we don't want to update it to meet the law. We want to just.
So we'll just
continue
add
on.
confusion to the field. Thank you. No, I'm not saying I agree or I disagree with the vote. There are a lot of things I vote for that I don't agree with because it's in code and we got to add clarity to the field. Okay, thank you. Next, we are on item 3.10. Motion for the board that the board approve R277-911. Oh, whoop, we did, sorry. The motion for the board on 3.9 is that the board repeal R277-916, college and career awareness, on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board repeal R277-916, college and career awareness, on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's go ahead and vote. That passes 13 in favor, 1 opposed, that coming from member Carey. Back to you, Chair Davis.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you. Item 3.10. The motion for the board is that the board approve R277-911, secondary career and technical education draft 1, on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board approve R277-911, secondary career and technical education, draft 1, on second and final reading. Member Lear?
I had a question that I'd asked Chair Davis earlier this week, and she partially answered it, but I was looking for a more, a sort of a more, a stronger, deeper question, and that was, why in this rule is there a differentiation between charter schools and traditional schools? And I just wondered if somebody in the FTE, in the CTE field, sorry, getting my acronyms mixed up, in the CTE field could tell me the reason, not just that the distinction is laid out in the rule, but why that distinction. So I would leave it to you to see who's the most appropriate person.
Molly, do you have an idea of I don't see any staff running to the table. Oh. Are there no, pull that chair, yeah, grab that chair.
Running is a big word. Talia Longhurst, Director of Career and Technical Education. To answer the question, that is a historical use of language. We agree that it needs to change. In the areas where it does need to change, that will be part of the work group that you're going to hear about later from Standards and Assessment Committee, part of the changes that will come forward in the work later this fall. So we agree that that needs to be changed.
So
and
to be
that's part
clear,
of it.
you're putting together a group of stakeholders to actually discuss this,
Not just that piece, but that will be a
but the
small
whole
part of
bigger
it.
piece,
Correct.
so that all stakeholders can weigh in and you can have a common understanding.
Yeah, the changes that you see in this rule today are the ones that are required from recent legislative changes. We wanted to get
Thank
that
you.
done, finished on the book, so it's ready to go July 1, and then there'll be additional changes coming.
I had I had two more questions, and one of them now does not make sense to me, so I won't ask that one. But may I ask one more question? Well, and maybe to Leah, let me look again at the lines. On lines 458 through 467. Let's see if it makes sense to me now. Respect to provision listed. I think I will just ask this in a more general way. Why were you crossing out, why are you deleting career awareness for use of these funds? And also no longer using it for school counseling, if that's
Chair.
okay.
Because those are the changes that were made, some of the changes that were made by the legislature.
Okay.
They removed the carve-outs for college and career awareness, and
And
they
for
moved school
counseling.
counseling funding over into its own line.
Thank you, and that speaks to, I could have read that carefully myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the motion before us is that the board approve R277-911 Secondary Career and Technical Education Draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's vote. That passes unanimously with 2 absent. So, Joanne, are you throwing a vote on here? Or you? All right. It's going to pass unanimously with 1 absent in just about 10 seconds. Or I shouldn't say, I'm telling you how, okay, we're good. Now it's unanimous. Okay. Thank you. Back to you, Chair Davis.
Thank you. Item 3.11, R277-407, School Fees Amendment and Continuation. The motion is that the board continue and approve R277-407, School Fees Draft 1 on second and final reading. However, we were working on some alternate language.
If I can address that, that's the one that we asked for additional time on, because in the course of reviewing everything, we found that the new legislation is in violation of the permanent injunction from the 1994 case Doe v. USBE. So we're trying to figure out if we can square what the legislature has done with what that case law requires. And if not, then figure out what the best way forward to advise you is at that time.
Chair, may I ask a question about time availability?
Yeah.
Through you.
Are you asking, are you looking to see if we can table this or not?
I'm looking to see if we can either bring it back to full board in a month or if we have time to have it go back to committee, because there are a couple of issues, and I've been working with the representative bill sponsor to try to get the legislative intent right as well. But I don't know if we have time with the timeliness of this.
Who would address, would that be a
Staff.
Scott question?
Do we have time for 2 months, or do we have to have this back in 1 month to full board? Can it go back to committee?
Well, 2 months, yeah. Yeah, okay. No, that's fine. So, Chair, to answer the question, it is a timing issue because of the mandate on the LEAs to provide public notice on their fee schedules. So, yeah.
So do we have time to bring it back to full board? Do we have 1 month to come back to full board with some amendments?
The short answer is no. We really need this done today.
What is that?
Messing with the timeline on the LEAs. So if you want not to do that, then we should do it today. So.
May I ask a follow-up question? Did we get any alternative language for the 4 lines, the trip lines?
No. No.
Yes. Thumbs up.
We're getting 3 different things. I need to put Laura and Scott in a ring and see who emerges.
No, I don't mean it that way. I really don't. But since you don't meet in July, it it's difficult to, on one hand, expect that the LEAs will meet their timelines, and then, you know, so the intent was that we do it. Now, we can work this out here today. Elise, being very well prepared, as she always is, has motions that you can make so that we can get at least it out there too. I mean, we can still work with the legal aspects of it and bring it back for that, but I mean, that's what I'd
Seeing
recommend
a
is you
shaking
just
head, but Chair, would it be possible to put this on tomorrow, postpone this to tomorrow afternoon?
put that in the rule.
You can make whatever motion you'd like. We have a point of information as you're coming up with a motion, or if you want to hear from Elisa if she has some motions, but we'll pause for a point of information if that's okay. Member Carey?
Yeah, go ahead. I'd like to hear Member Carey.
Yeah, so Chair, you're the only one. Thank you, Cindy. So, Chair, my question would be with the, I'm inclined to support Board Member Davis's motion, but by pushing it off one day, is that going to be enough time for council to give us a better informed opinion? If the answer is no, I don't know the efficacy of doing that. That would be my point of information. Thank you.
Back to you, Chair Davis.
Yeah, I would say in the answer of the code conflicting with the permanent injunction, I just don't think so unless we reference the permanent injunction in the rule to cover ourselves if there, because of this conflict between the injunction and the code. It's a problem that we can't fix in the rule. But there are some pieces of clarity that I think we can adjust with language that I've been working with the representative on that I think, but now I think we maybe should wait till tomorrow to see if we missed any other things.
So there's a phantom motion that has been seconded.
I would make a substitute motion that we postpone this meeting to tomorrow afternoon. This agenda item to the meeting. This agenda item to the meeting. Sorry to get everyone's hopes up.
Yeah, you have 14 seconds. So, okay. So
This agenda item to the meeting tomorrow afternoon.
And let me just clarify. Sometimes we have additional, we built in the spot. We've done that, and that is still on the agenda. Additional board items. So that is in order. The motion is that the board move agenda item 3.11 to tomorrow's overflow for unfinished business. Is that
Thank
your
you.
motion?
Yes, sir.
It's been
Thank
seconded. You still second that? Okay. Is there any opposition to this? Seeing no opposition, let's call that unanimous, and Chair Davis will go back to you.
Okay. Thank you. We are on item 3.12, funding for at-risk students and students learning English. Amendment. The motion is that the board approve R277-632, funding for at-risk students and students learning English, draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay. The motion is that the board approve R277-632, funding for at-risk students and students learning English, draft 1 on second and final reading. I've got Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions that have been brought up by some LEAs in the area that I cover. First is on line 42, when it talks about that the local board has to have a report of intervention effectiveness related to the LEA's use of funds. I'm curious to know what that means specifically. Does that just mean that districts can provide their own intervention data based off of what they're doing in their district, or is that going to be prescribed? Just wondering if I can get some clarity on that through the chair.
Please. Who's that to? Who's that to?
I think it's to staff.
Scott, are you searching a personality? What's going on back there?
Sir, we need Dr. Estrada. She was in here earlier, so she would be the most qualified to answer that particular question. She's here, so we're just trying to find her. So,
We'll move on to another question from Member Bollinger, if that's okay.
Yeah, and maybe this would probably be directed to staff as well. The other concern that I have, I wanted to get some clarification on, is on lines 62 and 63, that it says that the LEA has no carry forward from the LEA's at-risk add-on funding for the preceding or the 3 preceding years. And my question on that is, does that mean they have to have $0 and 0 cents? Because to spend down an account to an exact $0 at every single school within an LEA, I think is just unrealistic.
Sam, are you taking this one?
Yeah,
please.
If I may, Chair. Sam Uri, School Finance Director. This provision has been in the rule. It does mean that. It means that the LEA is demonstrating that they're using every available resource in this particular line item, at-risk add-on, towards the, towards at-risk students, however the LEA defines that, and that's meant to demonstrate financial need. The code gives us direction to only fund LEAs that demonstrate substantial financial need, and this was the board's prior decision to require no carryover at-risk add-on funds. I will say that the use cases for at-risk add-on funds are fairly flexible. Again, LEAs can define what an at-risk student, a student at risk of academic failure means to their specific LEA, and then they can then use those funds to for various interventions for all of those qualifying students. We do feel that this is a fairly reasonable request, but if the board wants to make adjustments, we could certainly remove that provision.
Thank you for the answer. My question would be, how many of our current LEAs have would actually meet this criteria that have had no carryover for the last 3 years?
I would need just a few minutes to look that up. Unfortunately, I don't know that off the top of my head, but I do know that for special ed. But anyway, that's an aside. I would say I know there are some that do have carryover, but there are many LEAs that have no carryover.
So just to clarify though, so if there was an LEA that met the requirement and had an influx of students that would meet their criteria, if let's say that with their at-risk funds, they split up their at-risk funds at the local schools, and there's one school that doesn't spend theirs, that would preclude then the whole LEA from participating in this.
So at-risk add-on funds are not allocated at the school level by USBE. They are purely on the count of ELL students and economically disadvantaged students. LEAs typically would not have just one school that's limiting them from completely allocating their at-risk add-on funds. That would be a very rare case, in my opinion.
If I may follow up. And I think this is a concern that was brought up, like I said, by our district in my area, because to spend out all of the funds, they want to use it responsibly. And to your point is, it's not necessarily to one school all the time, but they often share and allow some schools to have some local decision on that. But so my concern about this is that it just leaves zero room for any error, even if you had 10 cents left over. And if somebody was allocating money for, let's say, a staff member and the number of hours they're working was off by even 1 hour, it could then preclude a whole LEA from this because just the way that the finance works in a school system. So my question, I guess, to demonstrate a need, is there a way we could be a little bit more flexible with this where it has not the word no carryover? It could be less than a certain percentage. I mean, I understand that we don't want to be giving these funds to districts that have plenty of money to cover this need. So I want to be respectful of that and the interpretation of it. But I also have been asked specifically to make sure that this is not the wording that's in this.
Chair, if I may, I believe a 5% threshold would be reasonable if that's the will of the board. as well. It would demonstrate that the LEA is using 95% of the funds they've been allocated in a given year. So 5% would be reasonable.
Okay, I appreciate that. With that, I would like to make a motion that we amend line 62 to read that the LEA has less than 5% carry forward from the LEA's at risk.
Okay, let's keep an eye on the screen, make sure that your motion is captured here, and then we'll seek a second.
Yes, thank you.
So the motion is to amend line 62 to read that an LEA has less than 5% carry forward. Simple as that, right? Strike current line 62 and 63.
Well,
and then
yes.
include, so this would be paren 2 or paren double I, your motion. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank
Okay.
you.
Do we have a second? There's a second. Back to you if you want to speak to that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just worry about the finances of a school and an LEA level is so complicated that if there's just like people try to make a plan to spend all their money, but things happen and it could be one employee not working 1 hour that then precludes our LEA from getting all of this funding, and that would really be just kind of a barrier and a red tape type of a thing, and really doesn't go with the intent of this code. I also have had a chance to talk to Representative Perucci about the bill specifically, and the intent is to make sure we're getting the needs, but not putting in some red tape at the state level that we don't mean to. So I think it just was an unintended consequence of when this was written previously. So I appreciate that, your time.
Thank you. Member Green?
Okay, my question's actually not to this motion, so I'll wait.
Okay, we'll put you back in the queue. Member Davis? You're just seconding that. Perfect. Member Carey?
Thank you, Chair. I have a question. So I understand the concern that we don't want to cause issues for that LEA that has 10 cents or $1.50 in their account. My question is, though, with 5%, what would the potential range of balances be in that 5% carry forward? Are we looking at thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars? Like, what is I don't want to go from one extreme, meaning we're going to impose this harsh penalty if you're $1.50, in the budget, to, well, it's okay if you have $900,000 in your budget at the end of the day. Is there someone who could address that? Thank you, Chair.
And also, I want to be that school that has 900,000 as 5%. Get me, yeah. Can we?
That's
Scott,
only districts. Charters don't have that privilege. So,
staff, any thoughts on that? Just take a second. Okay.
Chair Carey, based on our current largest district, Alpine School District, which as you know is splitting, but 5% of their carryover balance would be about $500,000. That would be the largest. For most LEAs, it would be less than $200,000.
Okay, so the amendment is to, on line 62 and 63, we're going to replace double I to read that the LEA has less than 5% carry forward from the LEA's at-risk add-on funding for the 3 preceding years. That doesn't sound, go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, when I made that motion, it was to just have the less than 5% carry forward, not over the 3 preceding years. Just to replace that that the LEA has less than 5% carry forward from the LEA's at-risk add-on.
So the motion before us is that the board amend lines 62 to 63 to strike no carry forward and replace with less than 5% carry forward and strike for the 3 preceding years. That's the motion. Seeing no lights, let's go ahead and vote. That passes 13 in favor, 1 abstention, the abstention from member Carey. That brings us to our underlying motion. I know you had a question, member or Vice Chair Bollinger. Did we get somebody who can respond to that? Who are we looking for? I can't remember. Scott, go ahead.
Well, sir, this is just part of the process. We need more time to answer Board Member Bollinger's first question, right? So we thought Dr. Estrada was here. She's not. So we need some time to consult with her to get that answer. Is that acceptable or amenable for decision-making purposes? We just don't have it right now.
Yeah, if I may, Chair. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're not mandating a specific piece. And so if there's some flexibility for districts to demonstrate their effectiveness based off of their own factors, I imagine that, I mean, that's really what I just wanted clarification on. And maybe just on public record, just want to put that I don't think that we should mandate specific outcomes for each LEA. And I think that should be, because we're also talking about LEA's local board, where I just want to make sure we're providing flexibility for local boards to make those decisions.
Sure, and I think so, but we really need the expertise to help us answer that question. So we need time, sir. So.
Thank you. If it does pass, we can bring it back if we go through that process as well. So, okay. Member Green.
So so we're asking for the 3 preceding years to be struck from that. Is there a reason we wouldn't keep that? Could you help me understand that?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that question. And I think that part of that is when you're talking about balancing funds for 3 years, it gets really sticky and there's a lot of layers. And if we're backdating it to 24, 20, or like previous years and districts don't understand what they would need to have to meet this requirement, we may have districts that have an influx of students but because back in 2024, they didn't spend down that money, even though they still don't have it now for several years, they wouldn't qualify for the funds. So I just want to make sure we're not unintentionally taking districts out of access to this funds for current needs because of something that happened 2 or 3 years ago. So it's a current need, this year's students, this year's needs.
Okay, so the motion before us is that the board approve R277-632, funding for at-risk students and students learning English, draft 1 as amended on second and final reading. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Over to you, Chair Davis.
Thank you. Item 3.13, the motion is for the board that the board approve R277-634, grants and scholarships, draft 1 on second and final reading. And it looks like we have an amendment here that needs to be added in. May I make that amendment?
Let's get it officially on the floor, then we'll amend, if that's okay. The motion that came out of committee is that the board approve R277-634 grants and scholarships draft 1 on second and final reading. Back to you, Chair Davis.
Thank you. I move that the board amend R277-634 grants and scholarships draft 1 by adding the words subject to legislative appropriations on line 216 after section 53G-9-216.
Is the motion correct on the screen? There's no line 216 on rule.
This, I think, was added by staff to my chair report after committee, so I'm just asking. There's no line 216. Deputy Jones, does this sound familiar? Or Deputy Newey?
Apologies. It's after the 216 that is on line 61. So look at line 61 at the end of that sentence. So I've amended the motion on the board to reflect that. Apologies.
So, Member Davis, is this the correct motion?
Yes, sir.
So, and this is where's the amendment, or is this a substitute?
That's an amendment.
That the board amend, that's right. That the board amend R277-634 grants and scholarships draft 1 by adding, quote, subject to legislative appropriations, end quote, on line 61 after section 53G-9-216. Okay, is there a second to this motion? There's a second. Do you want to speak to that, Member Davis?
No, sir.
Okay, Member Lear?
Completely different question, but let me call attention to line 59 that says 633 instead of 634
Is this relevant to the motion?
to further confuse me. No, it's not relevant. I'm sorry. Then I'll wait.
Let's take care of this motion
Sorry.
first, and then
Thank
we'll
you.
get back to you.
Apologize.
No worries. So the motion again is that the board amend R277-634 grants and scholarships draft 1 by adding subject to legislative appropriations on line 61 after section 53G-9-216. Seeing no lights, let's vote. And that passes unanimously. That amendment passes unanimously. Now, Member Lear, your question? Is it on the same rule though?
Yes.
Yep,
Yes,
go
it is
ahead.
on the same rule. I was that close.
Okay.
I found this rule kind of confusing because it combines these two issues, but as I went back trying to make sense of this and went back to I think it was Representative Welton's bill that threw in this citizenship information. As I read the bill, which is now, and the issue I'm talking about in the bill is in 53H-11-416. So I'm not trying to confuse or be too tedious. But in that bill, it says the board will set in rule these weights, and the rule is the language is define weights and consideration for the students who would receive these scholarships. And that is not in this rule. And that troubles me because the superintendent, it's laying out that the superintendent shall develop the application, but because it's as the rule writing manual says, it should establish the basic conditions that would affect outside people. And that's just paraphrasing. But the people who are the students, their parents who are applying for this should know what the criteria are. And those should be in a rule, not just in an application, I believe. So that troubled me that those are not in the, and there may be, I kind of lost kind of energy in trying to figure this out, but it feels like there are other elements of that particular statute that need to be provided for the board, for the public in the rule, not just in an application.
Do you mind if we go to Deputy or Elise?
Sure.
Thank you. Elise Newey, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. Yes, we 100% agree with you, Member Lear. There is another portion of this that is in another rule that's coming before standards and assessment today, which is on how educators grade citizenship. And we need to get that nailed down before we can figure out what these specifics for the scholarship will be. So after we get that rule passed, then we will come back and amend the program to reflect the grading practices as they're laid out in other areas, if that makes sense.
The cart before the horse.
A little bit, yes, but we're trying to meet legislative intent and our deadlines while still trying to roll out a coherent program.
So just to further clarify, if that's okay, Chair, I'm assuming it is, that then there, all of the elements that it says the board will must decide will be in the rule.
They will, yeah.
And will they come back to this rule, or will there be a second rule that will? It just seems a really confusing way to make the public aware of this information.
I agree. It will come back to this rule specifically because this is the scholarship program. So we want to make sure that it's in that rule. The issue is that the grading practices are in a different rule, and those are not quite clear in code. So we are needing our standards and assessment and this board to figure out what the grading practices themselves should look like, and then we can update the scholarship program.
So again, just further, so the grading practices will also be in this rule. Is that right?
As they impact the scholarship program.
As they apply to the scholarship program. Okay, I will defer to my problem with the cart before the horse and say that I believe you'll put these in the for the public to know what those concerns are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Davis. Hold on. There you go.
Only to address the first part of the concern, or the question was why two pieces are in the same rule, and that's because we are piloting, if you will, something where every new grant and scholarship that is small 1 year only grant and scholarship will all be in one rule as they come out through the legislature. So LEAs aren't searching all over for all the different things. There's all the small grants and scholarships will be in one rule that are 1 year only funded.
Okay. So the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-634 grants and scholarships draft 1 as amended on second and final reading. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Back to you, Chair Davis.
Item 3.14, motion for the board is that the board approves R277-100 definitions for Utah State Board of Education rules, draft 1 on second and final reading.
The motion before the board is that the board approve R277-100 definitions for Utah State Board of Education rules, draft 1 on second and final reading. Member Carey?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, if we could just call up the language regarding the definition for absence as proposed in the rule change.
just pull up the definition of absence from this rule 100? Again, this is agenda item 3.14, R277-100. The request was to put the definition of absence on the screen.
Yeah, so, Chair, my question, and you can direct this to the individual on staff that you feel is best suited to answer it, but so it's my understanding that this absence only applies to those students enrolled in a validated program. Is that correct?
I'm getting a correct from staff.
And so, despite all the time and money audits by the legislature and others regarding attendance, it's my understanding that the board does not have a definition of absence that would apply to those students attending public school who are not enrolled in a validated program. Is that correct in Rule 100, or am I missing something?
Elise.
So there's an A and a B. So in the legislation that this is being modeled after or responding to, there is a bifurcation of attendance. So we have the learner validated programs, and then we have the attendance validated programs. So the first lines that you'll see are for the attendance validated. So if participation is measured in how often a student is attending, that's how we measure absence. If it is measured by competency or learner progress, then it is measured by the B, which is the continuing enrollment measurements that each program needs to have on their policy. So for a lot of them, it's logging into the program every 10 days. They don't necessarily care if you're in there for 40 minutes every single day, but if you're logging in consistently, then they count that as learner validated measurements. So
Thank you. And my question then, Chair, is these two definitions, or the Part A and the Part B, meaning the validated program and those involved in a learner validated program, do these two categories encompass all of our students currently enrolled in our public school system? And then I have one follow-up after that.
Yeah, the response is yes, it does.
Okay. And then do we have a percentage breakdown of the number of students whose attendance would fall under part one and then part B? Do we know what our current breakdown is?
about 10%.
Elisa, your light came back on. Is that you?
Yes, sir. So the majority of our students are in the attendance validated program, we would guess, and our director can look at the official numbers, but it's about 90% attendance validated and about 10% learner validated.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Elise.
Thank you. I don't see any additional questions on this, so let's tee it up for a vote. But I will ask, it's just a technical change, and since Christina's not here, I'll see if I can slip in a technical change. Just put the 1A, so yeah, so it's A and B. Okay. With that, then, the motion before us is that the board approve R277-100, definitions for Utah State Board of Education rules, draft 1, on second and final reading. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Back to you, Chair Davis.
Item 4.3, motion for the board is that the board approves R277-419 pupil accounting draft 1 on second and final reading.
Yeah, just for clarity, we just jumped from 3.14 over to our next agenda item.
Did I? Oh my gosh, I grabbed the wrong packet. Sorry.
I mean, we're doing. I love the jump.
Well, you'll be happy to know 3.15, 3.16, 3.17, and 3.18 were all moved to May 22nd. So, and I believe that the rest are just information items, so we can move to the May 22nd meeting.
Okay, so we'll move to agenda item 4. This is our May 22nd finance meeting. Go ahead.
Item 4.2, motion for the board is that the board approves R277-726 statewide online education program draft 1 on second and final reading.
The motion before the board is that the board approve R277-726 statewide online education program draft 1 on second and final reading. Member Lear?
Thank you. I had three, what I hope were short questions. I'm looking on line 206. Oops, and I have to get there too. Sorry. Shoot, I can't get the. Hang on one second. I don't think we want, I don't. Okay, hang on. Okay. In a very long rule. Line 206. I'm wondering about the language, and maybe this is not, as a technicality, not worth worrying about, but it says, it talks about an unexcused absence means an absence recorded when a student fails to meet participation requirements and does not respond to outreach. I'm wondering if student should be student or parent. It feels like I don't want to make too much of this, but it feels like a parent should be involved in this. Is there any concern about that, or did you intentionally leave out parent? Line 206, I'm sorry. And it's about an absence and an excused absence, which technically should involve parents, but maybe because it's usually secondary, you're only having student, I don't know. I just want to make sure that a parent would satisfy this concern.
Elise, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. So just to clarify, so you're saying that your question is that a parent could call or
could respond to outreach.
Respond.
And
Yes.
probably would be the more likely responder. The student who has an unexcused absence is probably not going to be the one to respond. Just guessing.
That's my understanding. So this actually goes to Board Member Carey's question. So this would go into the learner validated programs, and they would have their specific policies for what happens when, what the participation requirements are and what the response would need to be. So that would be outlined in their policies. So I would think that this would capture that. But if we'd like more clarity, I'm happy to make an amendment.
I guess, I mean, it could be as simply addressed, if I'm not, I don't want to, I was not trying to make it as complicated as learner validated versus attendance validated, but it just seems like it should say student or parent.
Yeah, we could add that in as a motion.
It seems a technical change, but.
We could do that.
An amendment then?
I would, unless Elise thinks it's a non-substantive change.
Well, rather than taking the time to do it, I don't think it's going to hurt to do it. I'll second it.
Okay.
If you'd like to put it forth.
I would like to add or parent on line 206 in R277-726.
Let me seek clarity as you're putting this together. So I believe when you read 206, if you just add or parent, it reads recorded when a student or parent fails to meet participation requirements and does not respond. So I wonder if it would go after and the parent or student does not respond to outreach.
Better, thank you.
Is that on the, does that work? Member Lear?
Oh, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting I have to turn around. I think she, and the parent or student does not respond. The student or parent, however you want that, but it has to come after the end. Yes, that's accurate. Thank you.
So here's the motion before us. I'll second it, and then Member Lear, do you want to speak to that additionally?
I just think that if we want to be realistic, the parent should be involved. 'Cause probably the unexcused student will not do that work.
Okay. Member Carey to this motion? No. Okay. Let's restate this motion and vote on it then. The motion is, and this is an amendment, that the board amend R277-726 by adding the parent or student to line 206 after and. Seeing no lights, let's vote. That passes unanimously. Okay. Member Lear, keep going.
1011 through 1013.
What does that mean? Section
those
10?
Those were
lines?
my, they seem to conflict. Lines 1011 through 1013 seem to conflict with lines 1014 and 1015. And if they do not conflict, then I need an explanation, please. A student may take up to 6 program credits per academic year unless the student's primary school agrees that more credits better meet the academic needs. And then 1014 says a student may only exceed 6 program credits where there is an approved early graduation plan or exception allowed under the primary LEA. So it looks like there can be an exception allowed for any reason, as opposed to 1011, which says that it has to better meet the student's academic needs.
So if I'm understanding correctly, you can't exceed 6. You can take up to 6, but can't exceed 6 unless it's in their policy.
No, unless unless the primary school agrees that more credits better meet the academic needs of that specific student. That's the first part. And then the second part, in 1014, a student may only exceed 6 program credits where there's an approved early graduation plan or an exception. So it feels like it's saying there has to be a specific purpose. And I'm sorry to be tedious about this, but I think that it's important to tell people when they can take more than 6 credits. And if any exception is the rule, then great. If it's only when it meets the student's graduation plan, that's fine too. Or if it's part of that's the graduation plan. Or if it follows anything under the primary LEA's policy, that's a third thing. But they cannot all be true.
I'm not sure if we have a staff response to that.
Pardon me?
Let's
Or we could just delete either 10 through 13 or 10 through 10, 14, and 10, 15.
Well, let's hear from staff before we start adjusting and
Sure.
see if it makes sense.
Yeah.
Please.
If you were saying something I'm not understanding.
Okay. Tammy here, Director of Achievement Support Services. Can you
Okay, I'm looking at lines 10, 11 through 10, 13. And it says that this is when the student can exceed 6 credits.
Right.
And it says that can happen. The student can do that if the student's primary school agrees that more credits are right for that student.
Right. So this has to do with the payment. We don't want an LEA to have to pay for more than 6. So we limit it to 6, unless they have an early graduation plan and they get funding for that. And then, but if the LEA says, you know what, we know what this student's doing and they really need this and they agree to pay for it, then they can allow that. But the general rule is they can only take 6. Does that make sense?
Let me,
The state will pay for that.
I get it. Let me just process that for a sec. Hang on a sec. I understand what you're saying. It feels like a sort of a mushy way of saying that. So that the parent who might be reading this rule, if referred to it, is saying, so it either the school has to agree. It feels like those things should be merged.
Okay, and I believe, I'm just pulling up the statute, because I think that's what that can.
If it comes right from the statute, I won't try to defend that language or argue with it. Let me.
Okay, so the statute says an eligible student may enroll in online courses totaling up to 6 credits per school year, notwithstanding Section 2. A student's primary area of enrollment may allow an eligible student to enroll in online courses for more than the number of credits specified. So that's from the statute.
Without qualification.
Yeah.
So why don't we just say that? Because this, unless it better meets the academic needs of the student.
A student's primary area of enrollment may allow an eligible student to enroll in online courses for more than that number.
Right.
Upon the request of an eligible student, the state board may allow the student to enroll in online courses so it does come down to the LEA's decision. And so we didn't want to just end it like they have a graduation plan, because the early graduation plan works for that. But this is giving that LEA a little bit more rights to decide what they want to do.
I hear what you're saying, but it seems to me that that's what trumps everything. So why don't we just say, under the primary LEA's local policy? And then then the policy can build in a specific graduation plan, or the policy can build in missing a complete school year or something like that. I think this makes for confusion. If you're saying to me, no, we want to keep it that way for some
I
reason.
think because I think it's an easy answer for early graduation plan. It's not so easy so putting it all into the LDA's policy where they can say, well, we don't care if you have an early graduation plan or not, you can't do it. This is the basic rule, unless the LEA wants to approve more. And I think if we take that out, that might limit that.
Thank you for the explanation.
Yeah.
I don't want to do anything. I'm fine.
Okay, I've got Member Carey, Member Bollinger, Member Davis, and maybe Member Wood.
It's directly related to that interchange.
Oh.
So.
You want me to put you back in?
Yes, just at the end.
Okay. Member Carey.
Mine is another motion unrelated to the action that's pending. Thank you.
Member Bollinger. Or Vice Chair Bollinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If I may, through you, just maybe to staff, just trying to seek some clarification. And I'm still in the same section under the student rights and requirements, so lines 1006 through 1009. It talks about in this section how at the very beginning on line 1000 that a student has to adhere to the student's primary LEA's established deadlines when dropping a physical course for a program. And then on lines 1006, it says, but they're not required to meet with their school. They can basically just go and enroll in a course request, and then it automatically drops the physical course from the primary school. So can I get some clarity on why those are written? Did these come from code directly?
This is from code, and there's a couple of things. Number one, we don't want a student dropping a class after all those deadlines, because the LEAs are looking at how many teachers they need and what classes they have to fill. So statute puts this in there so they can't just drop a physical course anytime. But if it's in that withdrawal period and they want to drop it, the other one about not meeting with them, a student can just go on and sign up for a course through SEATS program. That then is sent to the LEA where they either approve or reject that course request. But that means that they don't have to like get an appointment with a counselor and talk to them. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. So there is still some contact with the LEA to follow up to make sure they're not creating like gaps in schedules or those types of things then.
Correct. So every request is looked at by the counselor who either recommends accepting or rejecting it. And then they have a primary approver within the LEA that says, okay, we're going to accept or reject it. And then and only then does it go on. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are we close enough? Okay. I think then we'll move on to Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. I just have some questions and most likely some related motions, but this first one is on lines 979 through 981. It says the superintendent may restrict an online provider from offering coursework if the online provider has repeatedly demonstrated low performance on statewide assessments in English language arts, mathematics, or science. So my question would be, and this is just one for clarification, let's say that they've demonstrated repeatedly low performance in science, but their English language arts and their mathematics is fine. Would the restriction apply to all three or just the one that is repeatedly demonstrated as low performance?
Go ahead.
So as the USBE, we are responsible for making sure that those online providers, we monitor them, we make sure that they're doing it. And then that would have to be a decision at the time. We would look at the overall picture, I think. That comes from statute. We've never had to do that before. So I don't know that at this point we have anything in the rule that says they can't do it for math. It would probably be that they would not be able to be an online provider.
So even if their results in English language arts and mathematics were acceptable, maybe even exceeded the results of some of our brick and mortar schools, the only subject that they repeatedly demonstrated low performance on statewide assessments was science. It's your understanding that we would have to restrict the entire online provider from offering courses in all three subjects?
I believe at this point, we don't have any direction if you would like to give us some direction on that, how that would happen, that was just brought over from statute.
Okay.
And we've never had to do it before, so if you wanted to give us some direction on that, we would certainly be happy about that.
Thank you. And my other question related to that same group of texts is, it says repeatedly demonstrated low performance. We have low performing district schools and charter schools on statewide assessments. Can you help me better understand what it means when we say demonstrated low performance on statewide assessments? Are we saying they could be low performing at the same level that some of our district schools and charter schools are performing, but the superintendent could close down that online school even though they're hitting the same numbers that our district and charter schools are achieving?
May I?
Yes, please.
Continue? Okay.
Sorry, through the chair.
So the biggest portion here is we have online providers that also have their online schools. We have no say outside of the SOEP. But the LEAs are paying money to online providers through this contract that we have for these classes. And we are responsible for making sure that if these kids are taking classes from an online provider and they're not providing a good service, we have to monitor that. because the LEAs are not going to be happy if we're just letting anybody teach their kids and they're paying for it. So these are just guardrails that are set up to make sure that the online providers for the SOAP are doing a good job and that the LEAs are getting what they're paying for.
Chair, may I?
Please.
I guess my concern is you use the word, that we need to monitor it, but this rule would give the superintendent not only the power to monitor, but to cripple or close it. Right? So this isn't just hey, we're going to look and we're going to report back on the performance. This rule says the superintendent may restrict an online provider from offering coursework based on my understanding of what was just shared with us, even if this online provider is providing exceptional results in English language arts and mathematics and just underperforming in science, the superintendent could shut down the whole online operation. So my concern is that we're empowering the superintendent to close down a program that may have demonstrated low performance on statewide assessments. But even if that underperformance is equal to the performance of a district school or charter school, the superintendent could still say, yeah, it's the same results that we're getting from schools in the same area, but I'm going to close you down because you've demonstrated this low performance on statewide assessment. So I have some concerns about that. If we could go to line 987 and 988, the superintendent shall receive and investigate complaints concerning course integrity. And I don't know to whom this question should be posed, but do our district schools and charter schools, is there a rule that allows the superintendent to receive and investigate complaints regarding course integrity for our district schools and charter schools? And Vice Chair, I don't know to whom that question should be posed, but I'm curious to see again if we're singling out these providers for more, I don't want to say stringent because I think that's okay, but more punitive scrutiny than is necessary. So I'd like to know if our district schools and charter schools, if the superintendent, if there's a rule that empowers her to investigate complaints concerning course integrity.
May I?
Yeah, please.
So 53F4511, it talks about us reporting on the performance of authorized online course providers. We do a lot of gathering of information, how many kids are passing, teacher to student ratio. It's all in statute, what we have to follow. And so it's just that we are trying to say what do we need to look at as far as what they're doing. And the legislature's told us you need to gather this stuff. You need to make sure that they are doing the service they are, because we're kind of the guardians. So that's where a lot of this is coming from, is that requirement for us to report on those. And I know there's another one in here. So apologize.
No, and I appreciate, Vice Chair, if I may, I appreciate that. But my question, and this might have to be directed to council or to Elise, our policy person. Is there a rule that the board has that currently allows the superintendent to investigate complaints concerning course integrity if it's related to a charter school or district school?
Deputy Superintendent Newey.
Thank you, Chair. We do have 123, which allows hotline complaints of anything having to do with the general oversight and supervision of schools. So I would imagine that would fall under this. And we also have, our rules and our systems over the curriculum vetting process, and following our different rules regarding what is provided in a classroom as far as instruction.
Does that answer and address your question, Member Carey?
It does. And then I just have at least one motion, and that would go to lines 978 through 980. And if Deputy Newey, if you could help me out with this, I want to make it clear that the superintendent may restrict an online provider from offering coursework in that particular program that has repeatedly demonstrated low performance. That the underperformance in one course should not require the closure of other courses being offered.
We're just giving staff a minute to queue this up, and we'll have Member Carey double check that his motion's correct. Then we'll look at it for a second.
Thank you.
And as they're working at this, are you meaning line 978 or 979? Because I'm looking at 978 and it says course load standards may differ based on subject matter. Are you wanting to start with the section 6?
979.
979?
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Oh.
Member Carey, does this accurately reflect your intention?
I'm just concerned that it still seemed to suggest that if an online provider offers coursework within a relevant contact area, if the online provider has repeatedly... Okay, now that makes... Yeah, I think that does work. I understand the purpose. So that would be the motion that I would make, and then I have one other motion following this one. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, we have a second. All right, the motion is the board amend R277-726 by revising lines 797 and 980 to read, the superintendent may restrict an online provider from offering coursework within a relevant content area if the online provider has repeatedly demonstrated low performance on statewide assessment in one of the following areas: English language arts, mathematics, or science. Any discussion to this motion? Member Davis, did you have a comment on this, or are you just in the queue? Yes.
Okay. Just, Chair, may I ask really quickly, how many providers are we at now? Is it 8 still? SOEP providers, is it 8? 7? Okay. This sounds really reasonable on its face and probably is to many. Personally, I'm going to be a no on this just because we only have 7 providers. It's a halfway point between a brick and mortar opportunity in a charter or a district and a UFA opportunity where you can kind of choose anything. It's an online opportunity that is highly monitored. They must teach state core standards. There's some provisions that they are absolutely required to meet so that they're kind of this elevated opportunity as opposed to like a UFA kind of a situation. And I fear that if we takes some of the flexibility away from the superintendent to say, look, there's some real problems in this area. It's going to be hard to say to a student, you can register for English in this school, but you can't register for math. And how are you going to, just logistically, it seems really crazy and confusing to students, to me. Even though for all intents and purposes, it makes sense, but for those reasons, I probably will be a no on this one.
Okay. So the motion before us is that the board amend R277-726 by revising lines 979 and 980 to read 6. The superintendent may restrict an online provider from offering coursework within a relevant content area if the online provider has repeatedly demonstrated low performance on statewide assessments in one of the following areas: English, language arts, mathematics, or science. With that, let's vote. That motion fails, 7 in favor, 1 abstention, 5 no votes. The abstention from me, Matt Hymas. The no votes coming from Member Bollinger, Member Booth, Member Lear, Member Wood, and Member Davis. Back to you, Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my second motion would be, and again, I would ask for the staff's help with this. I'm concerned that, we have district schools and charter schools that perform repeatedly low on statewide assessments. And it seems like the way this rule is written that the online provider could be prevented from offering instruction for producing the same low results that some of our districts and charters do. So I would like the language to reflect that repeatedly demonstrated low performance on statewide assessments, when compared to those districts and charters, take into consideration the same assessment performance of our districts and charters in the same subject areas. So something to that effect. Thank you, Chair.
I'm not sure what that motion looks like.
Oh.
Help
Yeah,
us out
it couldn't
here.
be geographic, but I would just say the superintendent has to take into consideration the scores of our districts and charters. You couldn't just say in the same geographical area. It would just be the superintendent would just have to use her best judgment, but at least there's some guidance, because here you could have the SOEP provider being penalized for producing the same results as a district or charter, and that's what I'm trying to avoid.
Let me get some technical things out of the way here. I'm not sure what lines, and I'm sorry, I abstained from the last vote because I came in a little bit late, and so I've missed kind of your context and where we're looking. So, can you just tell me what lines we're looking at, or what section we would be adding?
This would be the same section, 979 through 981.
Okay, and so you're wanting to add this to subsection 6, is that correct? Add some
Yes.
verbiage?
Yes.
Okay. And we have something on the screen here, Member Carey, if you'll just take a look at that. You've expressed kind of the intent on what you want to see, but we don't have a sentence or line that will capture that. We want to make sure that your motion is captured here.
Yeah, I would do that. So let's say the scores of the districts, charters, and other SOEP providers, or you would prefer SOEP?
We're getting half of a conversation with the public here, Cindy. Let me.
Okay. I would just say instead of taking into consideration the scores, because we reference assessment, I would just put maybe assessments or assessment scores. And I think if that makes sense to staff, just adding that after the word science, unless staff feels there's a better spot for it.
This is clarifying that if they have low scores themselves, they're not pulling the SOEPs cumulative.
Right, that's what I'm trying to say. The charter only has-
Member Carey, one, you're on a hot mic.
Thank you.
And two, does that capture your motion? And
Yes.
You're adding this to the end of 9981. So it would read, if this motion passes as is, it would read, the superintendent may restrict an online provider from offering coursework if the online provider has repeatedly demonstrated low performance on statewide assessments in English language arts, mathematics, or science, taking into consideration the assessment performance of other districts, charters, and other online providers. But I heard that there was some communications being specific, saying other state online education providers. Is that
And it should be
accurate?
the latter, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let's adjust that in the motion. As that's being adjusted, so Elise, go ahead.
Providers within this rule is a defined term to specifically mean SOEP online providers. So this would be consistent with how it's used throughout the rule and mean that. Yeah.
So does that still work then? Make her the motion? Sure. Cindy, you are the queen of speaking without a microphone.
It
Please,
is today.
yeah.
I'm bad today. Never mind. Just leave it.
You can't stop now. You've already get your question out there. Yeah, the public or whoever's listening, they want to know what you're saying.
Well, it doesn't make Ben Rasmussen crazy, but for this one provision, can we add in the words SOEP or statewide online providers?
Now you're putting pressure on them to
Just
make
for
judgment
clarity,
calls.
because it's a very different standard that's required between online providers in general and SOEP online providers.
Line 51 says, after approval, a certified, quote, certified online provider, unquote, shall hereinafter be referred to as an online provider. Does that satisfy?
Yeah, great. However, I'm good.
Okay. Can we? Yeah. Hold on a second. We are in the middle of this. Let's get this motion on the floor. We'll get it seconded, and then if it receives a second, then we'll open it up. So the motion before the board is that the board amend R277-726 by revising lines 979 through 981 by adding to the end of the line after, taking into consideration the assessment performance of the other districts, charters, and other online providers. Do we have a second? There's a second. Member Carey, do you want to speak to this? Okay, and so we've got Member Brenton.
Chair, just to the maker of the motion for a point of clarification and maybe to staff, I want to see if that reads clearly for what the maker of the motion is intending. So as I understand it, the intention is that the superintendent cannot block a provider for low scores if that district itself also has low scores in that area. Is that the intent?
To the maker of that motion.
Chair. Yeah, so because it's a state wide online provider. Really difficult to limit it to geography, but the general intent would be that the superintendent would be required to look at the performance of other districts, charters, and online providers before deciding to prevent a particular online provider from offering courses. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Seeing no additional lights, let me restate the motion one more time. Again, this is an amendment, and the motion is that the board amend R277-726 by revising lines 979 through 981 by adding to the end of the line, taking into consideration the assessment performance of other districts, charters, and other online providers. Let's vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. I don't see additional lights. Are we at the main motion then? No. Member Lear?
I think I have language that satisfies my concerns on 10:11 through 10:15-ish. And it's now on the board. Thanks to Gemini and Board Member Britton.
Okay, so this is an amendment to R277 what are we on? Something.
726.
726. I just read that. The motion is from Member Lear that the board amend by striking lines 1011 through 1055 or 1015, excuse me, and replace with A, a student may take up to 6 program credits per academic year unless the student's primary LEA approves excess credits in accordance with local policy or an approved early graduation plan. B, the
No, it's just that. That's all the changes.
That's just that change.
Right.
Is A. Okay, B stays the same.
Yes.
Okay. So that's the motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. Member Lear? Do you want to speak to it?
No, I just think it clarifies and doesn't feel inconsistent to me. Thank you. So I shouldn't say no. I just yes, briefly.
Okay. Vice Chair Bollinger?
Thank you, Chair. And if I may direct through you, Chair, to the maker of the motion, I'm just trying to understand, as I read lines 1011 through 1013 currently, the way it's written, it says, unless the school's primary school agrees that more credits are better. So for me, the way I read this currently written rule is that section A allows the school to make the decision. And then line B also says it also has to be in alignment with the LEA's policy. So with the change that you made, was your intent to take out the school's ability to make that decision and make it be where it has to be the LEA making the decision instead of the local school?
Not necessarily. Thank you for being a careful reader. I think that it would be the school's or the LEA's policy. And to the extent they're different, I would think that a school would be aligned with an LEA. But if it's different,
I just want to make sure that in your motion, we still allow schools, it absolutely would have to be in alignment with an LEA's policy, but I would hate for them to have to go to a district for approval.
so would it be better to say school and LEA or school or LEA?
Yeah, my question would be if you left it as the way it currently is, then they wouldn't have to go to
That's
the LEA.
fine. Then, so the student's school approves excess credits. Does that satisfy your concern?
Are you simply
Yeah.
speaking against the motion?
Yeah, well, no,
because
I'm just asking for clarification as far as the intent, because I guess the way that I'm saying is, so now the way you put this then duplicates what's in line 1015 about the early graduation for the LEA. So I guess what I'm saying is that the way that I read the rule might be different than how you read it. So I don't think that there needs to be a change. I think that the section A addresses the school level, section B addresses the LEA level.
And if bless her heart, if that's what I'd heard to begin with, I could have seen that distinction. Let's just leave it alone. I think that's a good way to distinguish, and I'm fine.
This motion belongs to the body. Is there anybody hanging on to this motion?
With
Okay.
bated breath. Good.
Let's consider it withdrawn then.
I did have one other simple question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience with trying to get that figured out. On lines 1019 through 1020, I'm just unsure what that says. It begins with the student may not fund program credits over full-time enrollment unless the student's primary LEA has increased membership to account for excess credits.
Okay, so basically, we can't agree for the LEA to pay for that course unless the LEA increases. So if they have an early graduation plan, then they can exceed the membership, right? So if an LEA wanted a kid, let's say they don't want to have an early graduation plan, but the LEA says, we'll let you take this course, then the funding does not, then we don't fund that. That's their choice, that they want to pay for that over and above.
So can I seek clarification? The student's primary LEA agrees to pay for the hour, agrees to independently pay for the, is that what you're saying?
Right.
Independently pay for the credits.
I may have just misspoke, and I
Okay.
apologize. Let me. There is some extra funds that come along with early graduation plans, and so I believe. And I'm sorry, I misread that. So the LEA could pay for it, but the funds that are available for those who exceed full-time enrollment are not available for that. Does that make sense?
No. Has increased membership. That's the phrase I'm kind of perseverating on.
Yeah, in UTREX, they
Leah.
in UTREX, they have to mark them as or in their SIS system as an early graduate. And then they have access to funds for that early graduation plan.
And I still don't understand what that has to do with increased membership.
So my staff says the LEA pays either way, but
Aaron might want to help you there.
but are only funded for the extra credits if they establish that early grad plan and increase membership. So either way, the LEA is going to pay, but they're only funded for the extra credits if they've marked that. So the LEA gets reimbursed for that, those extra credits.
Member Lear, I'm going to ask a question, and I don't want to feel like you're being silenced or anything. Are you just seeking clarity? Can we move on and you seek clarity later, or do you have a motion in mind?
State a rule that doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm asking. I don't know if it's,
Yeah.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the clock.
I know.
I'm driven by the clock.
Apologize, and I'm sorry that we had so much on our agenda that I couldn't
Again, this is not about
every detail.
This is not about you. I'm just wondering if there's a motion coming or if.
I want to give the staff the benefit of the doubt and say that this means something, and not to immediately skip to a motion that I'm sure is smarter than theirs.
Then let's keep going. Then again, I'm not. If it's like, oh no, I'm going to vote for this. I just don't understand everything.
And we're
right.
just
But if this is relevant to your vote, then of course we want to get the answer.
If Aaron can't answer it, I'll let it go. Okay.
I can answer.
A lot of pressure from you, Aaron.
Thank you. Aaron Bruff, Director of Data and Statistics. When we say membership, by the way, sharing, this makes perfect sense to me in how the process works, which is when they mark, this is the LEA in the UTREX submission process. When I say the LEA, they're the ones who submit. When they mark that it's an early graduate, they can go above and beyond the 180 membership days that they would get paid for.
Okay.
That's what it means. And so they mark the additional hours, if you will, or additional membership that the student is receiving, and that early graduate flag is the key that says, okay, that membership can go above 180. So it won't be, because that's typically the cap. And so that is what it means right there is they've marked early graduate, and then that 180 then allows to go above what that typical cutoff is. That's what it means.
That's what increased membership means.
Yes.
Thank you. That, I don't have a motion. Thank you, Chair.
Member Lear, I am sorry if I came off as trying to, okay. Okay. The motion before us is that the board approve, excuse me, let me come back. We're on 726, is that right? The motion before us is that the board approve R277-726 statewide online education program draft 1 as amended on second and final reading. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. We are back to you, Chair Davis.
So sorry. You know, I'm always trying to get the award for the short, and that's not going to happen today. We knew, and I feel much now like when I went to a golf tournament and won $50 for the shortest drive. And if any of you play golf, you do not want that award. I'm feeling that way today. I'm going to get the shortest drive award for the longest. And I'm not going to get the $50. Okay. We're on absentee and truism. And
No, we're on
No, we're not.
419.
we're on
People
419.
accounting.
Motion for the board. The board approves we move that the board approve R277-419 pupil accounting draft 1 on second and final reading. And then we'll move to absentee and truism.
Okay. The motion is that the board approve R277-419 pupil accounting draft 1 on second and final reading. Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a question on this rule. If we can go to lines 243 through 244, and through you, Chair, if Member Davis can answer this, great, and if it needs to go to staff, we can go to staff. But it was talking about the minimum school days, and an LEA shall provide educational services over a minimum of 180 instructional days or equivalent instructional hours. So I guess my question is the wording here, is this going to be in alignment with Doug Welton's new bill? Or is this one of those things that because the legislature came, we have to do this piece and we're going to go do that other rule and then come back to this rule? Because the way that his rule was written is that at a high school with the credits, if the high school is also in the same LEA as an elementary, that it could also amend the elementary days.
That's a very good question. By way of history, this used to be an and, not an or. Used to be, they had to meet 180 days and the 990 hours requirement. We created flexibility there several years ago. But as far as how Representative Welton's new bill will impact this, I think we will probably need to ask staff.
Elise.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chair. So we are a little bit unsure. Okay, let me answer it by saying yes. This line right here, the or equivalent instructional hours, is meant to address Representative Welton's bill. We are still a little unsure if we need additional guidance for LEAs on what that looks like, and if so, what that would look like. But for right now, this should address his bill and give LEAs the option should they pursue that measurement.
Thank you.
Okay. Member Carey?
Thank you, Chair. I just have a motion, and that would be on line 208. And at the end of that, we would just add or 53G-10-205. And then I'd like to speak to the motion.
So the motion is to add, or you want to say or? Is that what you said? Okay, so or 53G-10-205. And that's it, right?
Yes,
It's
sir.
that simple. Okay, do we have a second? Second. There's a second. Go ahead, Member Carey.
Thank you. So in this section, we're defining unexcused absence, and I believe that the definition is it fails to consider Utah Law 53G-10-205, which is our religious belief and right of conscience law, which clearly states and authorizes a parent or student to decide what to prioritize in terms of religious beliefs or right of conscience. And so that student cannot, by law, be punished for exercising their belief and prioritizing a different event or circumstance based on their religious belief or right of conscience. So, in addition to those valid excuses articulated in the statute that's cited, 53G-6-201, I would just add 53G-10-205 to also cover that portion of Utah law. Thank you.
Okay.
And then I have one other motion, Chair.
Let's get through this one, and we'll get back to you if that's okay. We've got the motion before us is to add at the end of line 208 or 53G-10-205. Seeing no lights, let's go ahead and vote on that one. Okay. So the motion passes 12 in favor, 2 opposed. Those opposed being Member Bollinger and Member Hymas. We'll talk later. With that, back to you, Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. My second motion is related to the item that Vice Chair Bollinger brought up, line 244. I would just add the following words at the end of the sentence: and prioritizing academic excellence in its decision. And again, I think it's I think the latitude and leeway offered in this rule is great. I think it's something that our LEAs and schools need and deserve. But I also think, just based on the number of waivers that we have seen come before law and licensing, that there needs to be some organizing principle. And I know that this board, is one of its priorities is academic excellence. So I would add and prioritizing academic excellence in its decision to, again, offer some guidance to the LEAs and schools as they consider which option to take. Thank you, Chair.
So at the end of line 244, we want to add and prioritizing academic excellence in its decision. That's been seconded. Do you want to speak additionally to that?
I apologize, Chair. I spoke to it before.
No worries. Okay. Seeing no additional lights, let's go ahead and vote then. Okay, that passes. 8 in favor, 6 opposed. Those opposed being Member Lear, Member Booth, Member Bollinger, Member Hymas, Member Wood, and Member Reel. Okay. Yep. Member Carey, go ahead.
Thank you. I just have a question regarding line 329. And it appears to me that this section deals with, as it says, the student's place of residence or convalescence for at least 120 minutes each week during an expected period of absence. if physically excused from such a facility for an extended time due to, and it lists these items. And I would just ask staff to explain 329 and why that is an LEA determination and how that reconciles with 53G 10-205. Thank you, Chair.
Do we have a? I see him conversing. Well, I can give you an example, and she can as well. Yeah.
Chair, you voted opposite me 2 times on this rule, so you are the last one I'll be asking for. Superintendent, please.
I just got vote shamed.
Are you going to talk about, you want to talk about, you talk about behavior when, yeah, sometimes when a student is, has some behavior issues or extreme circumstances, it's determined that education in their home environment may be more appropriate. It is, I have never seen it not be an absolute last resort, but for their safety or the safety of others, home instruction may be something that the district provides. That is an example of a use case. I don't know. I'm simply buying them time to answer the second part of the question about how it intersects, because I'm not real. I mean, a parent could, I mean, could you tell me a little bit more about that? Why you're asking where the intersection is? That's when you would prescribe something like line 329. But given that circumstance, can ask the question in a different way, maybe?
Yeah, so when it says an LEA determination that home instruction is necessary, does that authorize or empower the LEA to dictate the location and time and manner of home instruction, or is it just saying, we're not going to instruct you here? That's really what because I'm more okay with saying, the LEA saying, we're not going to give you instruction here, we're not capable of doing that given your condition, rather than saying, we're going to dictate where, when, and how that instruction will take place, even though you're not here at school. Does that distinction make sense, Superintendent?
Well, not when circumstances like that come up. It could be, oh geez, something happened, and it's really everybody. I mean, you're meeting with the family, you're trying to figure out a solution, a best way forward to provide instruction in a way that meets the student's needs, but also, is cognizant of the circumstances. It's not, I have never seen it where it's, this is exactly what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. It's more of a push-pull to try to figure out a way forward. It's not, it just, you've got other cases when it's part of a disciplinary tribunal, or, you've got other provisions that you would use in those cases. There's other cases when it's an IEP situation or a 504. I mean, it's hard to make a generalization, but I have never seen it where it's a school versus parent kind of thing. That has other provisions in law. I don't, did someone want to help me out here? Or?
So, Chair, may I just follow up? So would we get to the same destination instead of saying an LEA determination that home instruction is necessary? What if we just change that to read an LEA determination that instruction at school is not possible? Like, I guess I'm asking, like, to me, that gets you to the same point, but one less with the heavy hand of, you're going to do this, rather than the school saying, we can't do it. That's what I'm trying to find.
I'm not sure. Okay. I'll think about that, but there's another light, so.
And Chair, I'm not going to make a motion on this, so just for time, I'm happy to move
Yeah.
on. I can discuss this offline. I'm not trying to shortchange anyone with the light on if they want to speak, but I know the sensitivity to the time. But it is
With
something
the-
that we can look at later.
I think part of the issue is that we have historically called it homebound instruction. And so saying it's at home is a nod to homebound instruction. You call it hospital/homebound. So flipping that language around, I'm trying to think of a reason. I'm just trying to run it through the calculus in my head. I don't think there would be any problem with that, but I'm not sure it's necessary in any way, shape, or form.
I know he doesn't want to hear from me, so I'll speak to the other 14, if that's okay. When you put something says if it's not possible to do at the school, you're going to get into some potential legal issues. I mean, because who decides what's possible and what's not? I just see, and I'm not saying he said he's not making a motion here. I'm just speaking from what I've heard and from what I've experienced. It'd be very difficult because sometimes the parents in school don't see eye to eye, and anything is possible. I will tell you that in my experience, and I get that it's limited, very limited, but LEAs are working with parents to do what is best. We want the kids in the schools, but anyway, just a small counter for everybody else. Yeah.
The reason that I think I prefer this language is simply for LEA clarity, because their policies are often called hospital/homebound. And then, so if you're using that provision, you're going into a specific part of their policies in order to go to the next step. By saying it's not possible to do at school, you actually are probably going more in the direction of disciplinary and going into that part of code rather than this part of rule. And I think that conflating the two would probably confuse a district and make it a little muddier than you need it to. It is a collaborative process when it's not working for the student. And generally it's in the cases that that we're talking about here, it's the student has been coming to school, going to school, and something has happened. An accident, a concussion, a traumatic experience, a something that interrupts that for a moment, and you need to do some other provision. It's not where it's not that disciplinary side or a least restrictive environment type situation. It's this interruption because of an event, and it's temporary. So it's nuance, I think, a little bit, but that, like anything, it might just be, what is that when it's just conventional wisdom? So it might be totally fine to change it. I just think if I was reading it as a practitioner, changing it up would cause me more questions than answers.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Davis, to this, or are you chair? Or I don't know what your light's on for chair or to this. Okay.
I'm just went to a meeting at a school for my daughter and her two daughters. They're in this very situation, and I'd be happy to talk offline with anyone if they have questions about kind of what that process looks like and how it looks when you are a student of a school, but you're being taught at home, and it's very different from homeschooling. So I'd be happy to chat offline.
Okay, so the motion before us is that the board approve R277-419 pupil accounting draft 1 on second, or did we amend that one? We did. As amended, draft 1 as amended on second and final reading. Let's vote. Thank you. That passes unanimously. Board members, let me ask just briefly, we are on agenda item 4.4. I would like to close this out before lunch, but if we have discussion, I don't want to squash that, right? So let me just ask just quickly, and if there is, that's fine. Did we have questions on 607 or amendments on 607, Rule 607 and 484? Do we have any? Or I'm asking if we should move forward and finish this out. We've got 2 more agenda items before we're finished with finance, or if we should break for lunch and come back. First person to speak up, I will listen to. Okay, we're going to finish. Chair Davis, over to you.
Yeah, just a quick background on this absentee and truism before I make these motions. We have a motion and 2 amendments. There was some language provided for in code. At Chair Hymas's request, I contacted the bill sponsor, Senator Fillmore, noticing that the provision for absence from a class was created in code, but not for a day. And he did give goodwill for the board to work on clarifying that, but there are some things that need to be clarified. So I'll start with the main motion and then have a very long amendment and then a short amendment. I move that the committee moves that the board approves R277-607 absenteeism and truancy prevention draft 1 on second and final reading.
The motion before the board that came out of committee is that the board approve R277-607 absenteeism and truancy prevention draft 1 on second and final reading. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. We move that the board amend R277-607 absenteeism and truancy prevention by adding the following after line 89. R277-607-3-3-1 AI, little I, establishes a clear process, timeline, and standard for converting an unexcused absence into a truancy consistent with subsection 53G-6-201, parenthesis 11, parenthesis. Little I outlines the procedures and timelines for issuing a notice of compulsory education for students in grades 1 through 6, consistent with section 53G-6-202. Little IV outlines the I guess I could just be saying 2, 3, 4, or 5, but outlines, I'm reading as it's written, outlines the procedures and timelines for issuing a notice of truancy for students in grades 7 through 12, consistent with section 53G-6-203. And little v5 establishes that for students in grades 7 through 12, an LEA may enter an incident report of habitual truancy into the Utah Transcript and Record Exchange (UTREX) system after a student accumulates 20 truancies, provided the LEA has issued a notice of truancy in alignment with state law and LEA policy. That's the end.
Do we have a second?
I don't need to speak to it. I just
Okay, Member Lear.
put it out.
I just wondered what happened to the appeals process that was there.
Director Newey or Dr. Newey.
On line 91, it seemed like you inserted a number of things, but you didn't mention moving down the appeals process. It's still there. Am I tracking where you were reading? It's just the next one in line is what you're saying. Cindy? Okay. Thank you. Great.
Okay. Oh, Member Carey, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question. So, a student with excused absences, is there any circumstance where a student with an excused absence could be deemed truant?
Elise, you have a response there?
It's only unexcused absences that can be turned into a truancy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions on this motion? Not seeing any. It's on the screen. I am not going to restate it. So we're going to vote. Can we just scroll down before we open voting? Allow members to process this for a second. Elise, are you driving? Can you put this, try to get the motion on the entire screen? There you go. Perfect. Thank you. I don't know if you,
Because III number 3 says provides an appeals process.
It'll all get renumbered.
okay. Okay. So we've paused. We've got the entire motion on the screen. I'm going to reread it, and that'll give you another few seconds to process for any questions. If not, we can move to a vote. And just scroll down just a hair, Elise, to get that top in there. The motion before the board is that the board amend R277-607 absenteeism and truancy prevention by adding the following after line 89. R277-607, section 3, subsection 3(1)(a) I. So double I establishes a clear process, timeline, and standard for converting an unexcused absence into a truancy consistent with subsection 53G-6-201 subsection or section 17. Triple I outlines the procedures and timelines for issuing a notice of compulsory education for students in grades 1 through 6, consistent with section 53G-6-202. IV outlines the procedures and timelines for issuing a notice of truancy for students in grades 7 through 12, consistent with section 53G-60 or -6-203, and V establishes that for students in grades 7 through 12, an LEA may enter an incidental report of habitual truancy into the Utah Transcript and Record Exchange (UTREX) system after a student accumulates 20 truancies, provided the LEA has issued a notice of truancy in alignment with state law and LEA policy. And seeing no additional lights, let's vote. That passes 12 in favor, 2 opposed. Those oppositions coming from Member Carey and Member Green. Back to you, Travis.
This is the second amendment, that the committee amend or that the board amend R277-607 draft 1 by striking the current line 96 and replacing it with B, shall review the attendance policy in an open and public meeting every 5 years.
Okay, so the motion is that the board amend R277-607 draft 1 by striking the current line 96 and replacing it with B, shall review the attendance policy in an open and public meeting every 5 years. Do we have a second? Not okay. We got a second. Go ahead, Member Davis.
We're back to the main motion then.
Well, we have to vote on it, and
I mean,
just
after we vote on this, I
well,
just don't need to speak anymore.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
She does not want to speak to that. It doesn't sound like. Member Carey, to this. Go ahead.
Chair, I just have a question. The motion says that we're replacing language on 9.6, and this just could be the version I'm looking at. I'm looking at draft 1, but I do not see any replacement language being struck for line 6. I see the new language there. And then I think the motion also called for that this would have to be in a public meeting, and I don't see that as part of this language. So I just want to make sure that what I'm looking at is the right draft. Doesn't it say that we're striking language and replacing it with this language? And if that's the case, where's the language being? Oh, that was easy. But no, where is that the language being struck and we're replacing it with shall? Okay. Thank you. Just because, understood. Thank you. Yes. And
Okay.
I also have a motion. After this motion, I do have one more on this rule. Thank you.
Okay. So the motion then is that the board amend R277-607 draft 1 by striking the current line 96 and replacing it with B, shall review the attendance policy in an open and public meeting every 5 years. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Over to you, Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. I have a motion, and it's to line 83. And the motion would just be at the end of that to add or section 53G-10-205. And then if I could speak to the motion.
Okay, so at the end of 83, add or 53G-10-205. Do we have a
Yes.
second?
Second.
Okay, back to you, Member Carey.
Thank you. Again, I just think that we need to include as a valid excuse religious belief and right of conscience pursuant to 53G-10-205. The way our rule reads is that although we reference it in line 67, lines 80 and 83 limit valid excuses to those things enumerated through lines 69 through 79. So out of an abundance of caution, I think including it here would make it clear that this board wants religious belief and right of conscience protected and included in valid excuse. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to speak to this, and this kind of matches the current votes that or the previous votes that I've had. This law that we're referencing is in reference to curriculum and not attendance. That's why I voted against it last time. It just doesn't fit here. It's not that I am opposed. I'm sure this will come up in 2 years, but it's not that I oppose right of conscience, right? I know I'll hear about it, but that's why I would speak against the motion. Thank you. With that, let me restate the motion. It is simply to add or 53G-10-205 at the end of line 83. So let's go ahead and vote. That passes 8 in favor, 6 opposed. Those opposed being Member Reel, Member Booth, Member Bollinger, Member Hymas, Member Wood, and Member Lear. With that, that brings us back to our underlying motion, and that is that the board approve R277-607 absenteeism and truancy prevention, draft 1 as amended on second and final reading. Let's vote. And that passes 13 in favor, 1 opposed, and that opposition coming from Member Green. Back to you, Chair Davis.
Item 4.5, and I apologize. This is the one that we actually needed to contact the bill sponsor for. So Senator Fillmore, if you're out there listening, I apologize. I got the number wrong. It's this one. But the committee moves that the board approves R277-484 data standards draft 1 on second and final reading.
The motion before the board is that the board approve R277-484 data standards draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's vote.
Did you have an amendment?
No. We did it inside the draft. You're welcome. Should be all of these.
And that passes unanimously. Chair Davis?
Item 4.6, legislative funding request information. We had just one, but not an official request to come to the board yet. But it was a request that staff prepare a funding request for the cost to fund self-contained students at a 2.5 WPU weighting. So that actually goes to what you were talking about earlier, Member Bollinger. And then item 4.7, the School Children's Trust quarterly report. Many of you may have been aware of this situation and have hopefully were able to listen to our discussion in Finance Committee where we tried to flesh this out a bit. The motion from the committee for the board is that the committee directs staff to bring back information and potential options regarding the process for establishing guardrails around the Education Stabilization Fund.
I'm showing no motion.
Oh, that's right, because we directed staff. I'm waiting for you. I don't. And that's it.
All right.
Painful.
The only thing between us and moving
Sorry.
forward. No, Member Earl, he'd been waiting. Go ahead.
That's exactly right. No, I just wanted to share because back we asked for that working group for the taxation and for anyways for the truth in taxation and also for the levies. And I appreciate the legislative individuals. Karen Peterson was one of those that did exactly what I've been asking for a number of years, that we've got to get ahead of the bid before the budget comes out, actually making the recommendations in a public meeting, not after the budgets come out, make those recommendations. It just seemed backwards, and I think it creates a lot of confusion. And so I'm just saying I'm appreciative of the legislature for, I don't know that they acted on our behalf, but it definitely we were thinking the same lines. So anyways, just thank you.
I appreciate that clarity. Thank you. Board members, that let me just give you a timeline where we are. We are going to get to lunch. We are on agenda item 5. And so we're going to skip over to just take lunch for 30 minutes, and then we'll come back and pick it up with law and licensing. Thank you. Board members, thank you for your patience. We're almost ready. Okay, we're almost ready. We're just waiting for a recording thumbs up, and then we'll get started. So if you could, that's okay. We got a couple more minutes as we wait. So just look into wrapping up conversations. I will say, well, we'll just wait until that point. So thank you. Thank you. Oh. Thank you, members of the public, board members. Let's go ahead and get started. As mentioned before lunch, we are on agenda item 5, which is the Law and Licensing Committee report. However, I've got a couple of lights on and requests before we jump into that committee. So I'm going to first go to Member Earl, and then we'll go from there. So Member Earl.
Yes, I would like to bring back the R277625 mental health screeners. That's my motion. And if I need, can we speak to those, or is when you bring it back, can you speak?
Okay. So let me just make sure. I'm going to turn to this because this is something that failed on our agenda. You guys, Member Earl, you are on the prevailing side, which that motion failed. And so the motion then is to bring back agenda item 3.8. This is R277-625, the mental health screeners rule. It's been seconded. Do you want to speak to that, Member Earl?
Yeah, just real quick. Whether or not I agree with the policy or not is different than what the change was to the law. So that was when it failed, went back and did the double check on the law. They changed the provisions in there from 90% to as needed. In our rule, and that I think Board Member Green spoke to that, we added all these other pieces into it. You had to have this and this and this and that, right? All these different mechanisms. If brought back, I guess I would be making an amendment, just make people aware, that would put it so it aligns with law and doesn't go beyond the scope of the law.
Okay, so you want to bring it back to address some of the
I want to bring it back.
discrepancies between
Yes.
law and rule.
Yes.
Okay. So, Member Brinton, you have a light on. Are you from? Okay. So let me restate the motion then, and that is that the board bring back R277-625 for further consideration. Seeing no additional lights, let's vote.
Just clarification.
We're hearing that it needs to be a majority or super majority. says majority vote. No supermajority.
That's
I'm
what I
just
thought. It has to be a
repeating what I'm hearing.
2/3, right?
10 people. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's vote. So that passes unanimously with 2 absent. Okay. So it is back on the back before us then, and let me just restate what is back before us. The motion would be that failed, that came from committee, is that the board approve R277-625 mental health screeners draft 2 on second and final reading. It did not have any amendments. It just failed in its entirety. So here we are with that. Member Earl?
And I would like to make an amendment, and that would be to strike lines 143 through 152.
This should be draft 2, yes. I'm hoping that we can get that up here because, well, Member Earl, for your motion, we'll get to everything here. This is agenda item 3.8. Apologies.
That is my emotion.
Your motion is to simply strike those lines. You're not adding anything? Okay. And then the lines stricken are on the screen, if we can fit them on there. Oh, and thank you, Jerry, IT crew. I didn't even recognize that I'm looking at this TV right in front of me. Okay, so the motion before us is to strike lines 143 through 152. Do we have a second? We have a second. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, let me speak to this. In the code, which is 53F to 522. Let me make sure that's right. Yeah, 522. It just states when it's the distribution of the funds, the state board shall distribute the funds described in 5A as on an as needed basis and to the LEAs that are participating. And so that's what the language is here. We're not adding all this extra provisions and all these extra checks and stuff. It's just simply, it's an as needed basis, which to me reads, and someone can tell me if I'm wrong, it reads that a participating LEA would say, this is why we need these. They would kind of justify their reason for using it, is what that would look like.
Okay, Member or Vice Chair Bollinger?
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the intent behind this to make sure we're in alignment with the code. If I may, through you, Chair, to the maker of the motion, if it then just reads, because if we were to take those lines out, it would just say, shall distribute funds on an as-needed basis to a participating LEA. So if an LEA then is trying to figure out whether or not they would qualify for this award, how would they know what criteria they would need to meet to be able to meet that? I just know that if districts are going to spend the time to apply or do all the paperwork, just wondering what's the criteria then?
And addition, before you answer that, can I just tack on it? And how would the superintendency, if I'm understanding this correctly, know what that criteria is as well? You got both sides, right? Go ahead.
I don't know that I have all the answers to that, but it would be, in my view, it would be they would submit, if they're participating, they already have to say whether or not they're participating. Some schools choose not to participate, but then they would just indicate what they're participating, what they're using it for. So keep in mind the items that were listed there were not actually the number of consenting student or parents. It wasn't anything like that. It was expansion on mental health services, and which actually some of these things actually cost districts more money in order just to get the minimal amount for these screeners. So I don't know. I don't know if staff have additional feedback on that. I've worked with them on this to align this better. So I don't know if anybody has any feedback they want to share on that. No, and that's okay. No, it's all right. I think they would just, it would be participation, and then they would share what they would be using the funds for, and then it would be as needed. So they would share how they'd be using them.
Okay. Do we have a follow-up, Member or Vice Chair Bollinger?
Yeah, just curious, was there a new law that was put into place this last legislative session that triggered this? I'm looking at the code.
That's what I'm reading. That's what I read. What was the-
And you said it was 53F to 522?
yes, 522.5.
522.5.
Yeah, if you go down 522.
This
Yes,
one
522,
says-
and if you go down to 5, section 5, it talks about the distribution. No, 53F2, 522. And then section 5.
Let me,
Can I comment?
yeah, I've got Vice Chair Wood, Member Lear. Go ahead, Vice Chair Wood.
Yeah, the change came in SB2, and they just eliminated those lines in code of the distribution of 90 and said the state board shall distribute the funds described in subsection 5A on an as-needed basis to a participating LEA. That came out of, yeah, it's not updated yet in the actual code, but it came in SB2.
Okay. Okay. Member Lear?
It was helpful to know where that came. So the board doesn't have specific direction to write a rule. But it feels like if the superintendent distributes on an as-needed basis, that means she would make the determination as to what is as needed without any criteria. Do we all agree that's what would happen?
That was my question. Same thing, like I don't know.
And are we going to be comfortable? I'm comfortable. I'm just wondering if we're going to have another discussion like that where board members are saying, well, I don't like why she gave that LEA that money. And I feel like we're putting her at a disadvantage without giving her some guidance, even though the board is not specifically directed to write a rule. And I'm not prepared to do that today. I'd like to hear from practitioners about what would be legitimate, important criteria. But I feel like we're putting the superintendent in a catch-22 by telling her as needed, as we're thinking, as you're thinking. I'm not comfortable with that.
Just maybe, I don't know if this is point of order or whatever, not point of order, but just information is that we had in there the 90%, it was taken out. So we do need to remove that, which leaves the as needed. And if the criteria that were there, I don't feel comfortable with. So if you want to try to pass that with that criteria again, you could do that. I don't think it's going to pass at all. So I would just recommend.
Okay. Let me restate the motion then, and that is that the board strike some lines. Can we get that? The motion is that the board amend R277-625 mental health screeners draft 2 by striking lines 143 through 152. Seeing no additional lights, let's vote. That passes unanimously. This brings us back to the underlying motion, which is that the board approve R277-625 mental health screeners draft 2 as amended on second and final reading. Let's vote. That passes 12 in favor, 1 opposed, that coming from Member Green. With that, I don't see any additional lights. Let's keep moving forward on the agenda. We are on agenda item 5, Law and Licensing Committee report. So with that, we'll turn it over to Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair Hymas. Just for the public's awareness, item 5.1 was public comment. There's no action for the board. Item 5.2 was our 2027 legislative policy request information. Deputy Nui presented the information sheet that the committee could use to make legislative policy requests. I would invite all the board members to look at that form as it seeks to bring a uniformity to the policy legislative policy request process. Item 5.3 is the committee report on law and licensing UPAC meetings. There are 2 reports, one from the chair, one from Member Lear. And again, I would urge all members to please review those reports in backup. And the first action item we have is item 5.4. That is the Iron County School District waiver request. And the motion before the board chair is that the board approve Iron County School District's request for a waiver from R277-419-4. I don't believe anyone is either present or online from Iron County. Oh, Superintendent is online. Okay. And Chair, just so you know, the motion passed out of committee 4-1. Thank you.
Thank you. So the motion before the board is that the board approve Iron County School District's request for a waiver from R277-419-4. Member Green?
I just wanted to make a brief comment about the 4-day school weeks. I started to become concerned last year, actually, at the beginning of the year, because we saw an uptick in the requests for those, and I was alarmed at that. And I was kind of nothing short than devastated to see that was coming from my school district. And I guess I just wanted to speak towards that in a different capacity. I think that I understand the arguments. I understand wanting to be accessible. I feel like Iron County, having lived there and grown up, and being an active part of, sports and drill and student government and all the activities that take you elsewhere, I never felt like the world outside of Iron County wasn't accessible. I was devastated when we went to a half day, because I saw the learning loss that happened from that, and and they're saying that Friday is a useless day, which is the direct result of a half day. So I'd advocated, locally to reinstate a full day Friday, and I only know that advocated for that because I believe, in some regards, more is better than less, and that it provided rigor, also within the context that they might consider implementing not the A-B day schedule, but rather all the classes in one day, to give back our students the ability to be immersed in appropriate time frames for learning. So, as I'm sitting here doing all I can, it's like the point of education is like water, holding water in your hand. We're lessening the time kids are in school, and an English class, instead of reading Odyssey, it's a graphic novel that's 15,000 words instead of 120,000 words. And, the partnership with AI is that instead of teaching our children how to think and formulate beautifully written articles that come from their working minds that have been trained to do so by a rigorous academic environment, I advocate for this. I continue to. And I don't know how to stop the 4-day work week. And I say work week because the habit also, actually, I think will bleed into the workforce. If we want them to be workforce ready, it's a hard job to come by where it's 4 days a week. I know we would all love that, but reality is reality as well. I will commend Iron County. I feel like they did a beautiful job being very transparent work and reaching out to the community. They had a public comment at a variety of different schools so people could go make their voices heard. They sent out multiple surveys, so the information that you see here was definitely vetted and thorough. So I commend them for that. Obviously, the opinions I share are just one of philosophical and one of advocating. So with that, I just maybe hope that as we move forward, we might consider what this trend actually is communicating to us. And as our vision and mission statements are trying to realign back to the purpose of why we send our children to school, that we can continue to fortify those reasons and not continue to water down the very important obligations we have with public education. Thank you.
Member Kelly.
I'm just, it feels like we've granted enough of these waivers and there have been enough schools on the 4-day schedule that we have some data coming back as to how those schools are, are performing, how they're comparatively attesting on rise or other things. Is there somebody, maybe staff, that could speak to if we're seeing a difference between students who are on 4-day weeks versus students on 5-day weeks, and is there a significant difference between the two at this point?
Member Carey, you want to speak to that?
If I could, and not to preempt staff, and staff is certainly welcome to comment, but just, I think Board Member Kelly's correct. We have seen quite a few of these. Back to Board Member Longacre's board member thought. I wonder if we're as intentional as we need to be with these waivers. Our position as a committee has generally been, if the local board approves it, the teachers want it, the parents want it, the kids want it, we should not be a roadblock to that. But I will say that the data, because several of these waivers have been going on for several years, and the data that's been presented to the committee is generally that there is an upward trajectory in terms of academic achievement, in this sense of satisfaction and just general wellness in the school. But one thing that AAG Beal instituted was that was a form that these schools would have to fill out that would create a uniformity of results. Because right now it's been the school does its own type of survey, its own kind of feedback, and to create just more uniformity in the data. So now as these waivers are granted, each grantee is required to report back to the committee with certain data. And to address your question, as we assimilate that and put that together, I think we'll even have a better idea. But the general data, as it's been produced by the LEAs and the schools and districts that have requested it, generally upward trajectory, and I'd welcome anyone from the committee to address that as well. Thank you, Chair.
Member Lear.
I was the no vote on this discussion, and I did it with some uncertainty myself because and let me just explain a little bit of my thinking, and some of it was similar to what Emily said. We've seen a lot of these waivers, yes. However, about 90% of them have been for remote schools. Grouse Creek, Dugway, Grouse Creek,
Yep.
Hurricane, Grouse Creek. But a number of them have been for remote areas and remote schools. And there's not been, in my recollection, and I could be wrong about this because Wayne District did it at one point, but they're not district-wide. They're a school for a certain reason. There have also been some waivers for a few charter schools to align themselves with the universities that they're partnering with. So they've been for very specific purposes and very intentional kinds of ways. This is a district-wide waiver, which made me uncomfortable because Cedar City, and I'm no expert, but Cedar City doesn't seem totally rural to me, or everything is not so far away. So and I said this in the committee meeting, I would have preferred a pilot program with a couple of the distant schools. And I also find it sort of not persuasive to say, well, the parents wanted it. And I made the comment, what if we go to these 4-day weeks and put the day off at Wednesday, I wonder how many parents would still be excited about it. But the parents want it, the teachers wanted it, of course. Emily made the point, who would not want to work 4 days for the same amount of money? Because even in this discussion from Iron County, there were a lot of employee surveys that said, yeah, we like it as long as we make the same amount of money. Not if you start taking our money away, then we don't like it. My recollection about a number of these waivers is also a little different than Chair Carey's, in that most of them show, in my recollection of history, that it's a pretty flat trajectory. So they're not doing better. It's hard to say culturally, or is there more parent satisfaction? I can't speak to that, but in terms of their assessments, it's flat, and many of them even say, well, we're not doing any worse when they come back to re-up the waiver. So that's a little bit of a different recollection. And I still would probably prefer a pilot program of this before a whole district the size of Iron does this. I was particularly persuaded by Member Bollinger, who is launching into a new district and is a practitioner in a school herself, where she felt okay and comfortable, beyond okay. She felt comfortable with saying the community we should let them try this. This is probably a good thing. And I was quite persuaded by that. Still voted no. But I have reservations about just the 4 days is easier than, for everybody, is easier than 5. It's cheaper. The legislature should love it. They don't have the transportation issues. I'm also concerned if there was a 4-day week with a strong 5th-day component of providing services to students who needed it, or if there was a real strong structure for that. I didn't feel like that has existed in many of the waivers we've seen, and it didn't exist here. And everybody says, or everybody, the people seeking the waivers say, well, yeah, we'll be able to provide services if an IEP requires it, or something to that effect. But I am still really reluctant to say 4 days with a teacher is equal to 5 days with a teacher. So I just wanted to explain my no vote then, and I'm still not sure where I will go as a board vote. Doesn't matter, I'm one board member. But I just think it's important to think about why these waivers are being sought and the breadth of them.
Member Green?
And I appreciate what Member Lear also just, shared. And I know that, as a community, done a deep dive on all the different issues and scenarios that it presents as a community. There's one other major thing that is a hang up for me, and that is the actual law itself, Utah Code 53F2102, which is the minimum school program. My understanding is that there have been a couple attempts to change that so that a 4-day work week could just be onboarded as a schedule, or adopted as an actual schedule. What this waiver is that of a waiver, so it has to keep coming back. So that's like, I believe, if I'm understanding it correctly, is a legislative issue. So this is a waiver that they will continue to have to come back to. I would love if we could address that. If that is something that we truly want as a state, I think that needs to come forward, and we need to have that debate as a state. Right now, I think we'll just continue to see a trend of requesting a 4-day waiver for LEAs or school districts at large and see where that goes. But for me, I'm just at the back too, where I now have a comparison of a charter school that's 5 days, Monday, Tuesday, Friday, from 7:50 to 3:35 in the afternoon every week. And Wednesday and Thursdays from 7:50 to 2:35. And I will tell you that every minute is structured and every minute is utilized. And those students at their Show What You Know were stellar, inspired, and educated. And it's commendable. And it's just something that I'm advocating for public education. So.
Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, if you listen to our law and licensing committee meetings, it's no secret that I'm actually a fan of this 4-day week, and if you look at it as far as attendance, that's the one piece of data that does show an increase over all of the times people have come back to talk about the data that's had the most impact on its attendance. And I think that that's where some people feel like Friday's a waste, because if you're a general ed teacher and you have 40% of your students absent, it's hard to do good tier 1 instruction if you then have to figure out how to get that instruction to the students, because it doesn't take away your responsibility to teach your students. So that when we look at the waivers, a lot of times when we see the improvements, there are a lot of schools that have showed improvement. There are some that it's like been neutral, but the one piece of data that we consistently often see is an improvement in attendance, which does make a difference, I think, for students. And I was really impressed with this. This is a big test of our system. Iron County is a big school district. I was impressed that almost 80% of their educators voted for this. So it is also, if you look at research of what this does, it's also a good tool for retention. And then the secondary parents, it was almost 75% of secondary parents also voted for it. So if you look at the data of who wants to have it, this is where I feel like this should be a local control. Just because we passed this waiver, we actually had this discussion, just because we passed this waiver does not also mean that now the district is going to make all their schools do this. The school board specifically asking for a waiver, they could then go back and decide if, depending on their own board decision, to only do it with a few of the schools, or they might decide to do it district-wide. This just allows them to have the opportunity. And going back to speaking exactly what Member Green was talking about as far as what the expectation is for participation in school in our state, we've had the 180-day waiver, or the 180-day rule, excuse me. Representative Welton's bill, where he put in that request for based off of instructional hours for a credit, opens the door to already change that and create a waiver. So even if we didn't approve this waiver, there's going to be opportunities for districts to use that as a roundabout way to then make that. So I agree with Member Green. This is a discussion that we should be having statewide, and as a state board, the legislature has given us the power to determine the number of days or the number of hours, and I do think it's something that we need to discuss and take that into consideration, especially when we're looking at the demand and the time and the energy it takes for us to go through all of these waivers. There's obviously a demand for something different than what we've been doing in education based on an industrial model of attending certain hours and certain days of the week. And if you look nationwide, every state has different requirements, but because this is something that the community is asking for and the school board's asking for, it's something that I do support that local control, and I would hope that you would as well. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion before us is that the board approve Iron County School District's request for a waiver from R277-419-4. Let's vote. That passes 11 in favor, 3 abstentions. Those abstentions from Member Wood, Member Bogus, and Member Green. Back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you. The item is 5.5, Canyons School District Waiver Request. And the motion for the board is that the board approve Canyon School District's request for a waiver from R277-700-5 for the 2026-2027 school year, which may be extended through the 2028-2029 school year upon legislative changes. Chair, this passed out of law and licensing unanimously.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board approve Canyons School District's request for a waiver from R277-700-5 for the 2026-27 school year, which may be extended through the 2028-29 school year upon legislative changes. Seeing no lights, let's vote. That passes 12 in favor, 1 abstention, that coming from Member Bogus. Back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. The next item is 5.6, Tooele County School District's waiver request. And the motion before the committee is that the board approve Tooele County School District's request for a waiver renewal from R277-419-4. Chair, this passed out of law and licensing unanimously.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board approve Tooele County School District's waiver or district's request for a waiver renewal from R277-419-4. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you. The next item is 5.7, City Academy waiver request. The motion before the board is that the board approve City Academy's request for a waiver from R277-522-6 for 1 year. Chair, this passed out of law and licensing unanimously.
The motion before the board is that the board approve City Academy's request for a waiver from R277-552-6 for 1 year. Let's vote. That passes 12 in favor, 1 no vote. That no vote coming from Member Bogus. Over to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you. The next item is 5.8, R277-322, Local Education Agency Codes of Conduct. There is no motion for the board this month. The next item is 5.9, and that is coaching, 5.9 R277-605, Coaching Standards and Athletic Clinics, Amendment and Continuation. The motion before the board is that the board continue and approve R277-605, Coaching Standards and Athletic Clinics, Draft 2, on second and final reading. And then I have a motion related to this matter. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion that came out of committee is that the board continue and approve R277-605, Coaching Standards and Athletic Clinics, Draft 2 on second and final reading. Over to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you. And I believe Deputy Newey has the motion to amend. And then with the chair's permission, I would like to speak to it.
Let's see if we can state this motion. Let me read it out loud. If this is what you've sent, I'm going to read it and then seek a second. So the motion for the board is that the board amend R277-605 Draft 2 by adding a new subsection 6 to section R277-605-4 to read as follows. 6A, a coach or designated school leader may not permit an additional adult or guest to travel with, lodge with, or accompany the team or student group during a school-sponsored activity unless the individual has successfully passed a criminal background check and ongoing monitoring through the employing LEA consistent with section 53G-11-402. And B, the background check requirement described in subsection 6A applies to any accompanying individual who is 18 years of age or older and is not a student currently enrolled in the LEA. Do we have a second? Okay. To you, Chair, to speak to it.
Thank you. This amendment came up in light of the recent incident involving an LEA where the background check was not performed on a volunteer, and the individual apparently or allegedly had a registered sex offender, or at least on that registry. And so this amendment is designed to address issues like that where we have someone that maybe isn't employed by the school, isn't necessarily volunteering with the school, but if you are accompanying or participating in that school event, we want to make sure that this background check is run and that it comes back in a way to provide that assurance that this individual would be appropriate to be on that trip. Thank you.
Member Vargas, to this motion or to the overall? Okay, go ahead.
To the maker of the motion, is there a reason we didn't just say in B, an individual who is not a student currently enrolled in the LEA? Period. Because there are students who go on these trips with other people. For example, my children, one of whom is over the age of 18, is a student and is or actually is under 18, is a student in another LEA that says he could travel with me on this, even if, and believe me, he's not, but even if he had circumstances such as you describe. And so it just, B causes me some consternation because a lot of teachers who travel with students will take their family with them. And so I'm wondering if we can't frame that language so that it encompasses a broader scope.
Chair. Thank you. Yeah, so this was something that staff and I reviewed at length. After several conversations, I agreed with the assessment by staff that this was the most appropriate language. I would, with the chair's permission, ask staff to address the question with more particularity. But I can't remember the exact reasons, but at the time it was convincing why this language should be included. Thank you.
Elise, is that you? Are you staff at this?
Will be staff.
Okay.
Thank you. So we cannot do background checks for people under the age of 18 because of juvenile justice laws. So that's why we included that. If there are additional things that an LEA wanted to do or to put into place or to deny them completely, they could do that. But that is why we don't include that here.
Interesting. Is there any reason we couldn't put in an LEA?
Are you?
I guess that question is directed towards staff, Chair.
Sure.
In an LEA, so that because there are flags on kids in school systems who have backgrounds that could put them in a place where other students are at risk. But when they're in the LEA, there's a flag on them. When they're not enrolled or they've unenrolled themselves from school, that's different.
Elise?
We're trying to decide how that would change it. Because you wouldn't be able to look them up in the school system if they were not in your LEA. So I guess I'm just trying, what is the intent? And maybe we can think of something that would work.
Well, the intent would be if a student has been expelled from an LEA for any reason, and they're not enrolled in a traditional LEA for whatever reason that might be, then they would be prohibited from attending this. Unless I'm reading the language wrong.
So this is just who they can do a background check on.
So we would need to
in this
add
section.
language to cover that.
I think so. I think that would have to be another,
That would need to be a C.
perhaps, or change something about A.
Do you have a potential amendment?
Yeah.
Okay, so I would move to amend that may not permit an additional adult or guest not presently enrolled or employed by an LEA. Enrolled in or employed by something to that effect. Come again, I'm so sorry. I think right after the word guest, we could insert language such as enrolled in or employed by an LEA. Because if they're employed by another LEA, they've passed a background check, and if they're enrolled in school, it would give us cause to reason that they have not been expelled for reasons that would violate the spirit or intent of this amendment. Is that what you were thinking, Superintendent Nui? May not permission. So am I hearing you in a roundabout way saying you'd rather put a C on this? Because I thought I heard you say you wanted me to amend A, and now I'm hearing you say you would rather I just put a C on this.
This particular change, because of it being at the top, it would then require that those people be background checked, right? So those who are enrolled in or employed by the LEA would then have to be background checked, which I think is the opposite of what you're trying to say, is that they either have to be background checked or they're an employee of the LEA, so we already know their status, or they are a student of the LEA, so we already know their status, right? So those would be like the three instances in which a person could be an accompanied guest. Does that make sense?
It does. I'm just wondering how we cover these instances.
So if we say, okay, what if we said, we can also do this offline. A guest who is not enrolled in or employed by the LEA, and then those would be the exceptions. Everybody else would have to be background checked. Does that make sense?
Not in this moment, but
We can keep talking. if
at
you
a
want
high
and come
level,
back.
it sounds like what you're trying to say is that they would be covered under the exemptions.
Yes.
And so all those who are not enrolled in an LEA would be subject to a background check.
Yes.
Yeah,
Or
I
over
would,
18.
that's fine with me. However you want to fix that, that's great.
What are we doing here? Are you asking Elise to create an amendment to this motion?
I think she just did.
Okay. And this is still in A, is that correct?
Yes.
So is this?
Unless I misunderstand Deputy Superintendent Nui.
So you want to amend 6A of Member Carey's motion to include who is not enrolled in or employed by an LEA. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the amendment before us. Do we have a second? There's a second. Do you want to speak to that?
I think it's kind of covered in the conversation, so I would pass.
Okay. Member Lear, to this motion or to the other one?
No, different issue.
Different issue. Okay. Then let's prepare to vote on this one. Again, the amendment is to include in 6A the verbiage "who is not enrolled or employed by an LEA." With that, Member Earl?
Yeah, just looking. If you're looking at B, I'm just trying to correlate it with if we make this amendment. In B, it says that the background check requirement in 6A applies to any accompanying individual who is 18 years of age or older and is not a student currently enrolled in the LEA. So it seems to be duplicative, but I'm trying to parse out the nuance, right, versus the duplicativeness, or why we're saying it twice. And maybe I'm kind of missing a little bit of something. Because we're already saying, we're saying who's not enrolled who's not enrolled or employed, but then down below, which the employment would already rule out doing a background check because they have to be background check to do that. And then at the bottom, we're saying the same thing. So I don't know if we're just duplicating what we're already saying. Maybe I'm wrong, but.
I hear you. I see it.
I just don't know what problem that solves.
Yeah. Member Reel?
Thank you, Chair. I have a question maybe for Elise or maybe for our AAG. When we say accompany, I'm worried that maybe this is too broad because it could mean if a bunch of students are going to DC on a flight, does that mean we need to do background checks of all the adults that are also on the flight? Does that mean if we're at an event that they need to have background checks of everyone that are at an event? So does that language open us up to some liability in those public spaces when it comes to the word accompanying? Because traveling with does mean everyone traveling with them on a plane or I'm not sure if anyone, I don't want to set our LEAs up for any liability if the language is that in a way that might, do we need to be more specific? If so.
I would think that accompany in that sense means somebody that's actually on that trip, not that's just happens to be on the plane or happens to be in the activity. It's part of the group. And I think there's potential for other issues with that too, because what do you do with somebody who is going but not accompanying the students on their, I don't know that you've got to the point of excluding every potential possibility for something to go awry, and I don't know that you can get there that way. But I don't think that accompanying causes you problems on trains, planes, or buses or things of that nature.
Yeah, or even after a game, if like they're there as to cheer on someone and they're there.
Yeah, if they didn't come with the students, hang out with the students, participate in the activities with the students, I don't think they're actually accompanying the students.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure that it's not, vague enough that we can set our LEAs up for any liability in that way.
I can assure you that lawyers will find it vague.
Yes. Okay, I figured.
Thanks.
Okay. So the motion before us is to include the wording in 6A, who is not enrolled in or employed by an LEA. Are you back to this? Okay. Go ahead, Member Bogus.
So I would argue that I think Member Earl is correct. I don't think that I think it is duplicative, but I still don't know how we're going to prohibit people from taking kids who have committed heinous acts within our schools and been expelled or whatever for those reasons from accompanying people on trips. We still have an issue that we need to address, but I would agree with Member Earl that as that is written, it is duplicative. So without objection, I would withdraw the motion. I have another motion if we're interested, but I don't know that it solves the problem either, but I'd like to put it out there for discussion.
Is there any objection to this motion, this amendment being withdrawn? Not seeing any, let's move forward. I'm going to just take a minute to speak against this motion. I see what the motion, not Member Bogus's, that's poof, gone, right? But I've got Member Carey's motion here, and I see what needs to be done, and I see what he's doing, and I agree with that. However, I'm trying to reconcile with some of the issues that kind of have been asked here. And to scroll down to see the entire motion, if you could. I don't know what that looks like when it comes to bringing your family, and I recognize that this was part of the issue, is that family was brought, right? But were they accompanying the team, or were they just going to support a loved one? And so I don't know if this, to me, this is if the school board wants a policy, I think we need to say to LEAs, develop a policy. How are you going to protect your kids? Because I agree it needs to be addressed. I don't know if this is going to just fix this, because there are so many questions that are going to be asked along with this, right? And quite frankly, LEAs are encouraging as many people as possible to go to these events and to support students. And how do we keep the bad actors out? I don't know. I think this is a good step or a good shot at this. I just don't know if this is the right solution at the time. I think it's going to take some thought, and I know that there has been thought when I look at what Chair Carey has been working on. This isn't new to his mind, right? And it's not new to any of ours, but I just don't know if this is the complete answer at this time. So with that, we've got this motion before us. Member Carey's motion. I know Member Bogus, you said you had another motion potentially. I've got Member Lear in the queue as well.
Well, I would offer a second amendment that I think could possibly fix the issue, and that would be to strike the word accompany from the motion. And if this fails, we could define it, but the definition is already inerrant within the motion.
So your motion is to simply strike the word accompany.
Well, I would have to see the motion again. I think it has some extraneous language there. So it'd be to travel or lodge with, and then strike or accompany.
Is that your motion then, to strike or accompany?
Yes, and we'd have to strike the with on travel so that it was grammatically correct. To travel or lodge with.
Okay, so the motion then is to strike with after travel and or accompany. Is that
Yep.
correct?
Yeah.
Okay, do we have a second? You have a second? You want to speak to that?
Yeah, I think if we were to describe a company in this context, we would use the language to travel alongside or lodge with. I think that's how we would define it for school purposes. You're riding the bus, you're staying in accommodations that are paid for with some sort of district fund or pass-through fund. And some of those funds for athletics and other activities are pass-through funds that are fundraised by a PTA or a booster club. And so if they're traveling with them, they would be formally, I don't know why these people still call me. I have no clue. I tried to shut it off. I did. Believe it or not, I've asked the masters how to fix my phone. It never goes silent. So I think that just skipping the word accompany would fix what we're trying to address. I think along is already in there, isn't it? isn't it in the original motion, Member Brenton? Maybe I wrote it down incorrectly because I thought it should be there. But if we could scroll down to the original motion. To travel or lodge with the team. Yeah, I don't think we need the word along.
Member Lear?
I had a somewhat different issue, but it relates very closely to this new motion of Member Bogus's. I think that the problem I initially have with this, and being very familiar with this situation, the school leader did not permit this, and I don't want it. Did not permit the situation that evolved. He wasn't aware of it, and I think that what I don't want is the unintended consequence of it reading this way. Something like what happened, and then there be a punishment for the coach if licensed or designated school leader, because the school leader wasn't even informed. As we're discussing this, it also, another kind of related unintended consequence is all of us are thinking about buses and trains and planes, but not automobiles, where you could have this happening and maybe at the last minute that the coach or the designated school leader agrees to take 2 students home, but maybe has a spouse or a partner who has a problem with, and it's unexpected and they're in an automobile. So I think this needs more work. And I am especially concerned that a designated school leader might find himself facing discipline when she was never informed about the person accompanying. And because it's not, although it is technically public information, it's not usually widely well known who's on the sex offender registries in various communities. So I'm equally concerned about accusations that someone did it intentionally. I think, and I had sort of a possible amendment or alternative motion that would make it the responsibility of the coach or the school employee that invites someone to not allow this to happen. But I think personally this just needs more thought and work because we've got to deal with automobiles as well as other kinds of transportation.
Vice Chair Bollinger?
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate Member Carey bringing this to the attention of the board because, obviously, we want to keep our students safe. That's been a priority for us as board members. I think my concern with when we're talking about how this is written, when we talk about we can't permit people to travel with, lodge with, I tend to agree with Chair Hymas where it leaves a lot of ambiguity there, where if I'm a coach, which I've been in the past, and I'm sure, Member Kelly has had this experience as well, then does that make me responsible for everybody that's going to stay in the same hotel, grandparents, relatives, people that just show up? Then the way that this is written, I'm curious to know if then that becomes our responsibility to make sure everybody's background check. When I look at LEAs, and typically LEAs have specific rules and policies for this, and I was looking up a few of the ones where basically in a district that I think has a great policy, it says if a volunteer will have significant unsupervised access to students as an advisor or supervisor, that the individual should have a criminal background check. So at the district level, they are then creating boundaries with this. When we leave it this broad that anytime they go to a school-sponsored activity, I don't believe that we can have one person be responsible for everybody that comes and participates or that comes and watches or supports. There's just so many unanswered questions with this. So although I do appreciate the intent of it, I do see districts that have things in place that address this specifically. And so I just am concerned about the broadness of the statement.
We are semi-combining motions here because we've got, what we have on the table before us is the motion to amend, which is to strike with after lodge and, or with after travel, and then strike or accompany. So I've got member Bogus and member Carey. Is it to this motion? To the overall, member Bogus, to this motion? Okay. Let's spend your time speaking to it, not arguing.
I won't argue with you, Chair. I just think that every time I've ever traveled with students, whether it was at the secondary level or at the elementary level, I had to fill out a form. And I had to list every student and every adult that was traveling with us, whether it was a member of my family, if it was a 7-hour drive and my husband was going with us, whatever it was. I had to submit a list to the LEA, and that had to be submitted before they allowed us to depart campus. And the pickup was always on campus, and we always returned to campus. And I've never had an experience where that didn't happen. And so I do think that the designated school leader does need to stay in this. I just think the word accompany makes it too broad, because people show up to things, and sexual offenders are already not allowed on school campuses, but they show up to basketball and football games all the time. And that puts it in the hand of law enforcement, not in the hands of coaches. And so I think just striking the word accompany addresses so many of the issues that are being brought up. So thank you.
Member Lear, to this motion or to the overall? Okay. So I'm not seeing any additional lights for this motion. Let's go ahead and address this one. Again, the motion to amend is to strike with after travel and strike or accompany. So let's go ahead and vote on this amendment. That motion passes 11 in favor, 1 abstention, 2 no votes. The abstention from member Davis, the no votes from member Reel and member Lear. Okay. So that brings us to the overall motion. No, we haven't. Oh, yeah, not the overall. Member Carey's amendment, yes. And so I've got member Carey's light on, and then Vice Chair Wood.
And Chair, what are we speaking to?
Your original motion as amended.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I do think, and I appreciate the words of caution, that we want to make sure that LEAs aren't put in jeopardy or in a bind, but there's another group of people that I think we have to think about, and those are the 700,000 plus students that we have. And remember, they're not volunteers or they've decided to go to school. The law requires them to be there, right? And generally, most go to the school that they're assigned to. And for us not to take every possible precaution to protect those students, I just don't see it. I understand the concerns. I think that possibly a little conflated and maybe inflated. But the fact that any district would not have a policy on this, I think is shocking. I was surprised when, I read the article in the newspaper and they asked USBE for a comment. Anybody remember what our comment was? Our comment was no comment. Well, I think the comment should have been, this is wrong. We're not going to have registered sex offenders on trips involving our kids and accompanying employees of the school. And so what we're seeing now is we're just seeing this expansion. Chair Hymas and Vice Chair Bollinger both expanded the narrative beyond the confines of the proposed language. Right? We're not talking about volunteers. We're not talking about just showing up at an event. These are the words that were used, right? This is a certain designated group of people. And so I'm sympathetic to possibly the money aspect, right? We don't want schools being sued. But there's another way for an LEA or school to get sued, and that's gross negligence. That's disregarding known dangers. And I think that that's what happens when we don't take the care and caution that we need and emphasize the role that we have in protecting the students. Thank you, Chair.
Member Wood, Vice Chair Wood.
Chair, through you to Member Carey, I absolutely agree with the criminal background check. Can you help me understand the and ongoing monitoring? I'm just thinking about, I rode the bus with my son to Phoenix for Nike International Nationals. I'm on the bus. I've had the criminal background checked. What is the ongoing monitoring that is expected here?
Chair Carey.
Yeah, do you mean by USBE, by the LEA? Well, my answer to you, Vice Chair Wood, would be it's interesting that all of a sudden you're concerned about monitoring, because one of the great gaps that we have here at USBE is this lack of internal controls and monitoring. But when it comes to protecting our students, to get religion all of a sudden and focus on, and I appreciate the smile. I don't think it's funny.
Thank you for
I don't think it's funny. But you asked me a question and I'm answering.
I did ask you a question
And
because
so
I
I'm
wanted to know what you
responding.
meant by and ongoing monitoring.
And I'm
So to
I'm
demean me in saying that I do not care about monitoring, I'm asking what type of monitoring you are asking for. That is a clear question that does not require any demeaning on your part. Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry that you consider accountability demeaning. And I didn't say that. What I said was I think it's interesting that all of a sudden you emphasize monitoring. That hasn't always been your battle cry. And so my position on the monitoring is this is a local issue. Let the LEAs address it. Some of them haven't. So we have to step in and we have to address it. If you have thoughts on how this should be monitored, you are more than welcome to make that motion. Thank you, Vice Chair Wood.
Member Lear.
To the point of coach it is very often a volunteer, is not always paid, and is not often licensed. So at least it should be, I guess what I'm saying is I have a motion, I have an amendment to the motion, so that not every coach is equally responsible for this. At least it should be a licensed coach. And
What would your motion, sorry, what would your motion, how would your motion read?
Yeah, you'll make a motion to that. I'm trying to decide because license doesn't cover the coaches that are credentialed through UHSAA. But the board has no authority over those coaches unless they are licensed. So I'm wrestling with how to take the volunteer coach out of coach. If any staff person has a suggestion, I'm open to that. I just think that we need to put those who are licensed into at least in at a higher level, at a higher bar. But that goes back to my point that I made earlier, and I don't want to get into the specifics of this case because there's enough rumor and rumor mongering to go around. But I think that the individual who should be responsible is the person who does the inviting. When it's so hard to know who's coming and who's going on these chaperone trips. So that goes nowhere, I'm saying. But I think we need to modify coach, and I would rather rework this to make the person responsible the one who does the inviting.
Just say that you're in favor of delaying this.
And I'm in favor of delaying this, by the way. But Sarah has a comment too that goes to this issue, but you can call on her.
So, sorry, I've got this line up, and again, the vice chairs don't get to get in the queue, as you can see, but I have, after Member Lear, I've got Member Bollinger, and then I've got Member Reel and Member Carey. Or Kelly, my apologies.
Thank you, Chair. If I may direct a question to staff, is there a time constraint on this rule that needs to be passed this month?
Elise?
This rule is coming to you for a 5-year continuation, so we do need it continued today in order for it to not lapse into sunset. It's where so we would need to continue it at least today, but we could bring it back on another month for changes if we just continue it as is, and then we could bring additional changes at another time and think more deeply. That would work.
Can we go back to the original motion, please?
Elise, can you scroll to the original motion? Or, yeah,
we're still on Chair Carey's
member
motion.
Carey's, original, the motion, this motion. Member Bollinger is going to come back. She's going to think about if she wants to take any action. So next we have Member Reel.
Thank you, Chair. I rarely make amendments or motions in this board, but I'd like to talk about civility and respect for each other as board members, because I can't just continue on making motions and changing this after watching the disrespect that I continually see often with each other. If you make an amendment or a motion, you should be able to talk about it. And it for me to just sit here and continue moving forward with that after watching an disrespect of staff and board members continually, it's really frustrating. So, Chair, I'd like to ask for some civility or possibly some rules or some accountability with board members on how they treat each other and how we respect each other's opinions and motions and questions when someone makes a motion. It's absolutely appropriate to ask questions about motions. And you know, I believe in civility. I believe in disagreeing better. And I believe in being able to work through this together. I think we come out with good work, and I like that about our board. But I would like the chair to exercise some sort of control or accountability for board members when they disrespect each other that way. In that way, it feels really inappropriate. I'm tired of it at this point. Thanks.
Be nice to each other. I don't know what else to say. We're trying to get work done, and this is heavy work, and this is work that needs to be addressed. And I agree. I don't think disrespect has a part at this table here. And if somebody takes a question, even if it is pointed at somebody, I would hope that we wouldn't take it personally. And if we don't want to answer the question, then let's not answer the question. Right? If I feel slighted by somebody's question, then I'm not going to answer, and that's okay. I am not that chair who is going to monitor your every word and frustration with one another. I am not going to do that. We are adults. I hope we act like adults. And I know if we're talking about Vice Chair Wood and Member Carey, that they are adults and they may or may not like each other. I don't know. I hope that civility does take place at this table. But you have not seen, nor probably will you see me step in and say, stop it, be nice. I would hope that we would be mature enough to do that on our own. And again, I get that emotions run high. It's no surprise. We're talking about an incident where a sex offender was put in a place around students. And if that doesn't get emotions going, then I don't know what else does, especially for this group here. So yes, I agree with you 100%. I don't know if it's worth us taking the time like we can take breaks and we can say, hey, cool off. But I'm not sure what kind of leadership you are asking for when I have to step in for a comment that I feel is pointed at somebody else or somebody else feels is pointed at somebody else. Because there have been many times where I've thought that's inappropriate. There's been many times where I've sat here thinking we've wasted a lot of time on topics that we shouldn't be spending a lot of time on. As a reminder, it is 3:55. We are on our noon agenda item. So, yeah, there's frustrations throughout this entire process, but we have to do the work. We get to do the work, and that's what we're here to do. So, yeah, I would agree. Please be kind to one another. Don't assume that you're being attacked. Assume that questions are being asked. I know I shouldn't advocate for somebody. Carolyn Charette, she taught me as an early educator and administrator, assume goodwill. And that's what I've tried to do here. Even when it's clearly not goodwill, we have to assume that we're trying to get the work done here. So with that, if we could, I know we are right in the middle of this discussion. We're going to take 5 minutes, talk to each other, if you will, or go to a corner and let your heart rate come down. But let's take a few minutes, get your minds together, understand that nothing is perfect that we do here. And if you're seeking perfection, then you're in the wrong space. But we can come to consensus and we can get there. It takes 8 people, not one. It takes 8. Hopefully we can get to where it's 15. But with that, let's take a 5-minute break and we'll reconvene. Thank you. Okay, look at that. We still have 5 minutes. We never, yeah, we did start the timer. It's just, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. So let's get back to where we were here. We have a motion from Chair Carey, and I'm going to restate the motion just so that we're all on the same page. It has been amended once. The motion is that the board amend R277-605 draft 2 by adding a new subsection 6 to section R277-605-4 to read as follows. A coach or designated school leader may not permit an additional adult or guest to travel with, lodge with, I know we made that motion there, to travel or lodge with the team or student group during a school-sponsored activity unless the individual has successfully passed a criminal background check and ongoing monitoring through the employing LEA consistent with section 53G-11-402. B, the background check requirement described in subsection 6A applies to any accompanying individual who is 18 years of age or older and is not a student currently enrolled in the LEA. That is the motion that is before us. There has been some discussion on it. We have next in line, we have Member Kelly, and then Member Davis, and then Member Bogus. Member Kelly.
I'm going to try to simplify this, and I hope that what I say will maybe bring some clarity. But I'm gonna speak as a coach who has been on lots and lots of trips with my athletes, many times out of state, many times in state, overnight trips, and I recognize that what we're trying to do here is make sure that those students are who we're looking out for, and making sure that we have policy in place that if a leader, if a coach, or as this is saying, a coach or a designated school leader invites or permits somebody who does not have a criminal background check to be with the kids and to associate, and then it's later found out that that person is a pedophile, it can't go without accountability. And so I think that this is important for us to address. So I'm gonna there's just a couple words that I think may fix this. So I'm gonna start with the word permit. If I am, let's say, I was just at Pit Bowl last night, so I'm gonna say the Holiday Inn. If you know Pit Bowl, you know the reference to the Holiday Inn. Okay, there we go. There's a few. Thank you. But if we're staying at the Holiday Inn as a team, I'm going to arrange for my coaches and my athletes the exact number of rooms that I'm going to need at that hotel. But what I cannot control is if parents choose to stay in the same hotel as we're staying in. And so I really don't have the right to permit them or to not permit them to stay at the same hotel. But I've made arrangements for my coaches and my athletes to stay at that hotel. But what I've done there is invited them, not necessarily permitted them. And so I'm going to propose that we change the word permit to invite, because as the designated leader or the coach, I invited my assistants or any volunteers to stay with my team. And so I'm going to make the motion that we strike permit and change that to invite. That was also at the recommendation of Board Member Davis. We thought that was a better choice of words. But then as the school leader, once I have made that list, I know who is coming on that trip, and I have made sure that everybody on that trip has a background check, the ongoing monitoring is no longer my responsibility. They have had a background check. If that person were to go on another trip with another group down the road in the future, that's the LEA or the new leader's responsibility to make sure that person has a background check. And so the ongoing monitoring, I know that Board Member Wood was asking about. I think that those two words are just out of context, and so I would move to strike ongoing monitoring from this motion. So changing permit to invite and striking ongoing monitoring would be my motion. And ongoing monitoring, correct, yeah.
So the motion to amend, and again, this is an amendment to an amendment, so we can't amend your amendment any further.
All right.
But the motion is to strike permit from the amendment and replace with invite, and then also strike and ongoing monitoring. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do we have a second? There's a second to that. Do you want to speak? I know you somewhat spoke to that.
Okay. So I think I'm good.
I've got members Bogus, Davis, and Vice Chair Bollinger in the queue. Is it to this motion, or should I keep you in the queue for next motion? This one? So Bogus, I have you first. This one or the next one? Member Davis, you're up next, so go ahead.
Oh, just, it makes sense that the words ongoing monitoring were there, but in this particular amendment may not need to be, because the ongoing monitoring in the code is for continuous, like coaches, volunteers, teachers, whatever, that are there continuously. And so if we're talking about in the amendment about a trip or a travel experience, then that every new teacher or coach that does a single trip is going to have to check that there's a background check. And I just signed up for my daughter's choir trip, and the teacher was like, get in there. Yeah. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I'm background checked, but they were persistent. I had to go do it again. So I do think that's an important responsibility, but for this isolated trips, I think that comes with the background checks.
And Vice Chair Bollinger to this motion.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate this motion, Member Kelly. I think it does address several of the concerns that I've had, and changing the word from permit to invite kind of clarifies then because definitely we don't want to be using taxpayer dollars to provide rooms for individuals that are sex offenders, nor do we want those individuals with our team. So I think that piece helps clarify that, because we also can't control all the people that come and stay at the same hotel or come to all the events. So I appreciate your motions. Thank you.
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I support both of these amendments, and I'm grateful for Board Member Kelly and his experience as a coach, bringing that wisdom to the table. And I think that we all are passionate about protecting our students, and that has to be paramount. And so when people prioritize money and they prioritize LEAs being sued over student safety, I will not accept that as an argument. I understand the wisdom of it. As a practicing attorney in the past, I get it. But that is a weak argument. Our focus has to be on protecting these students. I was stunned to learn that any district, I think was it the Salt Lake City School District that didn't have a policy in place? Is that where this came from? I was stunned. And I was equally stunned when this body, USBE, said, well, we have no comment. Yeah, we do have a comment, and that comment is we're going to protect our students. And I think that this language and this motion accomplishes that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so the motion to amend is to strike permit from the amendment and replace with invite, and additionally strike and ongoing monitoring. So let's vote on that. I believe Member Wood is joining us online. Member Wood, do you vote? Okay. So I believe that passes unanimously with 2 absent. So we have a new motion before us, an amended amendment. And with that, we will move back into the queue that we had, and we've got Member Bogus next.
Thank you, Chair. I would move that we postpone this entire agenda item from its current state to tomorrow's unfinished business section.
There's a motion to move to tomorrow's unfinished business. It's been seconded. Do you want to speak to that?
I would. I think we have a lot of work to do on this. I have at least 3 motions that I've discussed with our staff, and I think that to do that well and to do it correctly and mitigate the extraneous conversation that would accompany that, we need to give our staff overnight to prepare that and to ensure that we get this done in the most efficient manner possible.
Member Carey?
I'd just like to amend the motion.
Okay.
And I would just like to include that that the matter be tabled, but all those motions that have been submitted to staff be provided to the board in advance. And I defer to staff as to the timing. I don't understand the nature and extent of the motions, but if they're already typed up, I would say, by 6 p.m. tonight or close of business tonight. But I would like to see the motions in advance of tomorrow.
Chair, may I?
And if somebody could type that up.
I
Thank
didn't.
you.
I didn't make a motion to table, just as a point of information. I made a motion to postpone.
Okay. So the motion to postpone, and then we have a motion to amend. And yeah, it hasn't been seconded. We don't have a amendment
Carol
on there
seconded it.
yet.
I seconded yours.
Oh, okay. I apologize. Thank you, Carol.
And then, so Member Carey's motion is to amend to say postpone until tomorrow, but provide board members
And that
with
the
those.
board be provided with the motion submitted by Board Member Bogus. How long can they be? By 6 p.m. this evening?
I think we should give our staff at least until noon tomorrow, because they'll be working in this meeting. I think noon tomorrow is pleasant. Unfinished business will start around 2 tomorrow.
I guess the point of clarity that I'm seeking is, do you have the motions or not? If you have them and you said, I've got 3 motions to make, do you have them, or are they not? Do you have ideas for
I've
them?
discussed with staff, and they asked for the evening.
Chair, it was my understanding that the motions were provided. To the extent that they're not, then I would oppose the motion to postpone. It was my understanding the motions were ready. We could review those, but as they're being discussed, again, I think we're in a position to decide this matter today, one way or the other, and we should do that. Thank you.
So, so I believe you said your motion is you'll remove that, and then you spoke against the motion to postpone. Is that correct? Okay. As that was not seconded, we are in a good place to do that then. So the motion then that we will vote on is to postpone this agenda item, which is 5.9, to tomorrow's unfinished business. Let's go ahead and vote. And do we want to, Member Wood, are you available for a vote? Not hearing anything. That motion passes 8 in favor, 5 opposed. Those opposed are Member Earl, Member Hymas, Member Brenton, Member Hall, and Member Carey. So with that, Chair Carey, we go back to you as part of the report out.
Thank you, Chair. The next item before the body is item 5.10, R277-317, Incentives for National Board Certification. The motion before the board is that the board continue and approve R277-317, Incentives for National Board Certification, Draft 2 on second and final reading. This motion passed out of law and licensing unanimously.
Thank you. The motion before the board that came out of committee is that the board continue and approve R277-317, Incentives for National Board Certification, Draft 2 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's vote. Vice Chair Wood online. Okay, that motion passes 9 in favor, 1 abstention, 3 no votes. The abstention coming from Member Earl, the no votes from Member Green, Member Kelly, and Member Bogus. Back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. This is item 5.11, R277-328, Equal Opportunity in Education. The motion before the board is that the board continue R277-328, Equal Opportunity in Education on second and final reading, but I do have a substitute motion. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion that came out of committee then is that the board continue R277-328, Equal Opportunity in Education on second and final reading. Back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you. There is a motion in backup. That is R277-328, Draft 1, and the motion before the board that I would like to make is that the board continue and approve R277-328, Equal Opportunity in Education, Draft 1 on second and final reading. And then I would like to, is it Draft 2 or Draft 2? So to repeat that, Chair, it would be that the board continue and approve R277-328, Equal Opportunity in Education, Draft 2 on second and final reading, and then I'd like to speak to it.
Do we have a second?
Second.
There's a second. Okay, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so this used to be the DEI rule of the board, and because of legislation that was passed, a lot of the most offensive parts of the DEI effort was stripped out of this rule. But we still have this rule, and it still talks about equal opportunity in education. And I think a great opportunity presents itself to the board, and that is, since 1971, the Supreme Court has limited and really created a system in public schools where students of faith, students who wanted to exercise their right of conscience were relegated to a second student status. And that was the Lemon Test, and it basically said if it has to do with religion, you've got to check it at the school door. You can't bring it inside. And that's been the governing law for our LEAs since 1971. Every policy, every consideration, every deliberation was built around this notion that if you had faith, you had to check it at the door. Well, that began to change about 3 or 4 years ago in a series of Supreme Court decisions that said, you know what? We got this wrong in 1971. And it has permitted and it has recognized that students of faith should not be treated as second-class students. And these decisions have made clear that, yeah, the coach, he can pray on the football field. that prohibition, that blanket prohibition against religion, has been addressed by these three cases. And this rule presents this board with the opportunity to make sure that our educators, to make sure that our teachers, who now, after 5 decades of being taught one way when it comes to faith, when it comes to religion in the schools and in the classrooms, that's evolved, that's changed. And this gives us the opportunity to make sure that our teachers and our educators know that. To be clear, what this rule does not do is it does not mandate or require a particular faith or a particular right of conscience be elevated or imposed in schools or in our LEAs, but rather this collective body of religious belief, right of conscience, has to be treated equally in our public schools. That's the purpose of the draft, and that's why I'm supporting it. Thank you, Chair.
Member Earl?
Yes, just two provisions that were added in here. We previously had tried to do this definition of inclusion. In place of that, I'm putting into the code the special education piece as well as the federal code. And this, I'm looking at line 25 and 26 that says full educational opportunity for students with disabilities is outlined. And then further, this language is taken right from some of the items we have posted from our staff from USBE. And so that's lines 75 through 78. Use that language so that it's, let me just read it just because I think it's valuable. Promote effective instructional practices and inclusive teaching applications that include intentionally and purposely creating, designing, and developing learning opportunities that ensure all students, regardless of their background, skill, or developmental level, can benefit from the least restrictive learning environment. So it does have those key pieces in there for special education and for students that have those diverse needs.
Member Lear?
Thank you. This rule came to the committee last month as a very simple continuation, and it was supported and discussed in the committee as a very simple continuation. And then, to my dismay, I saw 2 days ago that this was no longer a straightforward continuation, but rather there's a lot of new language in here. And my concerns are largely practical, and they're similar to some of the concerns that some of the committee members of the Law and Licensing Committee have raised as it relates to 322, R277 322. As I read this previously, the old rule, it says on line 48, an LEA shall provide professional learning to educators concerning, and then it goes on with some language. And now the new rule would say, an LEA shall provide professional learning to educators and relevant staff with a whole new set of criteria. And I do suggest that they are quite a bit different. And I'm concerned about the cost to the USBE, if the USBE should provide a model policy. It doesn't say that in here, but give guidance to LEAs. And that certainly takes USBE time and cost. As 160 LEAs would now have to revise training. Maybe they would say develop new training to meet these new requirements, not all of which I would agree are required under the law. And I really don't agree with taking equal opportunity out, because that's what the law, in many places, the federal law uses equal opportunity. So to just decide we're going to call it opportunity, I think is presumptuous and taking away from what the federal law requires. So I don't disagree that perhaps some of this information in the future should be discussed with LEAs, but to mandate this at a time when LEAs are already creating 30-ish are dealing with, let me not exaggerate, are dealing with 30 new pieces of legislation. And some of those require policies, some of them require new training, that to add this to the burden of LEAs when the training that we have is very good and very adequate. And I don't, and that, as another attorney, I don't agree with Chair Carey's characterization. I was actually teaching in public schools in the early 1970s, and there was ample opportunity, even then, for students to express their religious preferences. Now, as a teacher, I knew I could not, but there were students praying in locker rooms because they volunteered to pray and they chose to pray together. There were students praying in different contexts and expressing their points of view that were often religious. So I don't disagree that I disagree that that students who were religious were second-class citizens. The ones I worried most about in my teaching experience, even as a very young teacher, were those who came and were sidelined or not included because they had no religion at all. But in some cases, most cases, were very good, moral young people. And so I don't agree that students who are religious were relegated to a different status. They had every opportunity to express their points of view. And that's a little more substantive. But I am mostly concerned about imposing this requirement for different training on LEAs right now. And if you look at the analysis under R277-322 for what it would cost an LEA to create a new policy, you can see that it's a substantial fiscal burden as well as a time and energy burden in the light of all of the things that LEAs are doing in response to legislation. So my biggest concern is that this is taking place right now and an imposition on LEAs.
Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions to the drafters of this rule, if I may. On line 75, I'm curious to know what inclusive teaching applications means.
Which one? Jenny, you got that?
Like I said, I'm taking this right from our language that we have on our site under inclusive practices. So if you'd like to, I can send you that location so you can see what those things are. I can do that. I'll send that to you.
Okay, I would appreciate that. May I have a follow-up, please? The other thing is, and I don't mind the addition of, making sure that teachers are trained on making sure that students have their constitutional protected rights of religion. I thought that was already addressed in what line 60 said, where recognizing the constitutionally protected rights of all students was included in the training, and don't mind adding additional detail. My concern is all of the parts that we have now gotten rid of, and maybe the makers of the draft can help me understand, why do we not want training on lines 52 through 62 anymore? Why did we, instead of just adding some things, why were we striking, what's the purpose of striking this other wording? Do we not want to have training for identifying additional academic supports, or having educated, or just students with disabilities educated with students without disabilities? Okay, so if that's the piece, the part for me, I think that's really hard is, as a practitioner, the specific wording that it has in here, and I'll give you an example. On lines 58 through 59, specially designed instruction is provided in addition to, not instead of, high-quality core instruction as consistent with IDEA. Our educators need that specific language to understand that it's not in place of, but it's in addition to. And so for me, the wording that was in here is the specific language that I think that educators need to know what is applicable in practice. And so I I don't feel comfortable striking this language because of the need to be that specific. And I don't believe if was the goal to have lines 75 through 78 cover all of that? Was that the intent? I was just asking, was the intent of lines 75 through 78 to replace all of the special ed training pieces?
To replace the training ed special. Can I ask a separate question? And this is maybe going to our staff. Is this the only place, 328, that we're going to actually talk about special education? I actually find it interesting that it's in here in some ways, other than it's a diversity piece, right? That's kind of why it's in here. Other than that, I'm like, if this weren't here, would we do this? We're already doing this. So it's kind of interesting that we're putting it we're doing it in all these other areas, and then we're going to go ahead and silo it here. So if this were, and I'm not saying that still that piece is in there, but I'm trying to understand kind of where you're coming from. Like this is a specialized training, and we're including special education or students with disabilities, right?
I could be wrong, but isn't this because it's a holdover from when we originally did 328? People were confusing inclusion with inclusion for special ed, so we felt we needed to include the special ed piece as the carve out. Remember
Right, but we carved out both because we said, inclusion, and we're going to create this caveat of I'm not sure who falls there, and then special ed too.
Well, because inclusion, DEI inclusion is not the same as inclusion for special education. So that's still the holdover from that piece.
Yeah.
That's why it's in there.
That's why I tried to create greater clarity, so we're not having this this question mark around the word inclusion, but just saying this is what we want to teach.
Right.
But I guess my question is this the 328? If without 328, are we not teaching about inclusion of students? I don't think that's the case.
I would argue that if you're teaching about inclusion, especially in special ed, you're not looking at 328 at all.
That's what I'm saying. So we can't to argue that here. I kept it in because I felt like it's part of that I don't know, that broader needs that people have, but certainly this is not where people are like, where's that law on inclusion? It's not, they're not running to this. They're going to the special education law. So anyways.
Okay. Next I have member Kelly.
Yeah, I'm going to just share an instance and to clarify in my mind why I think this is important. And Board Member Carey, this happened to me. As it's well known, I coached for many years. My athletes would very often, student-led, take a group of students and go have and say a prayer, and take the opportunity to do that, and that was a student-led thing that would happen on a fairly regular basis. I retired from coaching last year. The new coach that came in, one of the athletes, took that opportunity to, provide an opportunity for students to pray, and the coach shut that opportunity down. And so, if we're going to pretend like they're being allowed that opportunity, there's still, this is where the training and the education of our staff and our teachers and our personnel, I think it's important that they understand. I made sure when I learned that happened, that was against the law, and that those students have every right to do that, and that should not be shut down. But if it's happening the year after I stepped down as the coach, it's happening elsewhere as well. And I think it's important for us to make sure that faculty members, staff members, coaches, et cetera, understand that the students do have that right.
Next, I've got Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Board Member Kelly, for that. So one thing I do when I go and I speak to groups, I ask them, I say, is this true or false? State law and board rule requires "In God We Trust" to be placed in every school building in the state of Utah. And I just asked this in my church on this past Sunday, and there might have been 60 people in the room. And I said, by show of hands, how many of you think that state law and Board of Education rule requires "In God We Trust" be posted in every building, not in the school, in every building in the school? Not one hand went up to say that that was a true statement. But that's in our rule. And to me, that's evidence that 50 years, close to 60 years of teaching our faculty, of teaching our administrators that there is this insurmountable separation between religious belief and right of conscience and the school door. That's the toll that's been taken. They can't even believe it. They can't believe that "In God We Trust" is required to be in a school. And to me, that's evidence that more than ever, we need to make sure that, and again, this isn't optional in a way, right? This is law. This is the law of the land. And we need to make sure that our teachers and our educators understand that, so they're not creating legal jeopardy. But more importantly, because I don't want them denying the rights of these students in their schools. And I believe this gets us there without being overly prescriptive. Board Member Lear's right. This isn't a model policy, because I think some of our best lawyers work at LEAs. And they're smart enough to know, well, how should we teach this? How should we teach our teachers this? And I think this is the best way to do it. Give this general, broad understanding of this is what this board wants. You work out the details. You work out the finer points. Thank you, Chair.
Next, we have Member Davis.
Yeah, I have an amendment. I just have to make sure I get the right lines. I move that lines 56 through 59 be added after the words as new lines after the words "least restrictive learning environment" on page number 78.
So the motion is to reinstate lines 56 through 58. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
But move them to after line 78.
Mm-hmm.
So would that be, so right now they're currently, you've got an I and a double I. Would that still be the case under 78? Or would that be its own D and E?
I don't know. It would,
Okay.
however it fits in with the format of the document.
Okay. I think if I'm looking at this in context, I think that it would stay as an I and double I, but I could be wrong. under that section, and I'd look to a policy writer rather than myself.
Well, oh yeah, it might, because it would be C1 and then C2, I suppose. And I would, or it just would continue on that language and say including, and then add those two pieces. That's probably the better way to go.
It's your motion.
Let's do that. Let's say including, and then add those two pieces.
Doesn't quite. Because it becomes so verbose, and I think that language is better than the language in C.
I think because there's more to C than just special ed. Because they're saying you could have poverty, first generation, different, all these other things, skills, backgrounds, development.
Jenny said that was all about special ed. That it had nothing to do with anything else except special education.
All of C.
That was my.
That's what I took from our inclusion.
Yeah, so if that's the case, I think the stronger language is to restore that language and delete all of C. That is your motion. You do yours.
I would keep it and put after environment, put the word including, and then add little 1 and little 2.
But it doesn't, including a student with a disability is educated? Is that including a student with a disability?
It would, basically, because what it's saying is including that a student with a disability is educated with peers without a disability to the maximum extent appropriate.
Students, we have to insert that. Okay.
Well, I don't know if you necessarily need to, including it in normal conversation you would, but in the way this is written, I think it would be okay to just do including colon, comma, semicolon, whatever's appropriate, and then a little subset. A student with a disability is educated with peers without a disability to the maximum extent appropriate, consistent with IDEA, and specially designed instruction is provided in addition to, not instead of, high quality core instruction, because these are two key pieces that we wanted in this training every year when they are also training on other types of federal and state laws in the space of all of these students, not being discriminated against for religion or whatever. So that's it.
Okay. So we have, I just want to make sure that we have this correct here. Who's driving this motion? How are we getting this motion on the screen?
In the event that a student with a disability is educated with peers
Yeah, what we've seen today, I think this has taken some time, is that we're trying to articulate motions while speaking to motions. And so we need to get a motion together that we can put on the floor, debate, and vote on.
Chair,
Please.
to address Board Member Booth, on the line 56, could we just change those wordings to students with disabilities are educated? Instead of singular, make it plural. That's it on 56.
And that would be along with your move,
In the
right?
amendment, within the
Yeah.
amendment, yes. They added the word that, so maybe we don't need to do that. Maybe it sounds okay now.
Does that work, Member Davis?
Oh, they can leave it because they added the word that in.
Okay. So the motion to amend then is that the board amend R277-328 by adding after line 78, environment, including, that's the addition, I, that a student with a disability is educated with peers without a disability to the maximum extent appropriate, consistent with IDEA, and double I, that specially designed instruction is provided in addition to, not instead of, high-quality core instruction as consistent with IDEA.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Do we have a second to this motion?
Second.
There's a second. Do you want to speak to that, Member Davis?
Kind of similar to what has been mentioned by Vice Chair Bollinger. I'm fine to add in all of the religious pieces to all of the pieces that students should have protections for. They should. But I'm not okay losing, in particular, these two pieces in this training when we're looking at training about, equal educational opportunities for all students. These are really important pieces, and they're important for a general education training to be a piece of this larger picture of things, and they shouldn't be let go. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we do. So, sorry, the question was, we're ready to speak to this motion. Here's who I've got in the queue. I've got Vice Chair Bollinger, Member Brinton, Member Hall, and Member Bogus. But that was in the queue before this motion came. So, Member Bollinger to this motion. Member Brinton to this motion. Member Hall, Member Bogus. To this motion, go ahead.
Chair, so my question is perhaps directed to staff. I don't know who it's directed to, but I'm wondering if when we're training on constitutional rights, are we actually supplementing that training with special education training? Because I've never actually included those, been subject to those rather, in the same training session. All of my special education training comes in a session all by itself, and all of my training on constitutional issues comes separately. So if we're mandating this, then we need to hold LEAs accountable for it to include it in that constitutional section. But I don't believe that it's happening, or at least that's not been my experience. And I don't think if we were to survey the system at large. So I think my question is, when we provide that training to districts, are we including that? Are we blending those together? Are we not? What is happening?
Is that you, Elise?
Can be.
Ish.
Ish.
Yeah.
Elise Newey, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. My reading of the rule is that it does not specify when and in which training, it just that there has to be training. So my reading of it would be that LEAs would have the flexibility to include it wherever they see fit, as long as it meets the requirements of the rule.
Can I follow up? So then are we going to delete the training mandated in the other rule? Or are we going to mandate training in two places?
I will say that we often in our rules require, for example, things like policies, that there needs to be a policy about this and a policy about this. And we allow LEAs to combine those if they choose, right? Like discipline and bullying. They may have a policy that is an umbrella for both. And I think training is a similar one where we require there must be trainings that hit on this and this and this and this topic. Do with that with what you will as an LEA, given your local situation.
Okay, thank you. And I do have a motion. I'd like to stay in the queue.
So the motion before us then is Member Davis's motion to amend. Member Davis, are you speaking to your motion here?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I kind of did already, but if you're giving me a chance to add another little bit, I will. And that is that how big, I don't know if Leah Voorhees is here, but I was going to ask her how many pages, what I call the Golden Bible per se, or the Golden Handbook for Special Ed, how many pages is that? The LRBI? The LRBI. Well, no, more than that. It's the whole rules. The Golden Rules. How many pages? Like 300 pages. So we have massive amounts of special ed that, yes, we need to do training on. These two particular pieces right here speak to the culture of the building, which is a lot of what all of this is about. They're saying, people with certain religious beliefs need to be able to speak up. Absolutely. people who may have a disability need to be able to be, to the maximum extent possible, not just a little here and there, to the maximum extent possible, included with their peers. And it's not like we're going to have resource and miss out on all of the high quality core instruction. It's that we're going to use that to supplement because we want these students in with us learning every day. This is appropriate for this particular training, whereas all the other special ed stuff is appropriate. And they can add this in with all of those other 300 pages too into that training. But this piece is so important to this, what we're talking about here.
Okay. Any other comments to this motion? All right. Let me restate and we'll get ready for a vote. The motion is that the board amend R277-328 by adding after line 78, environment, including I, that a student with a disability is educated with peers without a disability to the maximum extent appropriate, consistent with IDEA. And double I, that specially designed instruction is provided in addition to, not instead of, high quality core instruction as consistent with IDEA. Let's vote. Vice Chair Wood,
Yes.
thank you. That motion passes 12 in favor, 1 abstention, 2 no votes. The abstention from Member Carey, the no vote from Member Brenton and Member Hymas. That brings us to the the underlying substitute motion, which is that the board continue R277-328 Equal Opportunity in Education Draft 2 as amended on second and final reading. Let's go back to the queue here. We've got next, we have member, I don't know how your lights have changed, unless they've gone on and off. Because I'm writing them down. I'm going to go off of what I wrote down, not what's on the screen, if that's okay. So next I've got member Brenton.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. I wanted to see about the title of this in general, and I just wanted to ask the maker of the motion, like, I'm wondering why equal was struck out, and let me see. I wanted to make an amendment maybe to, would equal educational opportunity be a more appropriate title that would bring that all in? Or just leaving the word equal in?
It looks like of the 2 sponsors of this, Member Carey reached for his mic and Member Earl's in a conversation. So Member Carey.
Yeah, so it's my understanding, is it currently called Equal Opportunity in Education or Opportunity in Education? And you'd like to make it Equal Opportunity in Education?
Either I either want to put equal back in there or just say equal educational opportunity to shorten it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, Chair. If you want to call it Equal Educational Opportunities.
Mm-hmm. Or equal opportunity in education, which is.
I think the latter is better because we're not talking about specific opportunities. We're talking about how to provide.
Okay, so then I would just make a motion to put equal back in there.
In all spots.
In all spots.
So.
In all spots, yes.
And your motion is to reinsert or, yeah.
Yes.
The word equal.
You can help me to restore equal. I think the debate has been, Chair, if I can speak to this real quick. Okay.
Let's get a second if we have one. There's the second. Okay, back to you.
The debate has been between what our role is. Equity has kind of taken over the last little while versus equal opportunities in education. So I think that just makes it clearer. That's our focus.
Okay. To this motion, in the queue, I have Member Hall, Bogus, Earl. To this motion, Member Earl? Okay. No, not yet. And Bollinger to this motion? Okay. With that, then, let's go ahead and tee this up for a vote. And the motion is that all references to equal be reinstated. Let's go ahead and vote. Oh, Member Bogus, to this motion, go ahead.
I think it's important that we say line 2 and line 30, because if we reinstate everything, then we're going to reinstate lines that have been struck. And I don't think that's the intention of the motion. So if I could just amend the motions to say on line 2 and line 30, and I did a quick search, and I don't believe there's any other instances that would need to be reinstated other than those two.
It's got to be line 32. Line 32 as well?
In the definitions?
Or line 32 too?
Yes.
Yes.
Line 32, I apologize.
Okay. Is that
And if we
good?
could
Is
just
that
pass
good with
that
you,
without
maker of the
objection.
motion? Is that good with
Thank
you,
you.
seconder of the motion? Yes. Okay. So the motion is that the references to equal be reinstated in the title, which is line 2, and line 32. Let's go ahead and vote. Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll let that one go.
Thank you,
I
yeah.
won't file any complaints on that.
And who, we need one more, Member Reel? Okay, that passes unanimously. And again, we want to make sure that 46 is included in there as well, and that should capture our intent here. Okay. With that, we're on to Member Hall.
I wanted to take a moment to speak in favor of the overall motion, and especially the language, the religious language that's in there. And Cole, honestly, the story that you told, it really helped solidify for me that this training needs to be done with our teachers. Just to that coach's credit, I mean, he probably didn't know any different, and so he may have thought he was putting his job at risk by allowing those kids to go off and play. And so I think it's important that our teachers, since all the laws, these laws have been changed over the last few years, have the opportunity to be re-educated in this area. I did not know that In God We Trust had to be displayed in every building until Joe told me. And I've been going and visiting schools and saying stuff like this to principals, man, thank you for the courage, to put that up on the wall, not knowing that it was actually in law, that it was supposed to be up there. And of course, they're taking the credit for it too along the way, but I had no idea it was supposed to be in law. And you know what? My pastor didn't know it was supposed to be in law either. So I think it's just I think this is great. I think it's a great opportunity for our educators, our administrators to be able to learn how to serve our students better in this area. And I think it's going to be a benefit overall to be able to do it.
Thank you. Next, we have Member Bogus. Or no, are you? Okay, Member Earl.
Yeah, two things. We have, there are two technical changes that need to be made, or maybe the staff can just make those. There's an incorrect reference in here unless we updated the references. Sorry, let me find the lines. Yeah, instead of 53B1 118, they've changed the code. It's 53H1 504. And you can just verify that, but I think that's just making sure it's the right code. If I can make a motion if you want, you can do it. Okay, just make sure it's the right code. And then also on line 144, I believe we need to add a word on for that to even make sense. So it says allow for discriminatory treatment of individual students based disaggregated. I think it's supposed to say based on disaggregated group data. Is that right? Okay, so those are just technical changes. I'm just maybe drawing your attention to. I'm not making a motion. I'm just drawing attention to those so that staff can make sure those are correct. And then the last thing I wanted to draw attention to is that in March of 2021, this would need to be updated, but we actually have resources available currently for this training. that have been put out. So it's Utah laws recognizing constitutional freedoms in the schools. And it answers questions like this. Does teaching about religion violate the separation of church and state? And it provides information for educators. Can an educator share beliefs regarding religion or a theistic, agnostic, or atheistic belief? So we already have resources for this that I think provide that. It would need to be updated because we've had a few laws passed since then, and I think even nationally there's been some updates. And what I'm saying is that I don't think this is this major lift and it's going to be this huge thing. I think that we have things available that could be updated in the next little bit, so it's available for people. Thank you.
Do you want me to go or do you? Can I just point out something, and this is to the makers of the draft. So this would be to Joe and to Jenny. Line 39, this is the second definition. Important governmental interests means the same as defined in section 53B-1-118. I'm not opposed to any of that, but I don't see it anywhere else in the rule, so I'm wondering if it's necessary. I just did, quite honestly, I just did a quick search. I typically do that with definitions just to make sure that it's used if we're going to define it. But if it's not used, then it might as well stay in the code. So I'm not sure if there was a purpose behind that. If not, I'll just move to have it removed as there's no meaning for it. Or we could add the definition of principle. That's not in there either. We just throw stuff in there. Well, that's why I'm wondering if there's anything that you guys saw. Like I said, I'm happy to make a motion to remove it. I'm not putting anything on you. I'm just saying, was there something that you guys saw? Sure. So I'll just quickly make a motion then that we just strike lines 39 and 40. Before I do that, I'll ask staff. I don't know if any staff worked on this where you felt that definition standalone was important to be in there. Was there any staff back there that? Okay. So that's my motion, if I could. Did you find it?
Yeah. It is. In fact, my search says 6 times.
My search, important governmental interest. There it is. Okay. I don't know why my search didn't work.
It could be because you had a misspelling. It often does that to me.
I don't misspell things. Okay. With that, then I will back off and we'll move over to Member Bollinger.
So when I search it,
Okay, thank you, Chair. I do have an amendment as well. Let me get to it. So as I read this the way that it's written, now that we've added some additional pieces on lines 64 through 66, it says an LEA shall provide professional learning to educators and relevant staff regarding students' constitutionally protected rights relating to religious liberty, religious expression, and freedom of conscience in public schools. Then it goes on to say the professional learning described in this subsection shall, and it goes on to, it does talk about religious expression, religious exercise, religious liberty, but now we also have the pieces about instructional practices. It has, now we've added in the parts about IDEA and inclusion of students. So I feel like that parts of this is redundant and not applicable to everything in this, and it's already addressed. So I would move to strike on line 65 through 66, relating to religious liberty, religious expression, and freedom of conscience. So it just reads, regarding students' constitutionally protected rights in public schools.
We got a motion getting put together. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I just see it as duplicative because, well, I guess I should wait for a second before I should have explained.
Is your motion correct here? So the motion is to strike 65 and 66 relating to religious liberty, religious expression, and freedom of conscience?
That's correct.
Okay. Do we have a second? There's a second. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. It's just redundant in the fact that those things are already listed in what they have to have training on. And in that context, at the beginning, if an LEA is going to read what they have to do professional development on, it doesn't include the other parts and pieces, where if they go down and look at it, then it includes all of the parts and pieces. So I just think it's duplicative and it's not necessary.
Okay. Member Carey?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this motion is a prime example of like the tail wagging the dog. This was meant and designed to require teachings of religious liberty, religious freedom, religious expression, and that it's these constitutional rights in particular. The argument was made, well, you know, we had the IDEA in here before, let's put those provisions back in, and that request was accommodated. And now we're saying that since those provisions are in this rule, we should take out the language about constitutional protections and provisions for religious expression and liberty. And so I would speak against the motion because we have rules, several, dedicated to the IDEA and special education and the needs and the requirements. And to turn this rule, which is specifically designed to really hammer home that after 60 years of this thought that, hey, you have to check religion at the door, to now make the argument that, well, we should take those religious references out because they don't apply to the IDEA, strikes me as, again, this tail wagging the dog. I understand the logic of what's being said, but again, I think it misses the point that this board has the opportunity to really say, we understand that for the first time in 60 years, there's a different legal standard when it comes to these topics of religious freedom and religious liberty, and I just don't want to see them diluted at all. We have treated these kids of faith, students who have wanted to exercise religious freedom, as second class for 60 years. Let's send the message that that's no longer the standard. It shouldn't be the standard in any school in any state, but let's make it clear that it's not the standard here in Utah. Thank you, Chair.
Member Brenton?
Could I just ask the maker of the motion, the way that you stated it, you're saying that like 64 through 66 is repetitive because it's already mentioned in 81 through 83. Is that what your meaning was?
If I may, Chair. Yeah, what I'm saying is the way the rule's written is the very first line, so 64. So it starts out saying an LEA should provide professional learning to educators and relevant staff. And then part 2 says, here's what all the training has to be on. And so for me, it's saying we have to provide training on the constitutionally protected rights relating to all of those things. And then we're saying, and the training has to include, like, shall include these things. So we're listing again all of the religious parts. So it says on line 69, religious expression, religious exercise. On line 73, it talks about religious liberty. On line 80, it talks about religious expression. And so what I'm saying is that those words are already required in the training. So to be clear, I'm not saying we shouldn't train on those things. Okay. But what I'm just saying is in the rule writing, we typically try not to repeat ourselves. And that's what it's repeating, and it doesn't clarify that it's on all constitutionally protected rights in schools. It's just specifically to those.
Okay, thank you.
Member Davis?
Is there a way to keep all of that, Chair, and make clear that the training is on all constitutionally protected rights? Because I did get the same confusion when I read it. I was like, so are we only training on the freedom of religion piece? And by the way, I was a teacher for years, and my students always prayed. I did extracurricular things, and they prayed before every time, and that was 20 years ago. So it may be in some pockets, but there are also pockets where this is alive and well, and we should keep it that way. But I hope that those who respect these rights out there feel that they're seen as well, that not every teacher is trying to, and if they are, they shouldn't be, and that these are good things. But if there's a way to keep this important language and somehow make it clear in the beginning, and maybe I need to take my light off and work on an amendment, that this training is on constitutionally protected rights, which are many, and these are included and so important. That would be, I think, would get to what I'm hearing, because I had the same little thought. When I read it, I thought it read weird because it put it right after the word training. It went from super specific to a general to super specific. So I thought, if you start general and then put all the specifics, but if there's a way to do that and keep these important words, that would be the ideal, I think. I'll look at it and maybe put my light back on again.
Member Bogus?
It has nothing to do with this motion.
Okay. Member Carey?
Thank you, Chair. The focus for me should be on religious rights and religious liberty and religious expression. The concern is when we say, and Board Member Davis said it, there's a lot of constitutional rights. And when we start teaching a lot of these, right, as it was described, all these rights, what percentage of that time is relegated to this massive change that's taken place in terms of religious liberty and religious freedom? And so really by saying, well, we want to talk about all these rights, maybe religious freedom gets 20 minutes, 15 minutes. I would rather focus, this is where the big change has taken place. This is where the educators really need to be reinformed about the change. The other changes that have been made in terms of, the right to petition your government, that's a right? The right to assemble, those have been covered. And the changes haven't been as stark. When we talk about religious liberty and religious freedom, you are talking about a monumental change. And because of that, our educators and teachers deserve the time to focus in on that area. So again, I see this as a dilution of the purpose of the rule. It's not to say those other rights aren't important, but the huge change that's taken place is in this area. So let's not dilute or divert the time or energy to protecting these students and making sure that this message gets through our educator programs. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, can we just pull up lines 64 through 67? Can we just put those on the screen for a second? I think I'm understanding what's happening here. The argument from what I'm hearing is not, should we talk about protected or train about protected rights or relating to religious liberty? If you look at one, it says an LEA shall provide professional learning to educators and relevant staff, right? And then section 2 says the professional learning described in subsection shall, and then it goes through this list, A through, was that E? A through E of things that are mentioned in there. So where was B, included instruction regarding applicable federal and state constitution? Is that not already, the question is not, are we removing things? It's, are things duplicative? And I would argue, yes, we're not watering it down. We're just saying one is duplicative of two. This is simple rule writing, right? If we really want to hammer it home, I mean, I guess, but I think we're missing the point here. Either that or I'm missing the point. One says, an LEA shall provide professional learning. 2 says, the professional learning described in this subsection shall. Okay, they're all listed there. That's what I think I'm missing here. So I'm in favor of what Vice Chair Bollinger's motion is saying, because it's, to me, again, simply duplicative. We're not removing any of these religious expressions, unalienable rights or exercises. We're spending a lot of time on just trying to remove duplicity. So that's my thought on this. I've got. She just wants to remove section 1, 64 through 66. Yep. If we could show those lines. Yeah.
And it wasn't removing all the lines, it was just the words that were duplicative. It was just striking relating to religious liberty, religious expression, freedom of conscience. So it would still read that this is the line that's really important that says they shall provide professional development on these constitutionally protected rights in public schools. And then it goes on to list all of the constitutionally protected rights and what has to be trained on.
Yeah, not that we're tag teaming this. We should high five, right? Yeah. My turn. Sorry. Yeah, we shall provide professional learning. And then it says in 2, the professional learning described shall, and then all these things beneath it.
And then can you just scroll up?
Can we scroll up a little bit down to, so we get E in there? Or are you up? Sorry, I'm going the wrong way. Okay. Okay, let's continue on. Again, we're on this motion here, and that's Vice Chair Bollinger's motion to essentially end section 1. I can't remember what the exact motion is, to remove some duplicity here. I've got Member Bogus and Member Davis to this motion, or are you guys next? Oh, duplicity is not the right word. Duplicative.
Sorry, I thought the first time I let it go.
No, you shouldn't have let it go the first time. I need to, that's not even a technical change. That's just wrong. Okay, to this motion, Member Bogus, to this one, or you are in the queue for the?
I guess it technically is to this one if you want to.
There's nothing technical. Member Earl?
Okay.
I'm just kidding. Member Bogus, do you have?
Well, yeah, I kind of do. So I hate to be the bearer of semantics here late in the afternoon, but special education is not a constitutional right. In fact, education isn't even mentioned in the Constitution. It's a statutory right. So if we do this and we go straight to constitutional rights, then we would kind of be obligated to delete the special education stuff. If we're getting into, rule writing, or we need to create a whole new section for the special education stuff. So, and I do have a pseudo motion for that, but just kind of food for thought as we move forward here, that it's a statutory right, not a constitutional right.
Sorry, Member Earl, I called on you and then went back. Go ahead.
I mean, I don't know. I was going to say we're even duplicative in saying, on 1, that we're going to provide professional learning. Then on 2, we said we're going to provide professional learning. I mean, you could strike line 67, and if it passes, if the amendment passes about, taking out that top piece, it would just be protected rights, including, and then strike line 67, because we say professional development, and then we say it again. Okay. Do I just amend hers? And so I would amend that we add including after right. Well, except for we got to wait for that to pass, right? If it,
You can make an amendment. You can amend her amendment.
okay, well, I would have put including after rights and strike line 67. That would be an amendment to her amendment. Well, that's her amendment's up there, right? Yeah, sorry. It would be adding the word including after constitutionally protected rights, and then striking line 67, which says the professional learning described in this section shall, because we say that twice. We say it on line 1 and line 64 and 60.
So is this your motion, Member Earl? Is this correct on the screen?
Can't see it. Yes.
So there's a motion to amend the amendment, and that is to add the wording, or adding the word including after rights, and strike line 67. So it would be to So the overall, that's the amendment to the amendment. Let's go ahead and do that. Do we have a second to that? There's a second to that. Do you want to speak to that, Member Earl? You think you did? Okay. So yeah, and this is an amendment to Member Bollinger's amendment, right? So we would have to, if that passes, if it doesn't pass, then we're back to the original text, but is this what it would look like between Jenny and Amanda? Is this what it would look like? Well, why would we have a, sorry, what would a, from what I understand, one would still remain because it would say, one would say an LEA shall provide professional learning to educators and relevant staff regarding students' constitutionally protected rights. And then two would read the professional learning described in this section shall, and then your A. Or no, you want to. Okay. I see. Okay, so you would remove two. So it would say, an LEA shall provide professional learning to educators and relevant staff regarding students' constitutionally protected rights in public schools, including, and then your A through E. Yeah, we'd have to adjust the beginning of each A through E, right? Because you wouldn't have including recognize that students.
Right, and fix the verbs.
Okay. I can't. Are we gonna?
We are like 4 hours behind at this point. It's yeah, do every line anyway. Let's get it right.
Okay, there's a question, and I'm just throwing it out there. So I don't know if there's gonna be tons of debate. Then maybe we'll vote on this and then make this as a separate about adding constitutionally and statutorily protected rights. Some of those pieces that are included in 261 or are not necessarily are kind of.
Right, I think
I
that's
don't know
what
if there's a
member.
lot of discussion on that. Then I don't.
Well, that's what member Bogus was. She kind of alluded, I think, unless I just misheard you, that when we talk about special ed, that's not a constitutional
and then
right.
We can have that added in if there's. I just don't know if there's gonna be a lot of.
So
Well, let's just do this, and then we can add that in. So if there is debate, then we.
So where are we at here? Remember, Earl, is this your motion?
Yes, that's my motion.
Okay, so the motion is to add the word including after rights and strike line 67. I've got member Lear and member Bogus. Is it member Lear to this motion? Okay, member Bogus to this motion. Okay, let's go ahead and, member Davis to this motion? Yep.
So can it be can the word statutorily be put in after we vote on this?
This is member Earl's.
Okay.
Yes, after this is.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll
voted
just
on.
stay in the queue then.
Okay. So this amendment to the amendment, add the word including after rights and strike line 67. Let's vote. Vice Chair Wood,
No.
That passes 11 in favor, 4 against. Those against are Member Lear, Member Reel, Member Carey, and Member Wood. Let's go ahead and look at the amendment now reads. The amendment is to strike on lines 65 and 66 relating to religious liberty, religious something. We need to scroll up a little bit. There we go. So the motion before us is to strike on lines 65 and 66 relating to religious liberty, religious expression, and freedom of conscience, and add the word including after rights and strike line 67. That is the motion before us. Discussion to that motion. Member Lear to this motion. Member Bogus to this motion. Member Davis to this motion.
Yes, but then I also have the amendment after that. So I don't know if I have to get back in line if
Why
I
don't
make a
you,
comment.
if you'd like, no, you're welcome to make the amendment.
Oh, I can?
Uh-huh. If you're amending this motion, yes. Or if you're amending the rule, then no.
I'm amending the motion.
Okay.
Well, I think. I'm amending the motion as amended. I move to add the word statutorily with constitution.
So you are
So it would read
swapping
regarding
out
students'
or adding.
constitutionally and statutorily protected rights.
Okay. So you want to add the words and statutorily on line 65, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? It's seconded. Do you want to speak to that, Member Davis?
It was actually Member Bogus's idea, but I thought it was a good one because there are things that are referenced in this that are statutory things, not necessarily in the Constitution, and also the IDEA piece was brought up as well. And then while I'm speaking to that, should I speak to the whole amendment or should I wait till we get back to the main amendment?
You should wait if it's
Okay.
not to this
I'll wait.
motion. Thank you. So the motion before us is to add the words and statutorily after constitutionally. So let's go ahead and vote on that. Vice Chair Wood,
Yes.
okay, that passes 14 in favor, 1 opposed. That opposition coming from Member Carey. Okay, so here in the queue, I've got Member, this brings us again back to Member Bollinger's motion as amended. So I've got Member Lear to this motion. No. Member Bogus to this motion. Member Davis to this motion. Member Bollinger, Vice Chair Bollinger's motion as amended. Okay, go ahead.
I would just like to put on the record, because some of those words that are being removed are important words. So I want people to hear on a public record how it immediately goes back into that. So it basically will read that an LEA shall provide professional learning to educators and relevant staff regarding students' constitutionally and statutorily protected rights, including recognizing that students do not forfeit constitutionally protected and unalienable rights to religious expression or religious exercise while attending public schools. And then it goes straight, that's what it goes straight into. So I just want to make sure that people understand how that reads now. How that there still is, an emphasis or priority based on where it's located in the rule.
Okay. So we have a motion before us that's been amended a couple times. The motion is to strike on lines 65 through 66 relating to religious liberty, religious expression, and freedom of conscience, and add the word including after rights, and strike line 67, and to add the words and statutorily after constitutionally. No other discussion to this motion. Let's go ahead and vote. Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Jenny, are you going to vote on your amendment?
That passes unanimously. Let's go back to, I've got two more in the queue before we take a final vote. Member Lear?
I'd like to propose an amendment on line 69, where the line numbers are probably are messed up now, but recognize that students do not forfeit constitutionally protected and unalienable rights to religious expression, comma, delete or, religious exercise, or freedom from religious coercion while attending public school. Okay. Unalienable rights to religious expression, comma, religious, delete or, religious exercise, or,
It's basically deleting the or and adding
comma,
religious
or freedom from religious coercion while attending public schools. Okay, that's all right.
I can't hear it. Yeah,
That's right.
It's a comma here.
Comma instead of the
After
or.
expression.
Remove or, and then religious exercise, and then comma, freedom from religious coercion.
And I think you need to say freedom from religious coercion.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do.
And then I'd like to speak to that.
Okay, so we're gonna cross this out and say or.
No, delete the or. Constitution protects an unalienable right and whatever that said before to religious expression, comma, and then cross out that or religious exercise and freedom from religious coercion.
Okay.
Because I think you need to add that in again. You just can't say religious coercion while attending public schools.
Okay. And I'm doing an Oxford comma. I'm really sorry. I don't know how you feel about that.
I'll survive.
Okay, got it.
Is that correct, Member Lear?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion is to amend line 69 to read, recognize that students do not forfeit constitutionally protected and unalienable rights to religious expression, religious exercise. You want and or? You said or, but then you sat with the least and so
I
on.
think we can delete the or.
Well,
And because they're all rights that students are entitled.
you want that and in there then? So and freedom from religious
yes,
coercion while
yes.
attending public
You've
schools.
got to have all three of those connected with an and.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
There's a second to that. Go ahead, Member Lear.
Thank you. Everyone has their stories. My experience related to this coercion is a friend of mine who's Jewish and a judge, and her daughter was instructed in an assignment in her 5th grade assignment, to write her opinion and expressions of faith in Joseph Smith. And the friend contacted the teacher very politely and explained the situation. And the teacher said, oh, just tell her she doesn't have to do that. Tell her she just doesn't have to do that assignment. And the friend said, no, you don't understand. My daughter wants to do every assignment. She's very conscientious and she wants to do the assignment, but that's not our belief. And she doesn't want to have to express her belief in a person that she doesn't believe in. And the issue was eventually resolved. That the teacher would not back down, but the administration backed up the mom, and a different assignment was given to the student, not to the whole class. But I think that illustrates that there is also coercion sometimes toward religious beliefs in public schools. And I'm sure if here might be of a certain religion, Boston might be of a different religion, California, different places in California might have still different religions. But my point being that there's two parts to that religious freedom. One is the free exercise clause, clause and one is the freedom from establishment of religion clause. So I think it's important to also help teachers understand that that's something they cannot do either implicitly or explicitly.
Okay. We have Member Carey next.
Thank you, Chair. We just spent maybe an hour talking about, how we want to get rid of, duplicative, thank you, language in the rule. And then now we're looking at creating duplicative language. This prohibition is already included in the rule. If we could just have whoever's driving call up lines 79 through 80. And I think it's clear that not only do we have to discuss this training with our teachers, it has to be emphasized. Not only discussed, but emphasized in the training. And what does it say? We have to emphasize the obligation of public schools to remain neutral toward religion, neither prohibiting nor inhibiting religious expression protected by law. And so I think, again, everywhere else we talk about promote, introduce, but with this particular language, we use the word emphasize. I chose the word emphasize because I want it to be clear that we can't favor, we can't coerce. And so I would say it's already in there. Let's avoid the repetition because outside of emphasize, I think that's very clear. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I've got Earl, are you on this motion? Jenny? No? Okay. Okay. Carol, go ahead.
Line 69, it's recognized that students do not forfeit constitutionally protected and unalienable rights. So this is a little different point, and that is that those are also protected constitutional rights. So I think it's important to say it here, as well as, and I appreciate the emphasis below, because I think that's also true. But I also think it's important to emphasize that it's a constitutional right, that it's not something that there is just an obligation for. It is constitutional.
Member Davis?
I think this might be a substitute, but I'm not sure, to change the word coercion to freedom from religious establishment while attending public schools.
No. What is it? It's already there.
Is that a motion? Is there a motion in there?
All right, that's it. We'll see what happens.
No motion then?
I'm trying to. I mean, it's a fair request, but I think the word coercion is going to be problematic. So
I'm just
I move to
asking-
replace coercion with establishment and freedom from religious establishment while attending public schools.
So you want to replace the word coercion with establishment. That's your motion, is that right? Well, religious is already in there. Unless you want to talk about duplicative things, right? This conversation. Well, it would read, if she wants to replace coercion with establishment, it would read, and freedom from religious establishment while attending public schools. Is that what I'm understanding? So if that's the case, then we are simply striking coercion and replacing with establishment. Is that correct, Member Davis?
And I will note that I was not a complainer of the duplicity. So don't call me a hypocrite.
Thank you for that note. Is there a second to this?
I don't object to that as Christina will say there can't be friendly amendments.
Hold on. Member Lear, you're speaking against the motion off the mic, so I've got to keep going here. Do
I
we
just want to
have a
make sure the
second?
language.
There's a second to this motion.
Can
Member
I make
Davis.
the language freedom from establishment of religion, so it's in line with how the establishment of religion? Is better? Well, because it matches the legal language, the constitutional language. Thank you. So it would say freedom from establishment of religion.
Okay, so the motion, if I'm understanding correctly, is to strike religious coercion and replace with establishment of religion. Is there a second? Okay, there's a second. Member Brenton, to this motion?
I just want to speak against this. That just doesn't even make sense to me in my mind. We have freedom. We're talking about the freedom of religious expression. And if we're going to bring in religious coercion to have freedom from religious coercion, I also think we would need to include religious or freedom from ideological coercion that happens often in our school. That we're trying. So anyway, I don't think establishment of religion's clear here.
Okay. Seeing no other lights on for this motion, let's go ahead and put it to a vote. Again, the motion is to strike religious coercion and replace with establishment of religion. Let's go ahead and vote. Vice Chair Wood?
No.
Thank you. That motion fails. 12 opposed, 3 in favor. Those in favor are Member Reel, Member Lear, and Member Davis. So this brings us to the Member Lear's motion to amend. So the amendment to the amendment failed. The motion to amend is to amend line 69 to read, A, recognize that students do not forfeit constitutionally protected and unalienable rights to religious expression, religious exercise, and freedom from religious coercion while attending public schools. Let's vote. Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
That motion fails. 11 opposed, 4 in favor. Those in favor are Member Reel, Member Wood, Member Booth, and Member Lear. And so this brings us to the rule itself. Member Bogus, you are in the queue.
Thank you, sir. I would move that we move lines 79 through 83, just below line 74.
So you are wanting to essentially move C to the bottom?
Yes, C and all of its amended affiliates need to go to the end of this section. If you would like me to frame the motion that way, I can.
As short and sweet as possible.
Okay, then I would like to move C and its amendments
So all of subsection C.
to follow E.
Yeah.
Yes, please. That is my amendment.
Okay. So the motion is to move all of subsection C to the end of
Section 2.
Section 2. Subsection
Well,
2.
actually, it would be section 3. We're getting sections and subsections screwed up, but as long as we know where it goes, I don't care.
So the motion then is to move all of subsection C to the end of section 2, or wherever it falls, but at the very end. Is there a second to this motion? There's a second. Do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I think part of our confusion is we put these lines 79 through 83 after the special education bit, and I think they kind of just get ignored, and we could have avoided a lot of these conversations had the language flowed. And I think if we're having these conversations, other people will have these conversations, and let's just move it up so that it follows it in a organized and flowing fashion.
Okay. Seeing no lights, the motion is to move all of subsection C to the end of that list. Let's go ahead and vote. Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 14 in favor, 1 against, the opposition from member Reel. Seeing no additional lights, the motion before us then is that the board continue R277-328 Equal Opportunity in Education Draft 2 as amended on second and final reading. Seeing no additional lights, let's vote.
Seven and a half hours.
Vice Chair Wood?
I remember that day like it was yesterday.
Yes.
This passes 13 in favor, 2 opposed, those coming from member Lear and member Reel. Back to you, Chair Carey. You better get this done.
We didn't. So, but that does conclude the law and licensing business. Thank you, Chair.
If it helps, I don't know who won, finance or law and licensing. Yeah, with that, we'll take lunch. I do want to share with board members a couple of things. One, we are grossly behind schedule. I didn't need to share that. You already knew that. The important thing is I have 2 guests who are here for executive session. At the same time, I've got staff who are here, right? Their time is valuable as well. I've got an AAG who is here that typically, Darren, welcome, that this is not his regular space, right? So we're kind of putting some pressure on some people, and I want to know what the board wants to do. If we want to move into standards and assessment, if we want to have move into, we've got the charter school. Yes, hello in the very back. Yeah, you guys have been waiting patient. Stacy probably would have been here anyway. But yes, so what do we want to do? We've got to figure some things out. Carol, go ahead.
Executive session tomorrow, whatever issue is unless whatever the charter people are here. If that's executive, then.
So hold on a second. Let me get you on a microphone here. Push a button for us, and Kelsey, there you go. Sorry, Carol, go ahead.
I would just propose we put the executive session, except for if the charter issue is in the executive session, then we do that today. It's not, then never mind. Okay, that's great. I just couldn't remember. But then we'll put off the executive session until tomorrow. Because then some of us who have new rules to read for today will be able to read the executive session materials tomorrow, for tomorrow.
Remember, Carrie, you have a light on.
Yeah, you indicated there might be 2 guests for executive. I just want to know who those are before the board makes a determination if we should postpone today or not.
That's our OLAG guests. No, no, no. Those are our OLAG guests, and I would be fine to walk down and talk to them right now and see if that would help. So let's do this. Here's what we need to do. Sybil has kindly. You guys believe it? It's 6 o'clock. It feels like 11:30. It's 6 o'clock. Sybil has ordered some crackers and meats, some stuff. Let's take 15 minutes. I'm going to go talk to some people. We'll get a better idea of what we can do when we come back. Hang on a few more minutes, Charter. Thank you. And let's take 15. Go get a snack, and then we'll meet back here. Go get your snacks and bring them back in here so that we can eat and work. Board members, thank you for your patience. Let's go ahead and get back to it. Here's what I just had a conversation with our auditors who are going to join us. It is almost 6:30. They're going to go home for the evening and come back tomorrow at 3:30 during our unfinished business, which means we will move executive session to tomorrow. So plan on that. As for right now, we are going to jump to agenda item 10.4. If we're looking at this naturally, we would be on agenda item 6, I believe. So we're gonna jump to agenda item 7. Apologies. Jump to agenda item 10.4. This is the State Charter School Board quality or quarterly. I'm sure it's quality as well. Budget report. And so with us we have the SCSB Executive Director, Stacy Hutchings here. And, oh my goodness, board member, I know your name, Pulsifer, Susan Pulsifer. As soon as I started with board member, it just flew out. You probably saw it. Anyway, thank you, member Pulsifer as well. So, Stacy, please.
All right. Stacy Hutchings, Executive Director of the State Charter School Board. Thank you so much for the time. Thank you for moving up your time. I really appreciate it. Also, thank you. This presentation is a little bit delayed. This is the third quarter report. And right about the end of the third quarter is when we were in transition, and I hadn't quite started in this position yet. And so your board kindly allowed me a little bit of runway time to get acclimated a bit before I gave this report. So you will say it is a little delayed. You see quarter 3 is January through March. But I'm excited to be able to give this presentation and get caught up with you and help you see some of the great things that we're doing at the State Charter School Board. Maybe, oh, I have to do it this way, slowly. Okay, so basically I will quickly go through the following items. We'll be looking at our budget to actuals, and then we'll be taking a closer look at our operating budget, the State Charter School Board staff, some of our encumbrances as we've been asked to provide. And then I'm going to spend just a few minutes talking about the State Charter School Board priorities at this point, as we've had some opportunities to make some changes in, we'll be having some new board members. We have a new executive director, myself in this position, and just talked about what we're looking forward to in the future. And then, of course, any time for questions that you might have. So, don't know if that's the fastest way to do it, but here we go. So we do have this chart here that shows you our budget to actual. You can see on the left side the annual budget, and we do have program codes here, but we did put a key this time so that you can see what these program codes are, and I'll be talking you through it. So hopefully it'll be clear for you, and hopefully pretty simple. I know this is a pretty simple budget than what you usually look at for your institution. So there are basically, we have a few different areas here. The CHBD is basically our operational program that funds the board and its administration and staff. And then we have the CHRG. There's 2 pass-through programs that fund ongoing training and school startup. So the CHRG is regional seminars. This is the training budget. And then the CHSU is for startup grants, for funding for charter schools that are starting up or expanding. And then we do have a legacy program dating from COVID. That's the ODBPG that has a remaining balance, and we'll talk about all of these. A couple of things to notice as you look at this chart is when you look at the annual budget side, you see our FY26 budget that USBE approved for SCSB. You will also notice a column that has the carry forward budget. And I know in previous meetings you've talked about the carry forward budget. And I want to let you know that this is definitely a focus of ours right now to make sure that we have we're being good stewards of the money that we have. We're making sure that we're spending the money that we have in effective ways for our schools. We have been able to spend down some of this carry forward, and we will have plans in our spending plan going forward to make sure that carry forward is used appropriately and effectively. Then when you look at the Q3 actual, you can see our year-to-date expenditures in each program area. You can see we do have in different areas some encumbrances. These are different items that we have that are committed to be spent by the end of the year. They just haven't been spent yet, and I have some detail on that will be coming up. And then you can see the remaining. Again, this remaining is as of the end of Q3. So I want to dive a little deeper, and I wish there's probably a way to make this go faster. But I do want to dive a little deeper into our operational budget, since this is the area that we have our most discretion. About 67% of the board's operation pays the salaries and benefits of 10 full-time employees. And I also wanted to, I'll have another slide here. You have this available in your board pack that very slowly, will show you our staff. I know I've noticed in some of the previous meetings there was several questions about our staff, and so I wanted to provide you with additional information. We have a new organizational chart, and this is our new org chart. As you can see, the State Charter School Board supervises myself as the executive director, and then there are 9 full-time staff that report to me. Also, if you click, and hopefully I can do this, I wanted to show you on our public-facing site, we have, and they're coming up, bright smiling faces of each of our staff members. So please, you have the link up to that in your board pack. Please feel free to visit and get to know our different staff members, their titles, their contact information, and even some bio information for each of us. So,
Stacy, is it appropriate to ask questions now, or would you like to wait till the end?
Whatever you like.
We do have a light on now.
Okay.
if we could go to that. Member Carey?
Yes.
Director Hutchins, if you could go back one slide.
Yep. Hopefully. Slowly. Okay, right there.
Yeah, so under at the bottom right-hand corner, your program specialist, Betty Jimenez.
Mm-hmm.
Did we have a Betty Jimenez give public comment today?
Yes, you did.
Is that Betty Jimenez the same Betty Jimenez who gave public comment today?
Yes, she is.
Okay, I commend you on that hire. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I didn't hire her, but she was great. Thank you for that. Any other question? I guess back to.
I don't see any additional lights. Let's keep going.
All right, let's move on. We're going to go back up, see if I can find a faster way to do this. Look at some of the other breakdown areas in our operations budget. About 31% of the CHBD budget is for what's called current expenses, and these are services provided by non-employees and basic operational expenses. For example, the largest of these are the state of Utah, HR and IT services, facilities, legal counsel, and outside consultants. You'll see on slide 3, this is much faster. Yeah.
You're trying to use the up-down arrows, use the left-right arrows, and I think it will just advance to the next or previous page.
I will try that.
If I am wrong, I apologize.
Thank you for your help. It's kind of a new computer for me too, so thank you. Let's see, we have, you'll see on this slide that we have a significant amount of remaining, which will be spent during Q4 if you look at the year-to-date expenditures and some of the carryover. A large part of the carry-forward funding in this program area is out of professional services, which we will be making plans to make good use of in our spend plan with USBE for fiscal year 2027. Other areas, we have travel here is 1% of our CHBD program, which is travel both in and out of state. We use particularly the in-state travel is what we use to visit our schools that we authorize. And we like to visit them regularly, and it's a goal of ours to visit and be in our schools much more often. The out-of-state travel is mainly an opportunity for SCSB board members, staff, and even charter school leaders to go and learn from other organizations around the country who run high-performing charter schools or high-performing authorizer programs. Then we have the operational budget has a carry-forward component. Like I said, we're taking a lot of time to really focus on this carry-forward. And we have spent down a little under $300,000 of that carry forward through Q3. And through sound budgeting and frugal operation, we anticipate remaining under our budgeted expenses in 2026. And so next, we have those two pass-through budget areas. First, this CHRG, which is really our training budget. Training grant dollars have come to SCSB with a statutory requirement to engage outside groups to provide training to schools. For FY27, the legislature did reduce this amount by half, and we anticipate using the carry forward money to make up this one-time difference. And so we did receive a bit of a haircut there. We do have some carry forward to make sure that we can continue to make sure that our schools have the training that they need to be highly effective. The next pass-through is the startup grant money. I will say this billed a sizable carry-forward balance in the early 2020s due to COVID and has a long tail impacting school openings and expansions. We went several years without any new schools. We have seen an uptick in that, so we are able to spend that startup funding more quickly at this point. It is important to note that there is a 2-year cycle for approval of new and expanding schools, plus a 3-year funding cycle during startup and implementation. I know in a committee last month, there were some questions about the startup funding. And so I want to add to that the way the startup funding is allocated is 2/3 of that startup funding is allocated in the pre-operational year of the school, the new school or the expanding school. And then the remaining third of that funding is allocated to the school during their first year of that new school or expansion. And so this gives them the operational funding that they need to implement their school program. We also, and I'll go here, I want to show, point out the budget encumbrances. Like I said, these are encumbrances as of Q3, so a few of these actually have now been paid out, but we do have a few things that are hanging out in that encumbrance column that should be paid out by the end of the fiscal year. We also, part of that encumbrance is our startup funds for new charter schools and expansions. And so this gives you some detail that you have in your board pack to show you how we're allocating that funding to the schools that are either new schools or expansions. And remember, this is a 2 to 3 year rollout. All of this money is not going out today or this year necessarily. This is how we're going to be spending our startup funding going forward for the next 2 to 3 years. I do want to point out that this last program area, the ODPG, one-time discretionary money, is COVID area one-time funding. We have not spent these dollars in FY26 through at least through Q3, and we look forward to collaborating on the best practices, best allowable use of this about $200,000 in the remaining balance. One possibility for this money is to help start the new Charter School Resource Center. We are doing a lot of work to find out what the specific needs are of our schools and finding gaps that need to be filled that we can use these one-time funds for to help support our schools. Finally, I want to share with you some of our priorities going forward. And these are specifically SCSB priorities, which include strengthening accountability, partnership, and outcomes with the Utah State Board of Education. So first, we have, it is important that we strengthen our oversight role as we are now 1 year into our accountability framework. We will be using the data from this last year to review and align authorizing practices and focus on student academic outcomes and the financial health of our charter schools. So I look forward in the future reporting back to you about the success that our new accountability framework is helping us have in improving our school outcomes. Next, it is important that we increase transparency by providing regular updates to USBE and create processes so that we share performance data and key actions. This includes attending our USBE board meetings and committees, and so that we can be responsive to you as USBE board members. As part of this quarterly financial reporting, I will be including highlights of different SCSB activities and functions. And if you have specific topic requests that you would like me to report on, please just let me know. I'd be happy to prioritize those in these reportings. We will also be making an additional effort to enhance collaboration by establishing coordination points with USBE as we identify areas of shared work and create processes to share the right information in the best timeline to ensure smooth actions that support the USBE processes. This is one thing I've noticed in the few weeks that I've been in this position, that there's a lot of good work that we can do to improve our processes and timelines to coordinate better with USBE systems and timelines, and that has become a priority to me. Finally, we will be aligning our staffing and resources to make sure that SCSB staff support core responsibilities to provide strong oversight and support of our charter schools and improve our coordination with USBE. We will also be putting extra efforts into prioritizing the effective and transparent use of funds going forward so our financial reports are clear and predictable. This wraps up my report. Thank you so much for your time and support of the State Charter School Board and all public schools in Utah.
Okay. Member Pulsifer.
If I could just make a brief comment. Well, I really appreciate our Director Hutchings and what she's brought to our State Charter School Board. And I just want to emphasize, she emphasized, but I just want to emphasize from the board that the transparency and working together with not only our charter schools, but the USBE is a very top priority for our board at this time. And also, the other thing we've talked about a lot, and it's a really top priority, and again, it was evident in what she said, is trying to support our schools. and we've tried to use our resources so that we can help, help them with training and as she mentioned with the Charter Resource, Charter Resource Center, supporting that and helping with that, providing some of their needs, and there's just a lot of things. So that's a top priority. So coordinating with all of you and our schools, and also supporting them and trying to provide resources to help them is a really top priority for our board.
Thank you. We have a question or comment from Vice Chair Bollinger, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate the time you guys have put into this. I appreciate you guys being here and waiting all day to be here. I'm actually really excited about the future of the collaboration between the State Charter Board and USBE. And I know we've had several conversations in our Law and Licensing Committee meetings where we want to improve our relationship with the State Charter Board, and this is a great step in the right direction, and I look forward to our improved collaboration. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any additional lights. Thank you again for your report. We look forward to working with you continued. Okay. Scott, we are not going to clap for you when you give your report. Don't come up yet. We're going to jump back, Scott, if we could. Yeah. Are you wanting to do 10.1 right now? Do you want to just stay in this agenda item? Let's keep going. You're usually very efficient. I don't know if I want to push anything else to tomorrow, but you're here. Let's just do that. We'll stay in we'll stay in agenda item 10. We'll jump back up to 10.1 with the monthly budget report first, if that's okay.
Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones with the monthly budget report to the Utah State Board of Education and the public. The Utah State Board of Education is fiscally sound. We're able to meet all our known obligations and commitments. We are at the end of the fiscal year of fiscal year 26, so we're starting year-end closure procedures. Tomorrow, Deborah will give you an update on the Utah Schools for the Deaf and the Blind. Looks really good. Kudos to them, to Darren Nielsen and his leadership and those aspects. Subject to any questions or concerns, that concludes the attestation of the condition of the Utah State Board of Education for this reporting period. Sir, at your direction, I can move to the discretionary report.
I don't see any lights.
Okay. The discretionary report some of you probably should pull this up so I can tee up. It should be the discretionary 528. Yeah, 28's after 1, right? Yeah, 28. Okay. Yeah, 5, the later one. Yeah, sorry. So here's your discretionary funds report. Just a couple of key takeaways or everything I highlight month after month with the board and the public. If you look at if I'll scroll up to the upper right-hand corner. Yeah, upper right-hand corner. These are your remaining balances. We had talked earlier, the board talked about your use of federal mineral lease funds as it related to the playground equipment. That's your available balance is about $1 million in federal mineral lease. There was an offline question from a board member regarding risk of not using that money. So while there's risk of a clawback from money that may be determined not to have been used appropriately, you're also risking that with remaining balances they could get swept as well. So we don't want to spend money just to spend money. I totally understand that. I would never try to push you into doing it, but please consider that remaining balances are subject to being swept in any categories, state unrestricted funds, FML, those too. So it's a fine line. It really is between, do we just spend money to spend money or to do it, or, we're subject to getting swept. That money's available. The research and development aspect of it, we've covered that already. kudos or appreciation to the AGs for helping you make informed decisions. But those are your remaining balances there. So segueing down into the main body of the report, later on, at the chair's direction, when we get to that subject action item within this overall action item, main body of the report.
You have a question before we
So
go
if
there?
you go, oh, I'm sorry.
We
Go
just have a
ahead.
question. I've got
Sure.
two lights from Member
Okay.
Lear and Member Booth, and it could be on that report that you just are ready to.
Oh, okay, sure.
So let's go back for a second. Member Lear,
So
go
I'm
ahead.
trying to go too fast.
How often, I don't ever recall discretionary funds being swept. Has that happened that you recall?
I don't recall, well, there
Or
has
FML,
been. Yeah,
FML,
yeah,
let me be
FML,
specific.
no, but
Okay.
other state unrestricted funds, yes. So, but it's subject to that, so.
But I don't ever recall FML.
No,
That's a
I can't think
correct
of that. I'll check with
recollection.
Deborah, but I'm pretty sure I don't remember that either, since I've been here. So.
She's saying no.
Yeah, no, okay. Is she back there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Making sure you don't mess up.
Yeah, I know, well, all right.
Okay.
She's my internal control.
Yeah. Member
So I
Booth?
get it, so, okay.
And when would the sweep take place if it were to be swept?
Usually during the legislative session, or, we build up to that, but that's typically when the changes occur, or the money is swept. Yes, sir.
All right, great.
Okay, let's keep going.
That's cool, sir. Okay, so the main body of the report, if you kind of go to the left, you see the projects, and just wanted to call your attention to the fact that every year the board, since I've been here, has always set aside money for contingencies, both for a legal contingency and just contingency, right? So, for your consideration are those amounts for the later action item. Subject to any questions or concerns regarding this particular report or aspect of the monthly budget report, that concludes my briefing or update.
Okay, Member Carey?
How much is in the legal contingency fund?
Is that the 251 or the 250? Yeah, 250,000. It's the second one, and then just in contingency is 200.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's it that's the discretionary funds report.
That's it. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And then next we have the action approval of contingency funds. And who's owning that? I don't know in backup if is that Jenny, you seem to reach for it. Go ahead.
I don't know that I'm owning it, but there was discussion about it, so I'll take it. Is there a specific motion that's out? Let me get to where the.
There is a potential motion. I'm not sure if it was in backup. It's on my, it is in backup.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to place a motion, then discuss it. That the board approve the use of up to $250,000 in contingency funds to retain external UPAC investigators for a period of 1 year or until the current case backlog has been resolved, whichever occurs first.
Okay. So the motion has been stated. Do we have a second? We have a second. Do you want to speak to that, Member Earl?
Yeah, I'll briefly speak to that. We currently have someone that one of our UPAC investigators that we've funded with funding from our discretionary funds, and we need to replenish that. But there's also this need for additional. Well, the person might have left, but the position, right? We need to maintain that at least until either we can get something through the legislature more permanently, or the backlog. So this would be an area where I think we could use this funding as we're getting towards the end of the year, and where we would normally replenish that. I think this would be a good use of that fund.
Okay. Member Carey?
Thank you, Chair. I have an amended motion. And that amended motion would be that we use up to $350,000 from both contingency funds, meaning the specific legal and the general contingency fund.
would it just, before we put this, before the board completely, is there a breakdown? Would you like to use all of the 250 of the legal, then 100 of the, you know what I mean? Like, how would you like to break it up?
And that's fine. Yeah. To be specific, that the board approve the use of up to 250,000 in the legal contingency fund and up to an additional 100,000 from the general contingency fund. And then if I could speak to it, Chair.
Yeah, let's get that put together.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and assume that we're going to get this right. Can this be seconded so that we're not waiting for it to be completely typed up? Okay, it's seconded. Do you want to speak to that? While you're speaking to it, keep an eye on it. Make sure that it's the amendment to the motion that you want. Thank you.
Yeah, just when I was talking to Director Rasmussen, and and these numbers may be slightly off by 300 or 400. No, so we have approximately 175 cases that are currently outstanding in UPAC, and of those, 45 are over 12 months old. And I just took a phone call from an educator whose LEA referred them for UPAC action, waited 15 months. I think they heard from UPAC 2 or 3 times in that 15-month period. And they just received notice 15 months later that UPAC was dropping the matter. And that's horrible. It's horrible to have a teacher and educator just out there twisting and turning. In this case, it had a good ending, a happy ending. There was no action. But a flag was posted on their cactus, effectively preventing them from finding any employment. So they're terminated from their job, unable to get a new job. The administrators are still getting paid. I don't know what the average salary of a superintendent or a deputy superintendent in this state is, but probably north of $200,000. They're being paid, but this educator has to wait. And because we are understaffed in UPAC, this teacher, this educator had to wait 15 months of unemployment. We heard from someone today, and she said it best. Sometimes it's not about the money, it's the time, and you never get that back. So I think that we use these funds, and I love the language that we continue to use these funds until the current backlog has been resolved, or we're able to retain these external UPAC investigators. And I'm happy to share the breakdown. We'll share this in law and licensing tomorrow. We just talked about those 45 cases that are 12 months old. There's some that are older. And there's another great swath in that 90-day period. We owe it to our teachers. We owe it to our educators to move these cases. We can't punish these people just because they have to wait in this system that just is not functioning the way it should. Thank you, Chair.
Member Bogus?
My question would be to Superintendent Jones. My concern is that I don't think this buys us a lot of people. Are we able to complete this workload and this amount of money on a contracted salary? And if we were to onboard them as employees, we could get more people. But as contractors, my understanding is the price almost triples. And can you just maybe either tell me that I'm wrong and make me smarter, or help us understand that? What are we going to get for this dollar amount?
So for this dollar amount, and depending on who's selected, we could get anywhere between 5 to 10 additional investigations. The key though is that I can't share the exact cases, or everyone that we talked to said, well, we'll have to look at how complicated the investigations may be based on the the referral, right, and how much information is in there. But having gone out and done some market research or analysis on at least three very capable other states use them, investigators, it could be anywhere between 5 to 10, but a lot of that is determined based on the complexity of the case because it's billed by hour, the hour that they spend on the case. Does that answer Board Member Bogus's question? I really don't know. I can't say because I can't show them the cases for the complexity of them for their to do it. So it's a ballpark figure.
Yeah,
So
that makes sense. May I follow up?
Follow up, go ahead.
So in your estimation, I know you can't share the cases, would we be able to clear the backlog for this amount of money?
Chair Hymas, my answer is yes. I'm confident in that, but I'm not sure we'd be able to clear it quickly. It may end up that way, but what we would do is we'd enter into an agreement for up to 1 year. And then, ask that it be resolved as quickly as possible, but no later than 1 year. So.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
With quality, Chair Hymas, quality investigations led by the standards that we employ for those. So,
Sure.
Okay.
Superintendent
I'd like
Hart
to
wanted
add to that answer. We are adding more cases. Set a record last month. We are on track to set a record this month with 60 per month. So if it does not slow down, then, we're chasing after a car that's moving faster and faster. So, and we, according to the hotline numbers, they're not slowing down. So can we catch up on investigations in a backlog? Yes, but at the same time, you're creating additional, you're looking in the rearview mirror. In addition to that, we don't know what it'll look like when an investigation backlog is caught up and then what the next steps in the system. Like we may have investigations caught up, but it may trigger a bottleneck somewhere else. We just have to investigate the system. There's just too many unknowns because we've never been caught up. We've never, an interesting walk down memory lane, right before the pandemic, we were allocated an extra position or a needed position from the legislature, but the cases, the referrals dropped during the pandemic. The UPAC referrals dropped and they took that position back away the next legislative session. So as long as, prior to the pandemic, as long as recent history, we've never been caught up. So we don't know what that looks like yet to be able to, and that's why we'd love to be able to do this as soon as possible so that we can try to model what a timely system looks like for the legislative session to put together a request that has some accurate modeling behind it, because right now it really is an unknown.
Member Lear.
Thank you, Chair. I've wanted to catch up with this problem for 20 years, 15-ish maybe. That's more accurate to be non-inflammatory. However, I'm worried, and this Molly almost got there and then didn't. The investigations are only part of the problem, and the personnel is only part of the problem. We've still got a structure in place where currently, having spoken to them often, and several of them, UPAC commissioners are already spending, having 1,400 pages to review for a meeting, and then they also get cases back from the board that we are very well aware of, and sometimes the most complicated cases. So I'm worried that hiring 10 or 15 investigators will not solve the problem. It'll just, and this is sort of where Molly was going, it'll put the backlog in a different place with the structure we have in place. And so I would, if Ben were in the room or Elise, I would say, is he going to manage that structurally?
So, Chair Hymas, my understanding is yes, he's going to manage that. Really, what we're trying to do is caught up is really up to the board in the sense of the definition of does caught up mean that the current configuration or personnel array can sustain keeping caught up, meaning, the number of investigators. I would like to, at this point, to call the attention of the board members and the public to an array that we gave at Board Member Carey's request, where it shows exactly what we've been funding by personnel. So you have those 2 investigators, I believe, that are ongoing, and we have the one. So caught up would be, from a operational definition, would be, well, now you can sustain it with what you have, the resources you have. Or you as the board could, again, pursue an additional position or make that a priority. But yes, it would all be managed and controlled and monitored by the UPAC staff.
I'm not sure you're getting my question, Scott,
Probably
and I don't know
not.
if you can.
So, yes, sir.
I don't know if
No,
you
ma'am.
can, but my
Okay.
point is, we could move the 100 and, let's
Yeah.
call it 150 round numbers,
Right.
investigations from, on the desks of the investigators to waiting for UPAC.
Right.
Or waiting for the board, because
Yes.
our whole board meeting is clearly not spent on UPAC
Right.
cases.
Yes, so I believe that's where the superintendent was talking about, by way of freeing up or catching up on those cases, we might create another choke point or, slower process with getting them in front of the board, because all of a sudden you're going to have, we open that dam up, it fills this up, and then there's another dam, because time is, typically the enemy with these types of things. I really think that Ben is capable of managing that and will do his level best to avoid or mitigate against those choke points. But if my understanding is the problem we're trying to solve is right now, the choke point is that there's investigations that have been pending for months, and we want to try to get more resources to get those freed up. But yes, I think that's what the superintendent was articulating, but I think Ben could probably control that pretty well. So.
And that is,
Okay.
I support this. I am a little tentative, though, because the new investigators, if they're too many too fast, we need quality investigations that then the board will accept and move on, so that we're not our own worst enemy. Thanks.
So just real quick to answer that piece of it, in addition to managing, or mitigating against potential choke points, by outsourcing, we actually have control over, we can, tell the vendor, all right, slow down a little bit, speed up, but we're always interested in the quality of the investigations, and the investigations meet the standards of you, the board, and, as monitored by the UPAC staff. So the flow of it, I think, is good in the sense of the outsourcing, where we can control the vendor and say, all right, initially you gave us 7 investigators, pare it down to 5, or no, hey, we're not moving fast enough, go up to 10. Those types of things too, within the allocation that you provide to us. So there are mechanisms or means of controlling this. I think Ben can do that, but it doesn't mean that something's going to happen. No plan survives the first contact.
Superintendent, go ahead.
So we are talking about this item because it requires funding. I don't want the board to think that that's the only solution, that this would be the thing that you're voting on. This is the thing that costs money. But with that, if it creates a bottleneck with the UPAC commission, maybe we run 2 commissions simultaneously, or half I don't want you to think that this is the only solution, and if we have a bottleneck somewhere else, oh darn, we're problem solving this as we go to try to figure out how to get these efficiently through, and we're thinking outside the box in that. If we need to name additional panel members so that we actually have 2 seated, so they meet alternating. Then we would come back and make a request for additional, because we pay those people their travel and I think we buy them lunch, I think. But I think they get lunch and that's it. But right, but you can have them meeting more, or you can have them meeting different. Like there's different ways to. I don't want you to think that this is just the only thing we're going to try to make sure that this is. We're going to keep trying and get to what right is on this. It's just this is what's going to cost money, and this is our current bottleneck.
Okay. Member Earl, and then we can move to a vote.
Yeah, and I mean, along that same lines, I'm sure that if we, in October, had so many backup that we needed to have a meeting that was just UPAC, I think we could probably schedule that as a board so that we're not, you know what I mean, just chunking a little bit ourselves, that we can help get that caught up as well. It would make sense to do something like that if we had that much. So, yeah, just a day of UPAC. Yes, but then we have to review those too and actually move those forward. So if we had 100 instead of 10, we could probably have a special meeting or something.
Yeah. Okay. Let's look at the amendment. We're on an amendment here. The amendment is to add a few words or terms here. Like one word and one term. Okay. So the amendment is to, we had it, add the word legal, and then the phrase, and I'm trying. Kelsey, okay. And up to, and don't use this as an excuse to say, I'm leaving. To add the word legal and the phrase, and up to $100,000 of. This is what we're voting on, to add those 2 things right there. So let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that passes unanimously with Member Green absent. So that brings us to the motion, the main motion, as amended. And that is that the board, that the board, I think this is Member Earl's motion just for the public, but the motion is that the board approve the use of up to $250,000 in legal contingency and up to $100,000 of contingency funds to retain external UPAC investigators for a period of 1 year or until the current case backlog has been resolved, whichever occurs first. With that, let's vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. All right. That wraps up agenda item 10. Yes, Member Carey.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank Superintendent Hart and Deputy Jones, the innovative approach, the out-of-the-box thinking to help reduce this backlog and help our teachers and educators. Just grateful for their willingness to, again, take this unique and out-of-the-box approach to this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, let's move to agenda item 7. We're going backwards now. We're going to go to the Standards and Assessment Committee report. Chair Earl, are you ready? Hold on. There you go. You got it.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Scott. Thank you. Yeah, we, just like the other, just like the other committees we had a full list last time we had 2 meetings. And so some of those pieces were passed on the first one, some in the second meeting, and some of them are still moved till tomorrow. So the first action item we have on here has to do with the audit report related to CTE. The motion that we're sending to, motion for the board, that the board directs staff to work to determine what updates need to be made to R277911, secondary career and technical education, to address the audit. 2, work with Utah System of Higher Education, or USHE, to coordinate the work to address the audit. 3, develop a stakeholder work group to provide recommendations and consider needs to address the audit. 4, provide periodic updates to the committee on the work to address the audit. And 5, improve alignment with workforce needs and consistency within CTE programs and reporting. So that's the motion for the board.
Okay, that's what came out of committee. That is the motion as stated.
Yep.
Is there any discussion to that? Seeing none?
Oh, yeah. Oh, go ahead. No, let's do it.
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question. I know that some of these audits, I was talking to Chief Audit Executive Davis and different members of staff, and we had some audits that had been unresolved going on for more than 5-6 years. So when I look at this list, I'm grateful for it, but is there any discussion as to when these things will be accomplished, if there's a goal associated with each of these items, just a time frame of any sort around this? Thank you, Chair.
Are we on now? We didn't put dates on this because there's a number of things from the audit, but we've had things coming to committees already, and they'll continue. There's a work group that's ongoing right now. I don't know do we have someone from CT that wants to speak to some of that? We have a work group going on right now. Even what we passed earlier today will continue to be revised as the work group provides feedback. So I don't have a breakdown of everything, but I want to share one other thing, that the attendance audit. If you look at all we had to pass legislation so we could align language. We moved how many of those forward today, right? So we are working that direction. And anyways, I don't know if that's the answer you wanted or not, but that's kind of where we are. We're working. I think there's a lot of moving parts, and I think we're working on those. So.
Okay. Seeing no additional lights, I'm going to restate the motion, and we'll tee it up for a vote. The motion is that the board directs staff to 1, work to determine what updates need to be made to R277-911 secondary career and technical education to address the audit. 2, work with Utah System of Higher Education, USHE, to coordinate the work to address the audit. 3, develop a stakeholder work group to provide recommendations and consider needs to address the audit. 4, provide periodic updates to the committee on the work to address the audit. 5, improve alignment with workforce needs and consistency within CTE programs and reporting. Let's vote. Okay, we've got, that passes 11 in favor, 1 opposed, and 3 absent. The opposition coming from Member Bogus. Back to you, Chair Earl.
Okay. The second item on or the next item is 7.6, which is, oh, sorry. 7.4, sorry, I skipped a page there. 7.4, the action that came out of the committee is that the board approve R277705, secondary school completion and diplomas, draft 2 on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion before the board then is that the board approve R277-705, secondary school completion and diplomas, draft 2 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's vote.
Oh, actually,
That passes 11 in favor, 2 no votes. The no votes being Member Bogus and Member Earl. Back to you, Chair Earl.
Okay. The next item is 7.6. This is a motion for the board that the board approve R277326, early literacy coaches, draft 2 on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-326, early literacy coaches, draft 2 on second and final reading. Member Bogus.
Yeah, so if we're looking at this in line 32, in particular, draft 2 for the board. So it's talking about the minimum qualifications. What I don't see in here is an endorsement in reading. Is there a reason that we're not asking for that?
Chair Earl.
Yeah, I can try and answer that. We reached out to kind of a broad group looking at some of our rural schools and just making sure that what we are asking for does meet those criteria. So this is the list that we felt was broad, that was encompassing, but still allowed for those provisions. I think it does have in there training in the science of reading, training in adult learning theory. So yeah, I don't know. You can, if you wanted that specific thing, you could put it specifically in there, but we may limit at that point some of our qualified individuals that maybe have a master's degree in it may not cite that exactly, that may have had enough training that they could adequately do this. So anyways, that's kind of why we left it broader.
Any follow-up?
I think so. So the RESA, should they want to, they could ask for a reading endorsement, but this is the minimum that the board requires.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let me restate the motion then. The motion is that the board approve R277-326, early literacy coaches, draft 2 on second and final reading. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes 13 in favor, 1 abstention, that coming from Member Kelly. Chair Earl.
Okay, the next motion is that the board continue and approve R277923, American Indian and Alaskan Native Education State Plan Pilot Programs, draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board continue and approve R277-923, American Indian and Alaskan Native Education State Plan Pilot Programs, draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's vote. That passes 13 in favor, 1 no vote, that coming from Member Bogus. Back to you, Chair Earl.
Okay, the next item is 7.10, that the board approve the parent exclusion from state assessments forms, draft 1. And this was just an update on there.
Okay. The motion is that the board approve the parental exclusion form parental exclusion from state assessments forms, draft 1. Member Bogus.
So my question is, draft 1 of which one? Because there are 2 drafts and they're significantly different in backup.
Let me take a look real quick.
Well, and I understand that, but it says draft 1. So is it draft 1 of the secondary? Should I be looking at other drafts? Is there something missing from backup?
It's forms with a plural, so it would be both those. If we need to do them separate, we can do that. But we passed the 2 forms, which would be secondary and elementary. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess it makes sense. It's just a weird motion.
Okay. The weird motion that came out of committee then is that the board approve the parental exclusion from state assessments forms, draft 1. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously. Over to you, Chair Earl.
Okay, the next item is that the board accept the IC report and evaluations. So we're just accepting a report from them.
Okay, that is the motion then, and that is that the board accepts the IC report and evaluation. Seeing no lights, let's vote. Passes 12 in favor, 1 abstention, 1 no vote. The abstention from Member Carey and the no vote from Member Bogus. Back to you, Chair Earl.
Yeah, 7.13, and the motion is that the board accept the 2025-2026 secondary counselor to student ratio report.
Thank you. The motion from committee is that the board accepts the 2025-2026 secondary counselor to student ratio report. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes 13 in favor, 1 opposed. That opposition coming from Member Bogus. Chair Earl.
Okay, we are going to go, I think we're done with that section. We're going to go into the next section. Okay. It's just the report. So we're on 8.3 is the next motion for the committee, from the committee. Is everybody following me? We lost anyone here? Okay. Okay, so the motion that came out of committee is that the board approve R277917 Gold Medal Schools Pilot Program, Draft 2 on second and final reading.
All right, the motion is that the board approve R277-917 Gold Medal Schools Pilot Program, Draft 2 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's vote. That passes 12 in favor, 1 abstention, 1 no vote. The abstention from Member Davis, the no vote from Member Bogus. Chair Earl.
Okay, the next item is 8.4, and the motion for the board is that the board continue and approve R277404 requirements for assessments of student achievement, draft 2 on second and final reading.
The motion is that the board continue and approve R277-404 requirements for assessments of student achievement, draft 2 on second and final reading. Vice Chair Wood.
I have a motion. I move to strike lines 40 through 46.
Would you mind do it one more time so we can hear you?
Sorry, I move to strike lines 40 through 46.
Okay.
Okay, do we have a second? There's a second, a couple of those. Back to you, Vice Chair Wood.
Yeah, this was staff requested that we no longer have this high school assessment, the Utah Aspire Plus, and so they asked me to run the motion to delete these lines.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Seeing no lights, let's put the motion before the board again and take a vote here. The motion is that we amend draft 2 by striking lines 40 through 46. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. That brings us back to our original motion, and that is that the board continue and approve R277-404, requirements for assessments of student achievement, draft 2 as amended, on second and final reading. Let's vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. Chair Earl?
Yeah. 8.5 is targeted standards review, secondary social studies in general, but there's two provisions to this. So that would be that the board begin a targeted review for the elementary K through 6 social studies standards, and that would be based on legislation that passed this year, so they'd be doing a targeted review of those. We've recently updated those. The second part of this is a full review for the secondary 7 through 12 social studies standards. Let me clarify that in case someone missed it. The first piece of this was that the elementary we just did, and that we would be doing a targeted review, which means that we would be taking legislation that just passed, and we would be saying, are there places in here we can apply that legislation without having to open up all the standards and redo the whole thing? The second piece to this would be that we would do a full review of the secondary standards, 7 through 12 for social studies. So those would go through our rewrite process. Fully, they'd incorporate the new law, but they would also be open for new revision.
Okay. Thank you for that. So the motion before the board then is that the board begin a targeted review for the elementary K through 6 social studies standards and a full review for the secondary 7 through 12 social studies standards. Member Carey?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. I believe it was HB 312 that passed out of the last legislative session requiring the creation of an open source social studies curriculum. And I believe there was a fiscal note in the amount of approximately $12 million associated with that. Is this rule associated in any way with that HB 312? And it looks like it is. So my question is, what is the status of that? What are we doing with that? What does this have to do with this provision from 312? We're dealing with $12 million, and it seems like at least this board member isn't in the loop of how that is being allocated, how that may be spent. And I was just wondering if this would be the time to maybe get an update from the superintendent or a member of her staff on where we stand with that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Chair Earl, I see your light on. Did you want to respond?
No, we can let
superintendent has a
yeah,
response.
the open resources would be a separate from standard writing. That would be curriculum. But you can address that because that's
312. 312 included pieces of standards that need to change and included the provision for the original how did this go? There was a bill, and then it was combined with a bill, and then it was moved, and then it evolved, I guess is what I'd like to say. So what ended up passing was changes to social studies, yes. The combination of social studies and ELA together, that was a piece. and the open education resources. But the open education resources was not specified by subject or particular grade. So for what we've been doing, Assistant Superintendent Hunt is over this program, this project, and quite frankly, DLI took a little bit more time than we had anticipated. So we've been meeting with other states that have OER projects that they've done, and meeting with different vendors. In fact, we've got a vendor meeting Tuesday, I think. We're working on a concept paper that will outline how we're going to approach the next the milestones. We'll create a project plan, and we need to fold in, some of the board members might remember that we had a district work on some social studies curriculum already. And we'll fold that in as well. We've been in talks with UETN, who
Have we been in talks with the board? Because I have not heard anything about the a vendor meeting. Has anyone in the board discussed the plan for the
board
open?
to talk about it.
Well, I thought you said you had a vendor meeting. So you're meeting with vendors, but it's not time for the board to discuss it?
Vendors, meeting with them about what kinds of projects they have. MGT did Texas's OER, Bluebonnet. So there are lots of people that have experience in this space, and we will learn from their mistakes and make sure that we're not wasting our money. We have not put out an RFP. That's not what I mean about vendors. We're not signing anything, but it is the job of the agency.
Well, I would be grateful if, we had a glimpse of your vision into how you see the allocation of this $12 million, how you think that we should create the OER. Again, my concern is just that, again, there might be board members at the table who have heard about this and are comfortable with moving forward with the disbursement of these funds. But I just think that it's something that the full board should consider. This is going to affect every aspect of our curriculum. And I would feel much more comfortable if this was something that we could, and maybe it's going to require a motion, but I would like regular updates on where this process stands, because we are reinventing our curriculum in a way that I don't believe we've ever done before as a board. And so I don't want it to be, in 6 months, superintendent, hey, this is what we've created. Do you like it? I'd rather be one of the chefs in the kitchen helping with the creation. Even with the Gemini story and Google, it seems like, the messaging that's coming out is very different than the reality that I have experienced here at the board, in the sense that I don't remember making an agreement or a deal with Google for AI. And yet every news story, KSL TV just posted another one less than an hour ago, celebrating how USBE has entered into a statewide partnership. I don't remember this body voting on that. I don't remember this body discussing that. It's my understanding that did not happen. And yet I don't see any messaging. I don't see any posts. I don't see any pushback on this particular issue. I don't want that same thing happening when it comes to this $12 million undertaking with our OER.
With all due respect, you aren't giving the agency the time to do the job we need to do. You need to slow down. I cannot do all these things at once.
I don't know what that means. All I know is that I am seeing these stories about Google Gemini coming out.
This isn't about Google Gemini.
No, it's not, but it's about this understanding that they're saying that this body has taken action that I don't remember
Right.
not even voting, haven't even had the opportunity to talk about or consider. And I just don't want that to repeat itself when it comes to this $12 million social studies OER. So I don't think it's about what's being done or not being done. I'm just asking for more transparency, more communication, because I don't want to relive this in terms of what we're seeing with Google Gemini happening with the social studies OER.
I will address Google Gemini. Google Gemini is a student data privacy agreement that the agency entered into. I'll address that in my superintendent's report. The standards are part of the bill, and we are working on OER and putting together a concept paper. And when it's time, you'll see the concept paper way in advance of any sort of action, but it's not ready yet. So thank you for the feedback, and I'll make sure you get it.
Thank
So-
you, Superintendent.
We are in this space as well to the point of the motion here. And the motion is that we're going to review the standards. That's our role. If we look at the law, it's riddled with the state superintendent shall. So our involvement as a board is, I was just asking Amanda, like, where is it here? No. Yeah, so anyway, just take a look at it. I think we're in the process here. That's the standards, and that's what I think is coming out of committee, is we're looking at the standards targeted for K through 6, 7 through 12 will go through all of that, and we have to align with 312. Chair?
Yeah, and it is important to note that whatever is in the standards will be reflected in the curriculum. But this is kind of that first step. We've got to do the targeted for the younger, for the older grades. We're relooking at those. So some of those will be a little more delayed when we talk about open resources, because we have to have the latest thing to update and to move forward on. So moving forward with this does get us where we need to go, and it does start moving us in that direction so that we can be very intentional about what curriculum we're looking at and who we're working with. So, yeah.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board, oh, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Bollinger. I saw no lights. I got excited.
I know. I'll be quick. No, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank the committee for being very intentional. Wrapping back around to Member Longacre's word this morning is you guys were very intentional with this motion, because we just redid the social studies standards recently in elementary. In fact, this year is one of the first years they've actually implemented it. So just thank you for not redoing all of the elementary standards, because we've already talked about how that burns out our teachers. It wastes a lot of our money. So thank you for the intentionality of this motion.
Member Davis.
Oh, well, Member Earl just told me that she was done, and I would like to make a request that Finance Committee next time have the 7 p.m. time slot, because it goes really fast. That's what I would like. Maybe, or maybe at 7 o'clock. And
Okay. All right. Let's get back. I know, we're on to something. Hopefully we'll be adjourning at 7 in future meetings. The motion is that the board begin a targeted review for the elementary K-6 social studies standards and a full review for the secondary 7-12 social studies standards. Let's vote. Thank you. That passes unanimously. Back to you, Chair Earl. Okay, that's it. I've got a light from Member Brinton. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to, what Board Member Bollinger said, I just want to say thank you. You're welcome. And we are trying to be very intentional that it is targeted reviews and that we're looking at the review process and lengthening it so that the LEAs are not being forced to get new curriculum more often and that we're more beholden to vendors than we are to our superintendents and our districts and doing what's best for them. So that's been something that's been a lot in our conversations.
Okay, thank you. Member Booth?
May I just say that from almost 23 years sitting in a chair as a member of a school board in the state of Utah, that my appreciation for and gratitude for the process continues to grow, primarily because of the superintendencies, both at the local level and at the state level, the staff, the educators who have dedicated their lives and their preparation for a lifetime to do this work. I'm grateful that we have an opportunity to represent our constituents and to bring big ideas and possible changes and possible we have the luxury of being able to explore many wonderful possibilities as we focus on children. I'm deeply grateful that there are so many committed people here who really care about our children. But I want to give a great deal of thanks to Superintendent Molly and the agency staff, because their job is huge and it is so important. And we enter in frequently with great ideas, which sometimes may not be fully developed, and it can be challenging for those that have to keep everything going because the kids still show up every day and the teachers still have to do what they need to do. So thank you, and thank you for this process. Thanks to all of our board members for the concern and the care and the love that and the time that they're willing to put into this effort. But I want to just emphasize how important our staff and the superintendency, both at this state level and in our local LEAs, in our charters, boy, they've got a job. And I'm grateful that we can be supportive of them. Thank you so much.
Okay. That concludes your report, Chair Earl. Thank you for both of those. And she did clearly win, yes. We'll start again next month. Let's see, or in August. So we are moving on to agenda item 9. This is the superintendent's report.
Two more items. Okay. All right. So what I
Hold on. Push your,
sorry.
yeah.
I got you. Thank you. What I wanted to update you on is our
Molly hasn't slept for several.
Okay, I got on the plane at your time, 4:00 this morning in Indiana. How we're operationalizing the board's strategic plan through the balanced scorecard. So what we've done is had a series of meetings with directors and above and others in the agency, and we are connecting your strategic objectives and the performance measures of the legislature and the initiatives in the agency and the current code, and we're trying to make coherence. And it is painstaking, and it's, I guess, I tried to find a good, I'm not good at finding those GIFs, I don't even know how to say it. But if you picture a magician and pulling the scarves out of the ear and they never stop, and you're like, when are they going to stop? Or out of a hat. That is kind of what we're going through right now. And you saw it, and you heard about it with DLI. And we've got that project about wrapped up. We'll have staff in place and sent the letters out to the districts on how much their appropriations will be moving forward, and just getting those items and those coaches nailed down, and making sure they have the supports and getting ready for the coming year, and also planning the PD. Then moving, like we talked about, moving on to the OERs, another big project in that area. But all that's going on while we're aligning these things and implementing the bill book. So it's a moving target. We've had some strategic planning workshops. We're creating maps. What the team is finalizing now are objective descriptions, intended outcomes, and performance measures, so that we can measure our return on investment, and we can focus on and we can report to legislature on the things that they ask us to do. It was hard. We took a whole bunch of brainstorming. I think we had 45 measures, and we whittled it down to 15. And we're still refining and making sure we're testing each other. You know, does this really, if this number changes, does it affect change all the way down to the classroom? And if it doesn't, it's not a measure that we need here in the agency. We are also clarifying ownership across the agency of measures, so that teams have a true map in front of them to get to our North Star. And that North Star is is what you've outlined in the strategic plan. Another piece of this is called a learning agenda, and that is a protocol so that groups in our agency, teams in our agency, go through a rigorous process where we have our objective or what we want to accomplish, but we study what's out there, we study best practices, we bring that information to you. We want to be trusted experts in what we know about K-12 education and the aspects of K-12 education, whether it be special education, whether it be fiscal monitoring, whether it be student services, attendance, whatever team it is, we want to make sure, and this goes back to the technical assistance audit that independent or internal audit did a couple years ago. We want to make sure that when someone calls USBE and needs help from the field, that we give them clear, consistent, and reliable information that that's actionable, and that matters. That matters because that is the through line that then student, you know, that district can take it and run and do what they need to do to make their classrooms the best they can be for students. So this learning agenda that we're working on is actually an initiative through U.S. Department of Education as part of the Returning Education to the States and building the capacity of the state agencies. And theoretically, they're not having to rely on the federal agency as much. So we're really excited that we're building leadership into the walls of the agency. And we're building the skills and capacity of our employees to be able to be counted upon, to be able to be knowledgeable and reliable. And then also, I've been working with developing relationships with the LEAs, small, big, charter, traditional, micro school, whatever the method of schooling, making sure that we are a resource for whoever is serving Utahns and Utah children in a learning environment. We are a resource for them. They can go to our website. They can, you're a homeschool parent. Can you get resources on our website? Can you find the people that you need to call, or whatever? Are we connecting people? Are we a resource? Are we reliable in the information that we're sharing? So that's where we're headed. Like I said, we've worked on those objectives. We've worked on the performance measures, and it's a moving target. So the thing I'd like to say about performance measures is keep in mind the performance measures that we're under right now are not the same ones that we're developing. So we've got to work under the current system while we build the system moving forward. So there's a lot of moving parts and making sure that we're moving in the right direction. We are going to have for you in the fall, the next phase is to finalize those targets and then launch dashboarding so that you can, and we want to hook to your current dashboard, which is wonderful, and make sure that you have that resource there. What we're moving is from random acts of legislation and implementing those to a disciplined execution of strategies designed to move the needle for students, Utahns. And if it doesn't move the needle, then we need to be ruthless, because we don't have extra time and money laying around to do everything. We need to do the things that are most impactful and measurable. So that's kind of where we're at with implementing the strategic plan, which is huge. There are also other things that go on in the agency. Just letting you know, there'll be 2 audits that will be released at Legislative Audit Subcommittee next week. No, is next week the second week of June? Oh my gosh, time. I think it's I'll get you the date. It's June. Look it up. Yeah. June 17th. Okay. So we've got a couple audits that are related to student education. One won't have findings for us, but it is related to student learning, and one does have findings for us, and we'll be responding to those at the legislative committee. I also went with Commissioner Landward and reported to Education Interim, and the topic was collaboration with USBE in concurrent enrollment, IB, AP, and those types of issues. And we are working together in a agency work group to try to answer some of the concerns that were brought up by the committee. And that work is ongoing. There were some questions about rigor and staffing for both the programs. Really, a lot more of the questions were directed at higher ed, but of course they're happening in our schools, so it's of interest to us. And we, of course, want to be good partners in that work, even if, the concurrent enrollment really resides with USBE. But we're really trying to take those last 2 years of high school and those first 2 years of college and really make them seamless, because there are concerns about both those time periods, and eliminating those barriers really catapults our students to success. So that's another issue. I will address the Qualtrics, or not Qualtrics, Gemini. So what was signed was a student data privacy agreement. And it is the first, why it's a big deal is because we're the first state to set a statewide DPA. Other states are working on it, but they couldn't get it past the finish line. What it means is that individual districts do not sign their own DPA. So they aren't going to meet with Google and sign their own agreement. They are held to our standards, which Katie and team and Matt Winters and the entire team worked really hard on making sure that student data privacy was at the level that that Utah holds, which quite frankly is higher than almost all other states. Everywhere I go, they're very interested in how we keep those high standards. They're also interested in our screen time and how everything in this ecosphere kind of works together. And in particular, our graduated screen time limits are something that not many states could get past the finish line. So they tend to have these all or nothing type bills, and they don't work for the classroom. So it's been, I've had to speak on a number of times on our graduated. And then the fact that we were able to put carve-outs so that it made sense to teachers, and it was something that could be implemented. It wasn't something that just hit the headlines and now it's a big old headache. So it is a statewide DPA. They will not be going out to the individual districts. If individual districts or schools want to use Google products, they do not have to. No money's exchanging hands, no contracting. It is simply the data privacy. What it says is that our students' data cannot be used to train their models. So it's a completely separate space, and it doesn't benefit Google in any way. It doesn't go to train their, like, my information doesn't make your answer better. As you know, many of our districts use Google Classroom. So if a district continues to use and chooses to use that for their high schools or whatever, they can use the state DPA agreement, and they can't go below that. So there's a lot more. Matt was here earlier, and the team was here earlier. Ryan is here. It is hard to explain to media the DPA, data privacy agreements. So are we partnering? Yeah, it's a partnership, I guess. And yes, there is teacher training that is available that Google is offering. That too is optional. If districts want, they've always been able to buy those products, and they can continue to do so. Nothing about that changes. So, there's two different kinds of AI to me. To me, there's student AI and there's teacher AI. And the part that concerns, I have serious reservations about students using AI, because at its very core, AI makes thinking less, more frictionless. And that is the very thing we don't want for students. We don't want their thinking to be frictionless. But when it comes to our teachers, they deserve their thinking to be frictionless in some of their tasks. If we can give them some of their time back and help them in some of their tasks that they have to do, then I want to line up first in order to support adults in the job that they do. So we have to help our public understand that there's two different kinds of AI. And quite frankly, one great example, and I know I've taken plenty of time, but this example is important to me because it highlights some of what AI could do if we think about it not as a Google search engine. That's not the power of AI for a teacher. But what you can do with, say, instructional materials or something, you can say, when you set a model up, the rigor is not going to drop below this arbitrary level. So a teacher might have students that are not yet at that level of rigor. But the teacher, instead of, and I'm going to use terms that are not, I'm going to dumb down my own terms. Instead of dumbing down the instruction and going to try to reach and pull up kids, it keeps the floor so that you can't go below a level of rigor, but it scaffolds so that those students can stay on a trajectory that's high quality. And that's not been possible, and it's very hard to do because teachers intuitively want to meet students in the middle, but the problem is if you're not careful about it, those standards start to drop. And AI can really help guard against that when the teacher is making instructional decisions, not when they're working with students. When you're working with students, put it away. But when you're thinking through your lessons and you're thinking through and making those plans, the ability for it to help you control for that rigor gives you opportunities that we haven't seen in lesson planning ever. And so we have to think about those types of opportunities and put aside for a minute the idea that, we're putting kids in front of a computer. That's the last thing that we need to be doing. But there's a lot of opportunities for our teachers and our students to propel their growth. The other thing is we are in a choice state, which means there are all different types of schools. And there are some schools that the students AI will be a core feature of their education because that's what their parents want for them. And in an educational pluralistic environment where you have all kinds of different types of school, there's room for the school that says, heck no, never is a child going to be on a piece of technology. And there's space for, heck yeah, the first thing they're going to do is be able to access assistive technology, educational technology, and whatever else kind of technology they can think of. There's room for that whole spectrum. And we have to let go of this idea that one education is perfect and one model is perfect for all of our students just because it's perfect for our world view or our one child or our other child. So we are ready in Utah, given all the work we've done with choice. We are ready in Utah with all that work that we've done investing in our educator workforce. We don't have the vacancies and the turnover that other states do and the shortages that they do. And there are places that are ready and need these tools, but they need them safely. And that's what we need to do because that's our job at USBE, is to make sure that the things that we provide to students and teachers are safe. And so I am proud of the work that we did with Google Gemini. Do I wish there was a way to control that entire narrative? Absolutely. I wish I could write every one of those news articles, but I can't. So I appreciate those that reached out to me to ask for clarification, and I do. There is a time when there was the office and the board. But right now, the agency is USBE and the board is USBE. And it has its challenges. I'll be the first to admit. So, you know, ask away. Let me know what questions you have, and I'll always work hard to get you the information you need. I just haven't figured out how to make 48 hours in a day, but I'm working very hard. If you start out in Indiana and you end up in Utah, you can get an extra 2 hours. I did find that out. So, but really and truly, I don't want any of you to ever be blindsided. That is not at all a good strategy. And we work very hard. I think we undid as many news articles today as we reported on, and for that I thank staff, because we've had to chase them. We really have. So, what questions can I answer?
I've got a short list of lights. If you're finished with your report, I'll open it up to board members.
I can talk for days. You know that.
Plus 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's go first to Member Earl.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like this stems from some of the legislation that was passed this year that just said, hey, there's got to be parameters. If we're going to use technology, we've got to have parameters on that, and it's got to be effective for our students. And then moving into those DPAs,
Yep.
which is that's what we did research with BYU a couple of years ago around, was saying, are you collecting more than you need to, or, which validated, yes, if we don't have a real strong DPA, then we've it could be a lot of things until we find out about them. Oh, data privacy agreement. My apologies. So those data privacy agreements that are in the contracts we sign, and it sounds like that's what this was. I wasn't familiar with what it was either, so it was kind of this out there kind of a thing. But I think you're right, because this is it's interesting, during the legislative session, there were a couple legislators that I talked to that's like, there's a certain organizations, you're never going to get them to sign a DPA. And this is one of those that is going to say, look, we are going to protect our students' data, and we're going to protect the things going on in the state.
And
so I'm grateful we're engaged in this, and I hope that there's other contracts that are forthcoming, because people are using them without these constraints, and to have those in it would be beneficial.
Can I just make the point that teachers don't realize that when they download a program from the internet and they enter in 1 through 24, and they start using Class Dojo or something, they've actually entered into an ed tech contract. They don't understand always that when they put their email address into a website, what that means or what that doesn't mean. And that's exactly what we have to stop. There were a lot of people that said I think there were a lot of people that told the AG that you couldn't sue big social media companies either. But when you've got a statewide DPA and there's a violation, suddenly you can go after that statewide DPA. And so instead of that LEA and that LEA and that LEA, now you've got a statewide one. So when there's a violation, you're going after someone a lot bigger.
Member Longacre.
I just want to thank Molly for your hard work. I appreciate that. And I feel as though most of the state of Utah was blindsided when those articles came out. I was getting tons of text messages saying, did you vote on this? And I was like, I don't think we did. So thanks for clarifying that. I do have a question that has come from some of my constituents. And is there any way to make the data protection agreement public?
Yes.
So people can see that.
Yeah. I'll make sure it's out there. I'll make sure you get an emailed copy of it.
That would be great. Because just as a parent, when I hear, AI in the classroom, I do get a little nervous that we're taking away critical thinking. But if we can make it easier for teachers because they have a heavy lift, I'm all about that. But when it comes to AI for kids, it scares me, and I'm sure it scares a lot of other people too.
And in no way should this indicate that a district should or shouldn't enter into an agreement. It means there's a resource available to them if they choose to do that.
Member Kelly.
Yes, Superintendent Hart, thank you for your report. You said something to me, to all of us, I should say, that kind of triggered a thought, and I'm asking this question. But you said, "I wish I could have written each one of those articles," right?
Mm-hmm.
But as an agency, was there any sort of press release? Okay, and did we get that?
Was it sent to all board members? You sent it to all board members? Yes.
Okay, all right. I'll do a better job of
Is it-
checking my email.
Look, I know how much.
I don't recall that.
But
Did you send it?
Chair Hymas?
I don't recall receiving that, and I'm a pretty.
well, and I guess that would
We'll
be
make sure you got it.
if there are press releases, please let's make sure that those are being sent to the board members so that we can be aware when we're getting these text messages from our constituents.
Oh, absolutely.
We can be informed on what the agency's stance is on it.
Yesterday about it. Yesterday at 2:08. It was an email to
the Board of Education.
Oh, I thought your question was the press release in advance.
Well, no, right. I mean, the articles were coming out, we're getting text messages, but was there a press release?
Yeah, that's what I thought
When,
your question was.
And I mean, I feel like as an agency, if we were sending those press releases when that agreement was signed with Gemini, we get that, then we're not blindsided by those questions.
Gotcha.
So,
Yeah, I think the question is not, we're not saying we want to control your press release. Just give us a heads up when you send it to the media, send it to us as well, right? So that we're ready. Is that what I'm hearing, Cole?
yeah,
Okay.
right, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I've got Member Bogus.
Thank you. So Superintendent, I really do appreciate your work on this, and I was very sad that the media was so hyperbolic and honestly, in some regards, very untruthful, if we can be frank. So I don't want you to accept this as attacking. I just have a question.
Sure.
Um,
And it's fine.
It's no secret that I don't really think there's any such thing as student data privacy anymore. I think we've kind of lost that in this day and age. And we've done audits and we've seen violations and agreements through different apps and data. And there was the audit that came out and we identified many different vendors who had violated their agreements, yet we didn't really do much about that in terms of litigation.
Oh,
and
correct.
so my question to you and maybe to our attorneys general is, if these contracts and these data privacy agreements are violated, are we willing to take on Google? Because your thing was, now we have something we can hold them accountable for, but if we don't hold them accountable, this agreement is it means nothing if we're not willing to take on Google.
I have, and I think the AG would support this. I am willing to take on anybody, and I can prove that in a number of contracts. I have canceled contracts. I have gone to litigation with vendors that have acted inappropriately, and I've made clear who's in charge, whether it's vendors or us. I don't have any trouble telling vendors that they are not in charge and they have to act a certain way. In fact, I would love to go after legislation for to control the RFA process as well, because that's another place where vendors take money out of the pockets of our children.
Yeah, well, and it's a backdoor.
It is.
Without
It
accountability.
is. And I am very interested. In fact, we have at least one contract where we're going after outcomes-based contracting, where if you don't meet certain outcomes, you have and it started a graduated contract. It started in North Dakota. The Assistant Secretary, Kirsten Baszler, does a lot of, started doing it with the Department of Education when she was secretary there. And I've asked our staff to incorporate that into grant applications as well. We are in litigation with vendors as we speak.
Oh, and I appreciate that. And when you take on Google, I want to sit there with you.
Oh, I don't
So just
mind.
call me and I will be there with pom-poms.
And I have met with Google and I made it
Yeah.
very, very clear what we were and what we weren't. And that vendors work for us. We don't
Yeah.
work for them. And often they are a solution in search of a problem. And we are not a problem to be peddled to the lowest bidder.
Yeah, I agree. And I should have said if.
Yeah.
But if I want to be there. And I appreciate the answer to the question. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're in a unique position here where AAG Doan isn't here, so we can assign her to take on Google when that does happen. So perfect. Everything's working out. Superintendent Hart, thank you for your report. Does that conclude your report, or do you have? Go ahead.
Yes, there's two things. One is it is in our standard operating procedure that we send all of our press releases to board members. We have had some changes in staffing, and we will make sure, I will personally make sure that is happening. Secondly, Google is sending out their own information, I'm learning, about this. So I can't control what Google does. I can only control what happens in the classrooms with Google. And you may see some press that Google's putting out, but I'm here to tell you there is no money changing hands, and I'm sure Google is listening because I think they always are. Google better behave or it'll be a short-lived relationship because other vendors are lining up now to be part of the marketplace, and I believe in a marketplace because we will get the best product for our students.
Yeah, all of us on our phones will be getting, well, not you, Christina, you probably control it, but we'll be getting ads about Gemini for the next 2 months. Yeah.
Oh,
She knows what she's doing.
One last piece, our final, well, not our final, it's all just iterative. We do have an assistant super, because the dominoes with moving, with Darren accepting the position at USDB, that assistant superintendent position will be filled, and that individual will be starting mid-July after they are released from their current contract. So I'm excited. We'll have another team member, and we will be, we will have those spots filled, and then the posting today went up for the legislative liaison. So share it far and wide that we're looking for that member of our team.
Okay, thank you. All right, does that conclude your report?
For now.
For now, okay. Let's move on to agenda item 11. This is the general consent calendar. Board members, just a point of reference here. We've got the general consent calendar, agenda item 11. Then we have agenda item 12, the general session legislative preparation. And then we have moved executive session to tomorrow. So we're getting towards the end of our agenda. Let's keep moving forward here with agenda item 11. This is our, again, consent calendar. I've got members Bogus, Earl, and Longacre. So items to be pulled, we'll begin with member Bogus.
You got a pencil? All right. 11.1.1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 9. We would have to double check.
Repeat 1, 2,
1,
3.
11.1, 1, and then comma, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 9. We would have to double check.
Okay. Anything else from the consent?
I don't believe so, not from me, sir.
Okay, let's move over to Member Earl. Okay, Member Longacre?
Or? Yes. Okay, we're good.
Okay. Now that those are polled, are there any motions to the consent calendar? Member Kelly?
I want to poll 8 as well. What's that?
I think 8 is the only one left.
Oh, really? Okay.
Okay. Okay, I'm seeking any motion that anyone's willing to make regarding the remainder of the consent calendar.
The remainder of the consent calendar before we move to these spirited conversations.
Okay, spirited. Whew. Okay, so the motion is to approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Is there any, or do we have a second? Second. We have a second. Let's go ahead and do a formal vote on that. That passes unanimously. Okay, let's go back to, I'll go back to Member Bogus, who began the first set of polls here. If there's nothing to say, there's nothing to say. If you have questions, you have questions. If not, I'll seek motions. Member.
I can tell you why I pulled them.
Well, I don't know if there's questions. Whatever the board wants to do. You're the only light I have on. So, Member
Well,
Bogus.
let's, if we've got other lights, let's let them go first. That's
Okay. We'll begin then. We'll go to Member Earl.
Yeah, I want to look at number 8, which is the Schmoop University. Sorry, 9. My apologies. I'm just looking at the thing here. Is this contract we enter into is written in, is it a line item? It is line item. It's funded through a line item. Okay. For this specific vendor. Do you know?
For that specific vendor, so Scott Jones, Deputy Superintendent of Operations, it is a line item. And yes, I mean, for that specific vendor who demonstrated the capability to meet the requirements of the
law.
The program.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we can move this forward. I just am asking that we actually, just like, and I can't remember what Representative Oxier's bill was. I can't get the Utah Code legislative site to pull up for some reason. It says it's, I don't know, it's down or something. Or at least I couldn't. Maybe someone else can. Just in there allows us to do periodic review, just like we do with the BYU study, and go through that process of seeing what's collected by the students and kind of go through that. I'd ask that, moving this contract forward, that we do just make sure, just double check on that. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Maybe that made no sense to anyone. Did 10-4? Are we good?
So are we, do we need to amend the contract? I'm not sure.
Not
Scott,
necessarily. I'm just asking because I think in code it allows us to periodically review vendors that we hold contracts on. So I'm asking for us to do that with this one.
Okay, Scott.
So, Chair, technically we do review the performance of vendors during the duration of the contract. So, but if you want it done like on a set time frame or schedule, that would help us to know
This year?
right? So,
This year?
This year, as in within 6 months, or this year within next June?
Yeah, let's go 6 months. 6 months.
Scott?
the date from the effective date of my signature on the contract, would that work?
That sounds like a really good idea.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So, okay, that's fine, yeah.
That's
Well,
a motion. Yep.
Yeah, is it a motion or, I mean, you don't have to do them. I can do that anyway. I mean.
Okay. And I think
Well,
you could
unless you think you
can
have
talk
to.
to
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Director Chalice, because that's
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we can work that out. 8, right? That was not
So-
item number 8, Chair.
That
just
was
for
Oh,
item number
clarity.
9.
9.
11.1.9. Jenny, is there a motion in there?
I can. Do you want?
If you
No.
want, do you want to move
No.
it forward?
No, I don't want to.
Okay.
Scott's rules.
The team will do it.
What
How
you're saying
would
is the
want-
contract has to move forward and approved.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll just pause on that one. Member Kelly?
I'm going to direct my question. I'm looking at the U Science, and I think it's 1, isn't it? The first one?
Yes, U Science is number 1.
U Science is number. My main question with this one is, I'm struggling to understand what's different from what has been happening in CTE, because my experience in the classroom, a CTE class currently, end of level, you're going to take a U Science test or at the end of the semester class, or if it's a year-long class. This is on top of what has been happening, right? An additional $3 million. Students have been getting, if you pass that test, you get a certificate. So what is the additional $3 million to U Science on?
I think the amendment though is 3.8 million.
Yeah.
Hold on, we are
So-
going again. Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Do you want me to click my button?
Deputy Superintendent, Chair, if you don't mind, through
Question to Scott?
Yeah, Deputy Superintendent Jones.
So what you're seeing here is a pattern of most of these are related to actions that we're taking during the legislative session. I mean, this is typical for this time of year. Specifically to this and to Board Member Kelly's question, Chair, it's not only a line item, but it's specifically in there that U Science one-time money, 3.8 million. It's an amendment to the overall contract for all of the services that Board Member Kelly was talking about, but it provides that additional resource for ensuring that everyone there's opportunity for everyone to take those assessments, to do that. The legislators have been trying to get that resource, or the 3.8 million, for I would say at least 2 years, last year and the year before, as ongoing funding. It's one time out of the economic stabilization account so that they could sustain that addition. So we had to make the amendment to the contract because when we are funded for when we add one-time money onto contracts, then we basically start over the next year. So this is not the first year that we've received 3.8 million of one-time money to do it. So Board Member Kelly's spot on. They're doing these tests, but this portion of the overall contract is funded with one-time money. So the amendment is in front of you because we're starting the next fiscal year with one-time money for that. So that's why it's an amendment, is because we're adding that $3.8 million on it. But legislators are seeking ongoing money. Does that help understand why we're doing it with the one-time?
So can I clarify then? So what you're saying is that are we spending the same amount as we spent last year, but because it's one-time money, we have to reapprove it every year?
We have to redo that, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, better said than I did. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. We'll call on Cole next time to answer those questions. Yeah. We'll applaud for Cole. Yeah. Okay. Member Reel.
I was just gonna thank you for those questions, Board Member Kelly. After going through the CTE audit a lot of times and noticing that there's this gap between what I see U Science is doing is kind of at the central part of where the disconnect between K through 12 and
actually getting students those certificates and that technical education credit. I know that there's a lot of work being done, and I'm sure Superintendent Hart can speak on this, but there's a lot of work being done where we're looking at actually when we're offering these CTE classes and we're spending so much money to instruct students in all these CTE areas, we want them to lead to employment or certificates or some sort of stackable credential that can move on to something that can be useful for them at a technical college or even at a four-year institution. And so U-Science is a lot of money to spend on not giving those students those credits or those credentials that they need to actually say, hey, I'm taking physical therapy assistant classes. All I'm doing is taking these classes where they could be getting physical therapy assistant credit to then get their associates and be a physical therapist assistant all the way through their undergraduate program or go into it forever, whatever. The point being is that I see U-Science as not effective. I think that money could be better spent in serving students with a similar formula that we do with concurrent enrollment classes, but concurrent enrollment technical education courses that actually lead to certificates or some sort of career that they can have or lead into, again, getting a four-year degree or an associate's degree. So I understand that it's something that we're required by the legislature to renew this because they're asking for ongoing funding because I'm not in favor of this because I look at it as another year of doing this when we're moving along quickly in being more aligned with getting students those technical education and workforce degrees that the legislature also asks us to do. So it's kind of confusing that we're using a vendor to do something that we could do within the technical college system. Because the vendor is basically giving these little U-Science certificates that lead to nothing. So it's troubling to me to even renew this for another year when I see that not being a benefit to our students or the legislature and their goals.
Scott, did you have? Yeah.
I have a certificate I can show you.
Oh, you got one.
Well, I actually.
You can put it on your fridge.
It's a student of mine that got a certificate, and I sent it to Superintendent Hart and said, hey, look, there's your name on one of my students, But yeah, every time they pass, but what does that certificate do?
Nothing. They're not getting credits or credentials that lead to actually getting
maybe
those.
a resume, maybe on an application, but
And there
otherwise,
are some U-Science programs where they have to take the credential, like the end of welding, they take the welding certificate. You know, the welding, I passed this test, but it's still not giving them the opportunities that they could get by having a better alignment with our technical colleges. So I guess, Scott, so we're required by, okay, well, but if it's just we have to allocate dollars towards doing that thing, or if it's we have to allocate dollars to this exact vendor.
Okay, so
it's vendor. Oh gosh, I hate vendor bills. Okay, well.
Okay. Next we have.
Yeah, I'll
sorry,
work on that for the legislative
Scott,
requests of next year.
Go ahead.
So, just for the record, this is not a new, or it's an amendment to an existing contract to ensure that we capture the fact that the appropriation is for 3.8 million. It's under what's called the student credential account on the COBE too, but the 3.8 million is intended to go to U-Science. So it says U-Science right on the thing. So what I would offer is in July, myself and likely a representative of the legislative fiscal analysts will go through each line item with you, tie in or correlate the performance measures so that you have time to understand more, and this will be one of them, so that you can make an informed decision on whether you do want to make a statutory request that any future dollars go toward it, or we go out for RFP or some things. That's the intent behind the event or the agenda item in July. So I hope that helps. So
okay, I've got Member Brenton next.
Sorry, I'll withdraw. My question got answered. I just wanted to echo what Board Member Reel was saying. I was concerned about the vendor and the costs when it doesn't really translate to a credit, concurrent enrollment, and the technical colleges things.
Okay. Member Longacre?
Yeah, I guess I just don't understand if we find something that isn't working, but we still have to pass it because it's coming from legislation. What would happen if we just don't pass it because we see that it's a waste of money? What will happen?
Scott, you want to take that?
Just so, Chair Imus, it's a very, very good question. Where this is very specific, that the one-time money, which is why we're amending the contract for 3.8 million, is intended to go to youth science, then we would be violating the Budgetary Procedures Act, where we received that funding for a specific purpose or designated or intended purpose. So then we would have to go and explain why we aren't using that funding. The process really is to do what I was trying to explain. We get to July, we go through the line items, slow as smooth, smooth as fast. You look at them. If you feel like they're not working, then that's you capture that and ask for a statutory change, or this money would be better served here rather than there. The legislature voted to support the request for an appropriation of $3.8 million of one-time money to go there, so we have to honor that appropriation accordingly, at least for this next fiscal year. But that's your opportunity, though, as we move together towards the legislative session in 27, is to take a look at each one of these programs and say, we don't feel like this is working, or it's not actually meeting its intended purpose. So
Yeah, I would rather just vote it down and then send Sarah, and she can explain why we're not doing. But I honestly would rather say no and then explain why than accept this and say, but it's a bad program. As long as we get our way in the end, fine, let's vote on it. But the legislation is asking us, where can we save money? And we find it, and then now our hands are tied and we have to approve this contract. Okay.
Yeah, we don't have to, but we're not going to like the results. In a day and age where we're attempting to stay relevant, we're not going to like the results, quite frankly. What I see as our battle is we have to take the data and show why it's a waste of money. At the same time, our battle is not with the legislator, it's with the vendor who's speaking to the legislator, because they're showing data that it's working. So for us just to say we're not going to do it, I don't think is going to get us the results that we're hoping for. That's just my thoughts on it. So I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I'm not going to speak more on that. But Member Carey?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the conversation. Early on, when I was on the board, I remember that vendors would sometimes come to these contract reviews because they were actually concerned that they might not be approved. I can't remember the last time that we had any contractor come and say, I'm here to answer your questions. I'm here to make sure that this board is satisfied with with this proposal. So I think, it speaks volumes that we don't have anyone on site or even via video ready to say, we're asking for 20 million or 15 million, or in this case, 3 million. Yeah, and we think it's worth our time to be available. And I think that says a lot about just how assured they are that this money is going to be provided, that they don't have to answer questions to the board. So thank you. But I do appreciate this discussion. It's been a long time since we've really looked at these issues and said, is this money being spent the way it should? I will be voting against this, but thank you.
Member Lear?
I'm just wondering if no matter what we say regarding the contract, we'll lose the money. We'll probably lose the 3.8 million going forward, and we'll lose 25 million. It's not like they'll say, oh, thank you very much for sharing where we think this could be better used. They'll say, oh, thank you very much, we'll just keep our money, or your money. So I think what's kind of a catch-22 for us, we lose all the money in trying to point out that something's not very productive. So it's not a motion. It's not, it doesn't guarantee us by any means, or even increase the likelihood that that money would go to something we wanted it to.
Okay. Just a reminder, there are no motions on the table at this point. So we are just speaking, we are speaking in generalities here. I've got Superintendent Hart and then Member Davis. Sorry, Molly, wait 1 second.
So one of the things that I've been mulling over, there was a bill last year that was run by Musselman that was, it's called outcomes based something. And it's an evaluation framework that the LFA is creating, and then contracts and other things can be measured against it. It's just to oversimplify. One of the things that I was going to propose to the board is perhaps writing up an expansion of that into and see if we could get the legislature to include RFAs and other direct awardees written into that type of structure, so that you could, as a board, and I could, as an agency, you can get up to a certain amount. I think it was 2%, 3%, to do evaluation activities and do an evaluation of the grant. What I hear you saying is you want something like that for these contracts that are, the reason the vendors aren't here is because it's already passed. It's already in law, and we're just a flow through. The vendors that would come are ones that we put out an RFP and then the vendors applied. And they want to make sure that we vote on those because we have some say. These we don't have any say over. They were decided during the legislature, and they were either direct appropriated or written like the way Deputy Jones explained. They don't have any competition. But I believe that, and that's what makes it so frustrating to our LEAs, because people say, oh yes, we gave, education got this amount of money. Well, we didn't ask for this amount of money, and we didn't ask for these programs, and we're not sure that it actually fits our vision or mission. So one of the things that that if board members are interested in it and you go through the process, that is one of the pieces of legislation that I think you should consider asking the legislature for, so that we can do true ROI on all programs. Because what they do is we don't get any money to run these programs. We can't charge them indirect costs. So your staff now have to run these programs just, yes, well, to theoretically benefit students, but there's no FTE assigned to this. So that's what we're trying to line up in the agency to show the mismatch. And then we can go back to legislature and say, see, here are the gaps. And this is a huge gap, and I think you're really struggling with it right now because there just is no accountability.
Member Davis?
When I was first on the board, I was voting no on some of these, and then I was kind of learned that that was a luxury I couldn't really afford because it was already in law. But I suppose my question is, this is an illusion of freedom that we don't have. Why are we voting at all? Why don't we just get a list? Here are the flow-through amounts. Here's the vendor that was named in code. Here's how much it is. Here's when it's going out. And we get a list that we vote that we received, like we receive an advisory board document. And so we vote it's been received, we can analyze it, and then we know, to Aaron, or Member Longacre's point, we know
on this one and this one and this one, let's support that next legislative session. It's really doing great things for kids. On this one and this one and this one, let's ask for a policy change and a funding difference because it's not doing what most would assume would be positive. But why are we spending our time debating these and voting on these if it doesn't make one lick of difference?
Member Kelly.
Yeah, to Member Davis's point, whoever's driving, can we scroll up to 8? See, because this was one that I also was inquiring a little bit about. Is okay. So here's Qualtrics, right? And this is survey software, and at the USBE, we're paying for this Qualtrics survey software, which then gives access to all of our LEAs to have that available to them, right? And it's an $8 million contract. We were arguing over $120,000 for kids' equipment, you know, and here we're going to pay $8 million for survey software, and I don't disagree. But here's where, and I'll defer to staff. Is my understanding was with this one that there was an RFP put out and there were bids that were put in, and here we are now, and all we're doing is just checking a box and saying, yeah, okay, but we're approving the spending of this money, but really have no idea what that process was of how did we choose this vendor, you know, and so yeah, and so yeah, I mean, again, yeah, the illusion of,
You're a vendor
yeah,
too?
yeah. So, anyway, so, but I'll make a motion on item number 1 that we go ahead and approve the contract for U-Science for that contract.
Okay. So do we have a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Okay. It's been, do you want to speak to that, Member Kelly? Well, let me, we got a motion that we approve the 11.1.1. It's been seconded. Do you want to speak to that, Member Kelly? We've kind of been speaking
Yeah,
to it.
and I would just say that really, I mean, having the dialogue and having the discussion, working with our legislator in the future, but I don't know that we really have a choice on this contract at this point. So,
yeah, and to your point, you know, this, from what I'm hearing, this isn't our money. This is the legislator saying, here's the, well, we don't raise taxes. So anyway, with that, let's there's no lights on. The motion is that the board approve the contract with U-Science as presented. Let's go ahead and vote. Scott?
It may be a value add just to remind board members that it's in your bylaws that any contract over $100,000 is subject to your approval. So that's why we do this, is because your predecessors had set a standard that they wanted to see any contract, regardless of the thing, come in front of them. So you knew that you were approving the contract for $100,000, or that any contract above $100,000. Yes.
So that we could get eyes on it, so that we were aware of what was coming through from the legislature. Yes.
Is for review, those are contracts less than $100,000 or no money, you know, agreements or things. So,
Scott, every time you make a comment, that's another 15 minutes that we're here. Much appreciated, but I'm seeing a pattern. So I've got some lights coming on. Member Davis, go ahead.
Chair,
This is
may I
to the
ask?
motion, by the way. There is a motion on the floor.
I'm considering an amendment, and may I ask if we change the word from approve to fulfill, because we have to fulfill the legislature's appropriation, will will that suffice with our bylaws?
Did you hear that question, Scott? Can we change approve to, what is it?
Fulfill.
Fulfill.
Because that's all we're doing. We're fulfilling their
We're getting into
wishes.
wordsmithing. I don't know if this is this just to say
And
to
we
the
should
legislator,
see
no, we
those
don't
that are
approve.
over 100,000 in case we want to ask for a change. But
Scott, what do you, I don't know if I want to put you on the spot here, but
Well, either way, I'll take the definition of fulfill as you approved us, you
To-
approved me
to
signing the
fulfill it.
contract.
you're not supposed to say that out loud.
I'm not.
No.
See, I don't know how to do this, then, sir.
and that just the last thing I'll say, that's what I have to think of in my head when I'm voting for these things, is that I'm approving staff carrying out the responsibility we've been given by the legislature, not that I agree with the contract. But I do think we could make this whole thing better.
But again, that's why it's on consent. That's why it's supposed to be for your information, and then we vote. So when you hear approve, you think fulfill, and when you hear fulfill, you think approve. The fact of the matter
Fulfill
is, it's a
doesn't mean
consent
that
item.
I approve or disapprove.
where
It just means
we can,
have to
if we
fulfill
want
the
to upset the legislator, we can by saying no, and then they're going to get their money anyway. But again, that's why it belongs on consent, and that's why we're
Okay,
here.
so my question is, can we change it to fulfill?
That is a
Or will it not meet the
motion
bylaw?
to an amendment that you would, or an amendment to Member Kelly's motion that you need to put forth.
I'm just going to withdraw it, but I do think we should revisit our bylaws and our policies and our processes.
Amendment to an already existing contract. All we're doing is amending the amount of the overall contract by an additional 3.8 million that will be used to meet the student credential account as described in the COBE. That's really what you're approving. It doesn't necessarily mean you approve of the program or you approve that it's working or anything like that. That would be something that we can do in July together, right? We can help draw that out. What you're doing is you're approving an amendment that exceeds $100,000 to an already existing contract. That's really it. So.
Vice Chair Wood.
Right.
I don't want to not discount the work that we do as a board because we've had these legislative mandates to us before, but we have improved the contracts. We've improved privacy, we've improved family engagement. So just by having 15 members look at it, we can make it better, even though we may not agree with it or how the money's spent, or it really is a legislative mandate. But it is a value add for us to look at it and make it better when we can.
Okay. So the motion before the board is that the board approve the contract 11.1.1 with UScience as presented. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that passes 8 in favor, 6 opposed. Those opposed being Member Carey, Member Reel, Member Brenton, Member Hall, Member Bogus, and Member Longacre. Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I would move to approve the remainder of the consent agenda, or the remaining items.
We can.
Okay,
Yes, they have.
I would like to make a motion to approve items 1.1.2 through 1.1.4 and items 1.1.6 through 1.1.9.
Tell me how that works. Why wouldn't we be able to? They've been polled. We've had discussion, not on each individual one, but that doesn't mean we have to have discussion on each individual one. Do we have to vote on them individually?
We've voted
I don't
on
think we do
multiple
either.
together before, and then people have divided to do them individually.
Yeah. I'm not familiar with that. If there's a motion to divide, we can discuss that, but the motion that has been put before us is to approve the remainder of the consent items, and that includes 11.2, 11.1, .2, .3, .4, .6, .7, .8, .9.
Oh, yeah, I misspoke. I did say 1 point. It should be 11.
Is there a second to that? Second, okay. Do you want to speak to this, Vice Chair Bollinger?
I think we've had a long discussion about all of these, and I don't love all of the contracts and all of the pieces. I think it puts us in a hard situation because these are legislative mandates. And that they're required, from my understanding, and Scott, maybe you can speak if there's any of these that are not required by the legislature or by code.
So Chair, I can go through each one and extrapolate that, the line item mentions the particular vendor. I think there are situations like that. The requirement of the program itself, though, is it's implied that we do go out and contract for the services of an external firm, or that because we didn't get FTEs for it, or that too. So it varies. There are some that are specific, U-Science, Qualtrics, that are required for us to engage or enter into an agreement with those particular vendors. Where you don't see that, though, the process is to go out on an RFP or and select a vendor that can support or meet the intent of the program. So I can go through the whole list with you but the only two really in front of you right now that mentions it in the line on were the U-Science and Qualtrics ones. So
If we have a follow-up. Follow-up to that, Deputy Superintendent Jones. So, but these other contracts, for example, like Camden or some of these others, they may not be named specifically, but you were talking about how it has to go through an RFP process.
Correct.
The RFP process is not a process that we can't control the outcome of who gets that contract. Is that correct? It's a fair
That's correct.
procurement. It's in the procurement laws.
we follow the procurement laws and the processes that are established in support of those laws, to where we can have an unbiased selection committee for the particular, or that results in the selection of the particular vendor. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Member Longacre?
I had a conversation with Direct Dakota, and the fourth contract, the safety schools, is not required. So if we can vote on all of the other ones and not this one and talk about this one, 4, divide it. Yes. Well, 4 is the one that I want.
I have a point of information.
Point of information, Member Carey.
Thank you. So, my concern is just that I want to make sure the procedure's right. And these were on the consent calendar. They were pulled. AI seemed to suggest that it is improper for us to recombine them after they've been pulled from the consent calendar, but AI has been known to be wrong. So I would defer to the parliamentarian, but if the parliamentarian needs more time, I would suggest we take a short break. But I don't know procedurally if what we're doing is the right process. And if it is, I'm fine with it. If it's not, I would ask that we have a ruling from the parliamentarian. Thank you.
Yeah, you got to have a mic too.
So that is correct. That would be the preferred choice for Robert's rules. But it also does say that you can have a motion to consolidate. It says if the rest of the board feels that it's a waste of time to vote on them one by one, you can motion to consolidate, and you can bring those all together at one time and motion to vote on them together as a single item.
And then we do the motion to divide.
Yes. So it's really up to the chair's preference, but both options are correct. So either individually or you can consolidate.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's what we're trying, guys. We're trying to be efficient. It is 9 p.m. right? And so, if you want a motion to divide, let's divide. Or put a motion to divide. Let's put it back in your hands. But let's do this here. And what I don't want to have is the same conversation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more times. That's what I don't want to have. So, you guys, I know you want to pull out 11.1.4 individually. I don't know where the motion, we're still on this motion here, so there's no amendment here. So the motion is to approve the remainder, but here we are going to, now we're on to Member Bogus, because there's no substitute motion that I've seen or a motion to divide yet. So Member Bogus.
So technically, the motion needs to be to consolidate.
If you will just make a motion to divide, then.
I have a substitute motion.
Okay, there you go.
That, I don't know, that we leave it alone and just do these one by one like we're supposed to.
Okay, motion to divide? Is that what?
No, because
Okay.
the technical motion that has to be is a motion to consolidate. And then we have to have a motion to divide.
There's no motion on the floor, so the motion still stands that you are approving. Or did you put a motion together, Member Bogus?
My motion would be to not consolidate these. Like, I don't understand why
Okay.
we're spending this time. We'd
We're-
spend a
we're
lot
not.
less time if we just did them
That's
one
the
by
motion. The motion is to not consolidate these items. Is there a second? I'm not hearing a second. So we're going to go back to the motion that is before us, and that is to approve these consolidated items, 11.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9. That's where we're at. Member Longacre, I know you had a thought. Do you want to formulate that into a motion?
Sure. I mean, I guess I will put a substitute motion in there saying that to consolidate, but keep 11.4 out, if I can do that.
So your motion is to divide out or unconsolidate, however you want to word it, 11.1.4.
Yeah.
Okay. That would be an amendment, I would believe, to this motion. You want to remove that. You're going to amend it by not approving that one yet with
Okay.
with the others. Is that what I'm
Okay.
understanding?
Sure.
Is there a second to that motion? There's a second to that motion. So now that amendment has removed 11.1.4. And now we come back to the consolidated list, which is 11.1.2, 0.3, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9. Yes, we would. You're right. We would. So it's been seconded. Member Longacre, do you want to speak to that? I know you kind of did already. Member Bogus speaking to her motion? Or okay, I'll put you in the queue then for another one. Is that okay? So let's go ahead and vote on removing 11.1.4. Voting is open. So that passes unanimously. Okay. With that, then we have 11.1.4 is we will address that in a second. But now the motion is 11.1.2, 0.3, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9. Member Bogus, please.
So my question would be, when the RFP went forward, did Cambium express all of their conflicts of interest with this contract?
Yes, they did. That's required. We wouldn't have let it pass through if they didn't. So, Chair.
So then my question would be, I think we owe it to our taxpayers to reject both Cambium contracts. This is an assessment tool that is used, and the solutions to all the problems that they find are one of their subsidiary companies' solutions. So they find all the problems, yet they provide the solution, which is just a circular money tree that goes on. And it's really unfortunate that year after year we've selected this company, but they continue to extort us for money because they provide the solution to the problems that they find. And so I think these should all be voted on separately. I think it's really unfortunate that we're there. I think that if we look at some of these other contracts, like the UEPC, why is it that we're subcontracting work that we're supposed to be doing? I still don't understand that. And then we have some data sharing agreements here that we have all opposed many, many, many times on the record in number 7. We have an API connection going with number 7 that is something I think, as a general rule, many people in this room have opposed overtly and boldly. Yet we're not discussing these separately, and I'm happy to go after these one at a time, but I think we should do it the right way. And so I would just oppose the motion just on the fact that we've got contracts in here that are not good spending of money, in my opinion.
Member Carey?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I guess I'm just confused about the motion. So this is just to have Member Longacre's motion item considered separately, but does that foreclose or preclude the other items being considered separately? Like, was there a motion to?
So if I recall correctly, Member Bogus made a motion to unconsolidate, essentially divide, and it did not receive a second. And so that went back to here. Then we went to Member Longacre, who made an amendment by removing 11.1.4, and that passed unanimously, which brings us back to the amended motion, which is sans 11.1.4.
Okay, I understand. Thank you,
Okay.
Chair.
Okay. So the motion is that the board approve consolidated items it's actually 11.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, and 0.9. Seeing no additional lights, let's go ahead and vote. That passes 9 in favor, 5 opposed. Those opposed being Member Kelly, Member Booth, Member Hall, Member Bogus, and Member Longacre. So now we need to address 11.1.4. Member Longacre, you've got a light?
Yeah, so we're discussing 11.4. Yeah, so it's 170,000 for safe schools. It's the defend, deny, avoid. This is not required by the legislators, so this is not money that we have to spend. I think this is a local issue. If local districts want to pay for this program, I think that they should prioritize and find that money and fund it themselves.
I'm sorry, is there a motion? Is there a motion on this, Member Longacre? Or are you just speaking to it?
No, do I need to make a motion to?
Well, it's whatever you'd like. There's nothing out there. If you wanted to just pull it just to have the discussion, that's fine. If you have a motion, that's fine as well.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Member-
about yes or no.
Oh, okay, Member Earl?
I'm not making a motion necessarily for this, but I feel like I probably don't have enough information. This is the school safety center that is asking for this. And I don't, this could be good training. I just don't know. Is there someone that, I don't know. Does that make sense? I don't have enough information. This could be something, and while maybe board member Longacre's area is saying we don't need this, there may be other areas that are saying this would be valuable for us. It looks to me like, I'm just looking through this, there's going to be 8 regional trainings that this entity delivers. And then, I mean, they've got train the trainer and some other things on here too. I'm wondering if we could maybe even postpone this and just have a staff member share tomorrow. I know we've got a long agenda. I'm just suggesting a little bit of information just so it may be a valuable resource is all I'm saying. If the security center, the safety center has asked for this, there may be some reason for that. So
Yeah, I would like to officially put a motion out there that we approve this contract, and here's why. The schools have been through the ringer on school safety. And if anybody knows this, I'm looking at Joe Carey here, who has sat through many meetings and had many conversations about school safety, and not only school safety, but the cost of school safety. And here we have this opportunity to offer a little bit of relief and stay compliant with what is needed. And so, apologies, I'm speaking to the motion here. So I'm going to move that we approve agenda item 11.1.4. With a second, I will speak to it.
I'll make that motion. I
Oh.
motion that we approve. What
Okay.
is it? Did you just do it?
No, I'm going to second it. Go ahead. You got it.
What is sorry,
Yeah.
tell me that the board approve item 11.1.4.
Seconded. So do you want to speak to it, Member Earl?
It's one of the most frequent things asked for in the TRP. I don't know what TRP is. And the training requests that come into USBE. And I guess one of the other components to this is a lot of schools to go out and individually do this, it's going to cost them a lot more versus having it available. This is an availability. They don't have to use it, but the availability for anyone in the state is what it ends up being. So.
Okay. Thank you. I've got Member Bollinger, Carey, Longacre, Bogus.
Thank you, Chair. As I'm reading in the backup, the documents that go along with this, it says that the School Safety Center is requesting this contract to support LEAs in implementing the updated requirements in Board Rule R277-400. So from what I'm reading, we've made it a requirement for them to have this training. So much like we are concerned when the legislature does what they call unfunded mandates, it sounds like if we don't provide some funding for this, we're requiring districts to pay for it. And I don't disagree that we don't want to put, you know what I mean? Like if it's not mandated by law, but we've already put it in our rule, and that's a concern for me. So I do support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Carey?
Yeah, we went from, hey, we can't vote on this, we don't know enough, to we've got to pass this tonight. So I'm confused on that. If we don't know enough, then we should wait, right? I mean, I thought that's what I heard. So look, I have concerns about this because I think the training is exceptional. The training used to be, what was it? Run, hide, fight. And the new training is, what is this one?
Avoid, deny, defend.
Yes. So like that's the change, and it's substantial, right? Like there's some big changes in that. But there are some nuances in terms of the funding that's been allocated to this. As I understand it, it's in the millions of dollars for training, and this is just one component of that. But I think that discussion would be very beneficial to the board, as this is not one item. This is part of I believe the number is $3.6 million that the legislature set aside for safety training. So I would do a substitute motion, and that substitute motion would be that we do postpone a vote on this until tomorrow, when Director Coda or Rhett can be here to answer these bigger questions, so we have a better understanding. So the motion would be that we postpone consideration of this to the unfinished business section of our board meeting tomorrow, so we can get the additional information, which until about 12 minutes ago was essential. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion to postpone until tomorrow's unfinished business. It's been seconded. Is there discussion to that motion? Member Longacre? To postponing? Not necessarily the contract, but just to postpone. Okay. Do you want to?
Like this, through the chair, can I ask Scott a question?
Go ahead, yeah.
And I know this is in policy, but the training is not mandatory, just based on what's in our policy.
Right. Yeah. So my understanding, and discussions with the team, with the safety team. So if they can bring this back up tomorrow, is this was a recommendation from Chief Pennington as part of that to allow or to provide an opportunity for LEAs to participate in this training. It's not mandatory. I read 400. I see nowhere in 400 that it says that it's required. So it addresses that, that they should have training, but there's no policy requirement or anything that says they shall participate in this particular training. It's just they're offering 8 different locations for the training where LEAs can elect or opt in to come and do that in a way of so they don't have to do this unilaterally and they probably spend more money to have it done singularly, right? We set up these 8 sites and then these LEAs can come in and participate at all covered by $173,000. So, but yes, I mean, welcome Director Coda tomorrow and have her explain it, but there's nothing that we're aware of that requires this. So, but it is an opportunity for LEAs to be efficient in getting to the training, or it provides them that opportunity. If they take it or not, it's entirely up to them because it's not required by code or rule. It's just to provide them an opportunity to participate together as a cost savings measure.
Okay, Member Longacre, your light is still on. Did you have a follow? Okay. Member Bogus? Okay. So the motion, this is as far as I understand, this is a substitute motion that the board postpone item 11.1.4 until tomorrow's unfinished business agenda item. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that passes 12 in favor, 2 opposed, 1 absent. The 2 opposed being Member Wood and Member Lear. Okay, that completes all of the items on our consent agenda. Member Bollinger, did you have a comment or a question? Or not Member Bollinger, Member Bogus? Oh, no. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, board members, one more agenda item. Scott, can we do this? Molly, you still awake? Barely? Okay. Give her a shot of caffeine and let's keep going. So we're on agenda item. We're not done yet. I know. This is agenda item 12. This is our 2027 general session legislative preparation. Again, we're putting the work in tonight. Tomorrow's Friday, as you know. We still have a lot of items, executive session, and a couple items we moved over. And so we don't want to move everything over tomorrow. I'd rather have a longer Thursday night than a longer Friday night, quite frankly. So let's look at agenda item 12. This is, again, the 2027 general session legislative prep. And is Elise here? Okay. Elise, are you with us?
I am with you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Elise, can you see, what do you need from us?
I've got it.
Okay,
if
go
I
ahead
can,
then.
yeah. Okay, so tonight I am bringing you a couple of pieces of code. Attached to these codes are a requirement that these be reviewed by the legislature. Otherwise, they will sunset. So similar to your 5-year review for your rules, they have those for these pieces of code. And so what the Education Interim Committee has requested of you all is a recommendation. So this would not do anything in and of itself, but it would recommend to the legislature whether or not to continue these pieces of code. So we're going to go through a few. Staff have already gone through and evaluated each of the pieces of code based on, do we use it? Is it useful? Do we continue to have the funding for it? Oftentimes these no longer have funding attached, and so you might as well sunset as it's no longer active. So those are some of the reasons why. I'll go through and give you what the staff suggested and then have a motion that reflects those suggestions, but of course you're able to do whatever you would like. So the first is 53E to 304. So this is about immunity and legal immunity. Our AAGs have suggested that we continue this piece of code. The next one is, oh no, I think my computer may be updating. So if I disappear, I apologize. 53E3503. So this is a joint council related to DHHS, and staff have recommended that you allow this one to sunset. The next one is another youth in custody. And this one staff have suggested to continue. So this is a useful group but related to youth in custody. The other one we could sunset. So this would be a continue. The next one is 53E7207. So this is a legal issue and it would be helpful to continue this based on our attorneys in our special education department. The next one is 53F, Chapter 10, Part 2. This is the capital projects evaluation panel. Staff have indicated that we no longer receive funding for this. So they say we should sunset it unless the legislature intends to appropriate more funds in the future. And then I think the last one is 53E4202. And this is a report that we provide to the Legislative Education Interim Committee. And we have suggested that this be allowed to sunset.
Elise, is there one more? That's it. Yeah.
I think this is it. I apologize. Last one, 53E4203. This is State Board of Education Standards Review Committee. This is at a higher level than we typically do. And so staff have suggested that we allow this to sunset and then integrate the useful parts of this potentially in your own process that you are currently working on and developing. So allow that to sunset. And I think we're on the last one with the motion. This would be the motion that you would pass if you'd like me to take those recommendations to the Education Interim Committee.
And which ones are these all the continuations?
Yeah, those are the ones that should be continued. The other ones, you could just allow those to sunset. So no motion would need to be made.
I see. Okay. Does that conclude your report here?
That is it. That concludes it.
Okay. Thanks, Elise. We've got a couple of questions here. First, I've got Member Carey.
I have a substitute motion.
There's no motion to substitute yet, so.
Then I'll have a original motion.
There you go.
That's my concern. Thank you. So my motion is that these matters, the ones that are listed 53E-7-2077, 53E-3-5036, 53E-2-3046, be sent to committee for review, and that those committees make a recommendation to the full board on whether to proceed or not to proceed. And I'll speak to the motion with permission.
Okay, the motion has been stated to send these 3 items to committee. Is there a second? There's a second. Back to you, Member Carey.
Thank you. And I appreciate the Deputy Superintendent moving quickly. So this isn't a critique or criticism of that. But as I read along, each one of these issues is a major issue as I meet with people, both on and off the campaign trail. One talked about least restrictive environment, and we've had that discussion multiple times as a board and with staff regarding, does this help or impede our ability to effectively teach in the classroom? And I do think that on each one of these issues, they deserve a thorough discussion which takes place at the committee level. And some of these, I'm sure some board members have a rock solid understanding. Some are more vague, but to say, at what time is it? This late at night and say, okay, we've seen this slideshow, let's extend these, let's not extend these. I just don't think that does this process what this board should be doing, which is spending the time to evaluate, review these rules, have a better understanding of them, how they impact our rules, and then make that recommendation to the full board. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion, let me restate the motion. The motion is that the board send the 3 recommendations for code continuations to a committee for review. And those codes are 53E-7-207, Section 7, 53E-3-503, Section 6, and 53E-2-304, Section 6. Member Bogus?
Chair, just one thing about your feedback.
Oh, sure.
If I did say committee, I didn't want to imply it has to go to one committee. That could be whatever committee leadership decided to send it to. So if it's 3 different committees or, yeah, so I would just amend that to make clear that that would be at leadership's discretion. It could be one committee, but it doesn't have to be.
Sure. To committee. Okay. So that's the motion then.
I have no comments on this motion.
Okay, let's get your light green again then. And then Member Davis to this motion?
Quick question. Are these being discussed in interim? And when is that? Because it's too late to get 24-hour notice to discuss these in our committees tomorrow. So it would be a month. August. It'd be August.
Are these an interim, at least?
So these could be in a later meeting. They asked if we could get them ready for June, but if not, then that was okay as well. So I think that that would work with the timeline as well.
Who's they?
There's not.
The legislature?
The legislative staff reached out and said asked if the board could have these ready for the June interim committee, but if that you couldn't, that would be okay as well. So I believe there would be enough flexibility to bring these to a later education interim committee meeting.
But would it be September? I mean, if this goes to committee in August and assuming it goes through committee and then assuming it goes through the September board meeting, are we looking at a September ed interim?
Yeah. What if we move the items to be continued forward and the ones suggested to be sunsetted to committee to review? Well, if we're recommending them to be sunsetted, maybe we want to continue them. These would continue. I don't know. That's just.
Member Bogus? Oh, that's right. You told me already. Hey, it's getting late. Member Lear?
Our committee meeting's starting tomorrow morning at 8:15. It'll go till 12:30. Are we going to start having, and then we've got an endless number of items on our agendas. Are we going to start having 3-day meetings? Because I think the fastest track for these particular items is September. But if the board doesn't agree with the committee, or the committee doesn't come to a conclusion, it'll be October, November. I think we have to let staff make these recommendations and vote them up or down. This is staff work in my mind. This is not committee dissection work.
Okay. Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board send the 3 recommendations for code continuations to committee for review. And those are 53E-7-207, Section 7, 53E-3-503, Section 6, 53E-2-304, Section 6. Let's vote. That motion fails 7-4, 7 against. Those 4 are Member Brenton, Member Hall, Member Earl, Member Longacre, Member Bogus, Member Kelly, and Member Carey. Okay. Member Bogus.
I would move this motion without the 304 code.
So your motion is
My motion
to-
would be that the board recommend to the legislature that the following code sections be continued: 53E-7-2077, 53E-3-5036.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. You want to speak to that?
Yeah, I don't think that the 304 section should be continued, and if so, I do think that Member Carey is correct that that should be vetted through committee. The 304 is the one that talks about discipline in the classroom and the private right of action for parents. Sorry, I'm not trying to make noise.
Was this seconded? I can't remember.
It was.
Okay. And you spoke to it?
I guess I spoke to it. I don't know if people want any more information than that.
Well,
I believe I know enough to send the other two forward. I think it's appropriate to send those forward for continuation. I don't believe 304 should be sent forward without further examination by this board.
Member Davis?
Sorry.
So the motion is that the board recommend to the legislator that the following code sections be continued: 53E-7-2077, 53E-3-5036. Let's go ahead and vote. This passes 11 in favor, 1 abstention, 2 no votes, the abstention being Member Earl, the no votes being Member Hymas and Member Carey. Okay. Member Reel.
A motion to approve 53E-2-3046.
Okay.
I make a motion to recommend the legislature continue the last one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sorry, that yeah wasn't meant to we got it. No, I'm understanding. Apologies. So the motion is to recommend to the legislator that the following code sections be continued: 53E-2-304, Section 6. Do we have a second? You want to speak to that? No. Okay. Member Lear?
I'd like an opinion from the AAGs about the value of not creating a private right of action or waiving a standard governmental immunity.
Darren, you got this one? Okay.
Is this better? Is this better?
Oh, no.
I'll probably get tired enough and stop calling you all your honors.
I just wanted to make sure you were awake.
Okay, and this sort of speaks to me because I came from the litigation division that defended lawsuits against school districts. I think, first of all, that's where the liability lies here, is with your LEAs. I think they have a lot to lose if they lose governmental immunity and if there's a private right of action. It's not clear to me that those types of lawsuits would be risk covered. And as an AAG with an obligation to protect the public fisc, I'm fairly confident that if that were to that there's a fiscal implication, either for the districts or the state, if that were to sunset.
Thank you. Member, okay, Member Carey.
Thank you. I'm going to oppose the motion, not because I'm necessarily in favor of waiving the immunity aspect, but I still believe that this board does its best work when these items go through committee and that process, and that's why I'll be opposing the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Member Davis.
How long, is this the first time this has been up for a sunset? How long has this code been in place?
Elise, do you happen to know that offhand?
Not offhand, but I could look it up.
I mean, I assume at least 5 years, but
Is that going to sway your vote by chance?
I'd like to know if this is like an institutional anchor for a reason, or if it's a baby just up for his first sunset.
Well, if I'm understanding what the AAGs are saying, then it's not a baby. It's pretty important. You say 3 years? 3 years.
Defer to Dr. Newey, but this was a result of a bill that I believe in the language it said after 3 years, look at this. So, but
Okay, so the motion before the board then is that the board recommend to the legislator that the following code sections be continued, and that's 53E-2-304, Section 6. Let's vote. That passes 9 in favor, 1 abstention, 4 no votes. The abstention being Member Earl, the no votes from Member Hall, Member Longacre, Member Carey, and Member Bogus. Okay, seeing no other lights, that finishes Section 12. Is there a motion, Member Kelly? There's a motion to adjourn. There's a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes. We'll see you tomorrow. No.